On October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss, the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us on this wonderful Friday. My name is Marielia, and I am here with Ease. How are you doing?
I'm doing so great. I'm so happy to be back on this deck. I'm so excited for another clash, the winter clash of the AFDL. It's a little different this year, isn't it, Marielia? What's happening this year?
It is. We have made some changes. Those of you who have been longtime viewers of the AFDL will remember that last year we ran a full Mythic Plus Invitational. That has been put on hold this year while we try something a little bit different. We've got a wonderful revamp of the Clash format. You know that in the past, Ease, we've been limited to only having 4 teams participate over the course of a weekend. Now, we've scrapped that limit. We've got 10 teams competing this weekend, each one allocated a day of playtime in order to push these keys.
It's exciting. I dressed for the Winter Clash. I feel this is my winteriest sweater I wanted to represent. It's going to be an exciting weekend. We have 3 teams competing today and another 7 teams throughout Saturday and Sunday. If you're new here, if you've never tuned into AFDL, a stream before, AFDL is an organization that provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. And today we actually have 3 international. I guess it depends on where you're coming from, but we have no U.S. teams today, which is a little different for the AFDL. We got Ukrainian WoW, we have the New Zealand Defense Force, and the French Army of Air and Space. It's an exciting lineup today, Marielia.
Yes, these are all veteran teams of the AFDL, but we thought, you know what? Let's get them all on together to just showcase and kick off day one. We have a lot of North American-based teams in this tournament already. They can wait till Saturday and Sunday. We want to start with the spiciest action, and we will be getting started here relatively quickly. There is only 1 minute left on the clock before regulation time begins. You can see down in that bottom right, Kaboom is of course back with his fireworks to keep these teams' morale boosted while they run. It's going to be a great set. There's 3 really good dungeons that we've picked for this weekend. Do you want to walk us through those, Ease?
Yeah, absolutely. I just have to say, it wouldn't be an AFDL if we didn't have Kaboom spamming fireworks and lagging up the entire server. But this weekend, you will be seeing teams running Mists of Chernascythe, Dawnbringer, and City of Echoes, each with different affixes. It is a little different from other push tournaments you might see. This is indeed a push style tournament. We're seeing some ready checks. Teams are getting ready, but they're all starting at +5. And it looks like we have 2 City of Echoes going out and 1 Dawnbreaker. And what's going to happen is they're all going to have one of the Salatath's bargains affixes for however long they push. They are not going to go away when they reach key level 12, which is kind of interesting. We'll see really high keys, hopefully, that still have these Salatath affixes, which is not a thing you would see live. And we have Miss Eternal Sight with Ascendant and Tyrannical, adding Fortified at 10. Dawnbringer with Voidbound and Fortified, again, adding the other one at 10. And City of Echoes with Oblivion and Fortified.
Yeah, we decided to try something just a little bit different with the rule set for this one. Partially because of how the key changes have happened with, the Love Squish and rebalancing, and, it's just being a new expansion. We wanted to try something a little bit different that's going to, we think, allow teams, shall we say, to squeak by with closer calls than they would otherwise. A couple of extra deaths, if you've got Challenger's Peril on, literally bricks a key earlier, than you've wasted 15 minutes, right? Pretty early on if the key is going to be dead. But removing that so that you've got the standard 5-second penalty should just help equalize a little bit and give us some of those spicier last boss clutches that we all love.
That's really the most exciting parts of any WinterClash tournament is those squeezing right under the time limit. And we see teams here have already started both the Ukrainian WoW. Ukrainian WoW is just blasting through this Arakara and already moving on to the second mini boss. And I am really excited to see when all these teams start cresting that plus 12 mark, just because, like you mentioned, we are not doing Salatath's Guile, which, one, doesn't add 15 seconds, but also they're not going to get that extra 10% damage and health increase on mobs, which actually means that we might see kind of high keys, which you might not see on live servers. But that's very exciting nonetheless. You can see here on Ukrainian WoW, we are seeing that those Oblivion orbs, if you're not really that well versed in the Season 1, The War Within affixes, Oblivion is the one, it spawns orbs that start moving towards mobs, and if you don't soak them, the mobs get buffed. But in turn, if you soak them, you do get buffed. It's there's been some controversy about these affixes, so I'm excited especially about Dawnbreaker as we see the French team here. I'm excited to see how they're gonna deal with Voidbound. Thankfully, that one is not too bad, as it just spawns an ad that you have to kill. So hopefully we won't see any bugging out as the ships move around. How much experience have you had with the boats on here, Marielle? I'd love to hear your take.
I have been in full production prep mode, which means I have watched a lot of videos about the dungeons, and I have done very little running at any meaningful key. So my in-dungeon experience is limited with these specific affixes, but I do know that this is not the first time we've had these sort of interesting interactions, right? The flying mechanic used in Dawnbreaker is definitely an evolution of what we've seen, but what's the name of it? Was it Nakud last X-Pack? Yeah, Nakud's Hold that had the flying between different bosses, but they didn't really give you the combat options simultaneously. So definitely an interesting design choice that I can totally get behind, but I haven't had a poll get absolutely destroyed by unfortunate affix timing either. So I'm looking forward to watching some of that this weekend.
Yeah, we can already see in chat here, people are already speculating on the overlaps on Oblivion as you can't soak. That's correct. They've already caught on to the fact that we'll see high keys with these affixes still present. I love seeing some team pride in chat. We have some Go Ukraines out there. See some French in here. I don't know French, but it looks like I assume they're cheering on for our French Army of Air and Space, which we love to see. We'll love to see some excitement in chat, and the fireworks never stop. That's the best part.
They never ever stop. Kaboom is just always there, ready to welcome teams back. It's good fun. But I think, given we've got two teams running Arakara and the French are running something unique, let's have a quick look and see a little bit closer. There we go, in the full screen mode as they move on to the first little mini boss here.
Yeah, this is become a pretty common route at this point for Dawnbreaker, is going to the back or side of the church, whatever you want to call it here. Kind of depends on group composition. On a 5, it looks like they're just pulling as much as they can. They have the mini-boss, they have the pack outside, and this big pack inside as well. And they're just blasting through this. It can get kind of dicey when we get to higher keys, because right here, you're seeing it. It's very easy to kind of clip through the textures. Not your player character, but your camera angle can kind of be wonky in here, which sometimes means when you have to dodge swirlies on the ground, let's just say it can get dicey pretty quickly. But we see here now the affix Salatath here, which in Dawnbreaker we actually have the Void... No, sorry. It looks like we have actually the Ascendant. I think I have the wrong...
Oh.
On my list, I have the wrong, or possibly they might have added the wrong affix on this first run.
Uh-oh.
Either way, I don't think it matters too much on these low key levels, but that's... You know best here, Morelia, which one should be in here.
Yes, so this is a good spot right now. Dawnbreaker is meant to be void bound and fortified. Have they run the wrong affix for their first dungeon of the day?
They're currently running Ascendant, which spawns orbs that you have to either kick, CC, or displace in one way or another. And when you do, you get a buff. If you don't do it on time, the mobs get a buff. This one is the haste buff, which they should have been having the Void Bound, which spoils a Void Emissary, which you have to kill. And if you don't kill it fast enough, it's giving all enemies a stacking damage reduction buff, which you don't really want to do, especially during maybe a shield phase or a push phase, so you're trying to finish off a boss quickly. So it looks like there might have been some sort of misunderstanding here. But yeah, so we'll see how we end up.
Oh, dear.
Oh, they realized I think they've realized they're hearthing out here. I don't know.
Oh,
if we'll see a restart on Dawnbreaker.
Not where you want to be at the start of the day. Now, it is not the first time a team has gone into a dungeon with the wrong affix. We have seen that happen before in the AFDL, but it's crippling. Like, that's 8 minutes of regulation play that they now will not get back while these other teams make progress. That is painful.
Yeah, like you said, it's really not something you want. If you ever want it to happen, it's definitely on the first key, where you can mostly just blast. We see both other teams here being on the second boss of their dungeon, so you can get through these lower keys pretty quickly, but it's still not something you ever really want to happen. So hopefully it looks like they're sorting that out. We'll see a fresh start of Dawnbreaker here in just a minute. But we have both our New Zealand and Ukrainian teams getting closer to this, or now engaging this last hallway of Arakara, moving up to the final and third boss of the dungeon. It looks like Ukrainian team is kind of spread out. They have a lot of mobs with the tank just kind of running forward while the DPS and the healer stays in the back finishing off the mobs, which could be a good call on these lower keys.
Look, you got to use every team member to their fullest potential, okay? If your healer is going to be stuck in the back, it's early on, the keys aren't too dangerous, they don't need to pump so hard, they can do a little damage. Speaking as a healer myself, I'm always down for tagging things. Quick Moonfire here, Moonfire there, just to help out the tank. If the tank then leaves me to die because of it, that's on me.
That's exactly it. And on these tournament realms that we are so fortunate to get to play these keys on tournament realms, the characters are stacked out, right? They're decked out in their best. They have everything they want. They have the right gear. They have the right sockets and chants on every single piece of gear, which means that, especially on a 5, not a lot of things are going to be dangerous, which means that the healers can definitely just kind of coast through most of this. We see on the healing meters here that there's not a lot of healing going on from the healer. Actually, I think for a second there, the healer was on the bottom of the healing meters.
I love those moments. The worst part of those moments, though, is when they occur in non-pre-made groups and someone's there like, why is my healer not healing? They're at the bottom of the meters. And you're just there like, but my guy, but there's no damage for me to heal. We are all alive right now, yes? That's also a good time. I want to jump back in with the French team as they re-pull the first wave of finally making it back to the first boss with the correct affixes this time.
Yeah, they're pushing through. It doesn't seem to have deterred them too much. They're right here up on the boat, and as the boat starts moving here, I actually think that Voidbound is a much better affix to have on Dawnbreaker in particular, because it won't spawn orbs that then decide to stay in the air as the boat moves on. So this is a better affix overall, and we can see them here now. This is one of those dungeons that, like you said, like Nokud, you actually have to fly away and head on over to another boat that also moves. It doesn't look like anybody fell through this time, which is a great deal. We see here that they are indeed just kind of pumping through this. The Air Force of the French team doesn't seem to be having any issues here. I wonder if this might be a good time to just mention, if you were here as the stream started, you saw that wonderful video from Kexman and from all about what we are doing here, what we are raising money to. And this, for the rest of this year, the AFDL has implemented a special charity incentive for the remainder of the year. All donations, or the donations that will come in, they will support the pediatric cancer program at Monroe Carell Jr.'s Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. And if you want to help out with this goal, you can type !donate in the chat for the link, and your generosity is very much appreciated. This is something that's very near and dear to all of our hearts.
Yeah, the AFDL is always here trying to help out veteran causes, and, you know, taking care of family is definitely something that everybody in this community can get behind. So any support is always appreciated. And,
Exactly.
I'm just looking at this poll here. It's pretty straightforward dealing with those laser beams for the French team. No damage taken. I think everybody dodged those perfectly. And now we've got, of course, the giant Chaos Orb that must be dodged. And I really appreciate this. I think that forcing you to mount up and get the heck out of the way is actually a great design choice when you think about its place in this dungeon. You've already made flying such an intrinsic part of how you get around. Using it for a boss mechanic is wonderful. I really like that choice by Blizzard.
Is extremely thematic, that's for sure. And this boss already has so much movement, which might seem counterintuitive as you're in a pretty contained space. But first of all, you have to make sure you bait these big void portals away from the boss. You don't get locked in like they're doing right here. But this healer found just the right amount of space that they needed to not get hit by either the beams or the big old pools, which both hurt a lot. The good thing here is as soon as you hit that 0% and the boss starts channeling again to that big explosion, you can just move on, fly to wherever you're going to go. This is the same pool we saw earlier. Still have to wait for the mobs to spawn after the boss dies, but we're going to see them bringing this pack from outside back to the inside. And they are back on track. It looks like they are not letting the little mishap of the wrong affix get in the way of them just pushing through this key as fast as they possibly can.
In a weird way, I think they actually got back to this point faster than they cleared it with the wrong affix. So that's definitely going to bode well for them as they continue forward. While we were chatting in the background, the New Zealand Defense Force and Ukrainian WoW have both successfully +3'd their 5 key in City of Echoes. So when we come back to the quad later on, we'll have to see what they've decided to go for next. I imagine that given the short time frame, teams will push kind of one dungeon at a time. In the past, when teams had 3 days in order to spread out their runs, it was a kind of coin toss depending on which strategy teams would field, whether they would go, okay, we're just going to get this one dungeon, max it out, then the next dungeon, max it out, or whether they would go, let's get everything to an 18, and then we'll get everything to a 21. It's really interesting to see how the shift from 15 hours of play over 3 days to 5 hours of play, yes, with fewer dungeons, is going to mentally affect the strategy choices that these teams make.
Yeah, and it's, like you say, it's definitely kind of up to your mental fortitude in many ways. I know that I personally prefer to push one key as high as possible, get a break, go back to a lower key again, and start pushing that back up, just kind of mentally reset. But I know that other players, when they lock in, they are locked in, and they just prefer to get low keys out of the way and then just be able to push high keys, be challenged, be on the alert the entire time. So it's definitely interesting to see what they all decide to do. And like you say, having 5 hours, it's not a lot of time in all reality to push. Even if it's just 3 keys compared to 5, it's still 3 keys that you have to try to push as high as possible. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how each team decides to go about this. And we see here how the French team they're approaching the 3rd mini-boss, the last one before engaging the 2nd boss. Interestingly, we have 2 dungeons in this pool that actually only have 3 bosses. Wait, I'm just realizing that Mist of Eternal Scythe also only have 3 bosses. Was this by design, Marielia? Are we doing only dungeons with 3 bosses?
It's not specifically about the boss count, but we did choose the dungeons with the shortest timers. So all 3 of these dungeons, City of Echoes, Dawnbreaker, and Mist of Eternal Scythe, have 30-minute timers, which, one, is going to make our scoring really easier later if we get to a tiebreaker, and suddenly you have to calculate, okay, well, you have 5 seconds less on this dungeon. It just makes life easy for admins. But also from a participant standpoint, they're nice little bite-sized bits. One of the things we want to avoid with the 5-hour timer is feeling like you're getting stuck, right? And the idea that, it's only 3 bosses, we can just quickly get that done. It's 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there, 12-minute timer for a low key. I think we'll see teams more quickly bounce back in the event that they have, a catastrophic wipe, because they're not going to wipe 5 bosses in and suddenly be like, oh, well, now we have to run that whole dungeon again. So, trying to just take care of the player's mental a little bit, make it easy on us when we score things later, also make it good for the viewers because we're going to get to change up the POVs much more frequently. We like to follow a dungeon, see how it goes, at least the first time that it appears in the weekend, and then we follow another dungeon and it goes, and we're not stuck watching one dungeon for 45 minutes,
Absolutely. Personal preference, last AFDL that I casted, there was a lot of Everbloom. And there was a lot of Sanguine in Everbloom. And for a vast majority of my time on the deck, it was just talking about the green on red. So I'm very happy we're going to have a more varied lineup. So thank you for that.
You absolutely got the short end of the stick at that last clash. For whatever reason, all of the teams decided that while Ease is casting, we are going to get our Everbloom keys done. Like, every single team. And then the next day, no one went to Everbloom. It was wonderful. This time, you will see less green, a lot more purple. Just purple everywhere because, the void. But purple in different locations.
Exactly. And different shades as we get into mists as well. It's purple-ish, right? But it's more like that teal blue. It's lovely. I want to do a couple shout-outs here because, first of all, I just see Superfun in chat saying that they want to bring back Everbloom, and I'm sorry. I can't stand behind that. But we also have a couple other chats here. Jalthris would love us to shout out Luis from... I'm actually not sure what team this is. I would assume maybe Ukrainian?
I believe it's AE.
All right, well, there you go.
I think it's the French team.
Yep. The French team. Well, shout out to Luis at from Jalthris, who's his secret favorite healer. So let's go. We also have some AAE team members in chat, and Tacarino is shouting out to Ukraine. To the legend Loco, the rogue on the Ukrainian WoW team. So shout out to Loco. I also want to shout out one of our partners, Chaos Creative, is a production agency that brings this entire thing on. They're brought together by a team of passionate professionals who help gaming and esports communities take their events and content to the next level. Whether it's online, in person, or hybrid, no matter what your event looks like, their incredible team can help you manage the chaos. So reach out on social media at Chaos Creative GG or go to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your big ideas to life. Maybe you'll get to work with Mariella in your future esports event.
Oh my gosh. Showing everybody off behind the curtain. I mean, it's not really a surprise at this point, but yes, we run production, we cast, we do cool things. I love the AFDL. It's probably one of my favorite things that we get to do, honestly, in a year. It's just great fun. The community is awesome. The keys are good. You know, MDI, it's like, okay, cool. You got all these guys running keys, better than I'll ever be. But it's nice to see some, like, reasonable aspirational play every once in a while. You know what I mean? I think that's why I love community events like this so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, these are not people who, their job is not playing WoW, right? They have a very real job, which we are all so appreciative that they're doing. But they are still people who are committed, right? And so we get that mix of people who are really pushing themselves while not being at an unattainable level for those of us watching who really like to play Mythic Plus as well. And so, like you mentioned earlier, we see both the Ukrainian and New Zealand team back in Arakara. They +3 that. They're both on +8s, both on the first boss. They're pretty neck and neck at this point, which is always fun to see. The timers look also just about the same. It's very interesting. I love when we have teams right next to each other like this. So happy. I just want to shout out the score screen here. No static images here. We got the lovely Dawnbreaker church, and you see some disgusting flies in the Arakara. And, I mean, Turner Scythe is just always beautiful to look at. So I'm excited to actually get to see some Turner Scythe. It is.
There we go. It looks like the French army of air and space has successfully completed their first key. We'll wait for the official call from admins to verify when they check the logs, but a little bit behind the curve, they have done it. I'm curious to see whether they go straight back into a Dawnbreaker or decide to go elsewhere. Of course, we have NZDF and UAW in Arakara. Both, as you said, really neck and neck. I'm trying to see if we can get the side-by-side going here, because my goodness, that is a close race.
It really is. And to your point about our French Army of Air and Space, while they had to restart, the other two teams are just on the... Oh no, they're both... I'm so sorry, they both finished the second boss. I was going to say they finished the first boss of the dungeons. That's not true. So they are falling behind a little bit. It is not to the point where it's not recoverable, because let's be honest, there's probably going to be some mistakes as we get up in higher keys. Like we said, +5 is when you want to have those mistakes happen, if they're going to happen. And we're taking a closer look here at Ukrainian WoW as they are closing in again on the final boss of Arakara. And Ukrainian WoW is a community that more than 2,400 players in the 30-plus guilds to date. They are a big organization community, and their mission is to popularize WoW esports and unite Ukrainians across the EU realms. They shine a spotlight on Ukrainian YouTubers and streamers, and they organize tournaments, raising money, and even developing their own add-on which translates WoW to Ukrainian. So if you are from Ukraine and you're looking for a community, reach out to them. They would love to have you. And this is... Right now, I don't think they're going to have too many issues on an 8, but pulling these two together, this big hauler and these two overseers, if the overseers do their little circles on the ground at the same time as the hauler stuns you, it can get very dicey as you get caught in one of these circles here. We're getting the stun right after this time. You're going to get one shot on those circles. You're not surviving that unless...
Just straight up. You will die.
You will die unless you're a paladin. You can and bop, but you will die.
I enjoy those mechanics. I'm always slightly controversial for really enjoying just like insta-death failure mechanics, because I would rather know that I fucked up. You know what I mean? I'd rather that instantaneous feedback rather than like the group just having to be like, oh, I can't tell where that damage is coming from for the next 5 minutes until the fight's over, and then I can check the logs eventually to realize that I made a mistake. No, it's like, you screwed up, man. You stepped where you should not have stepped, and you have been punished. It really teaches that lesson, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is fun when you can have those, when you have to weigh the pros and cons, especially in that pack that we just saw. I'm interested to see how many of those packs we'll see as they go higher. Is it worth having that risk of insta-death if you can go that much faster? And on a competition like this, when you are pressed for time, you only have 5 hours, that might just pay off. If you manage to save a couple minutes, that could be the difference between either getting another key in before regulation time is over, or, like you said, if we're getting tiebreakers, a couple minutes could really save you. Ooh, we see a death. Someone did not respect the insta kill as they get sucked in. They thought on 8, that's nothing. We're fine. They were fine. They still plus 3'd it.
They still achieved the mission.
Exactly. At this point, maybe it's a worthy death just to save a few more seconds to get the boss down. A Ukrainian WoW finishing Arakara. They're +8, and we'll see if they move into +11 or take a little break and go into Dawnbreaker or turn a scythe.
Yes, and for those who are watching, we are going to be running a quick bunch of Twitch ads. As you know, Twitch has made the shift to it's more beneficial to run the ads during the event, and you get skip pre-roll ads, etc., etc. So if you're, one of those people who just would rather watch the Mythic Plus uninterrupted, you can, of course, always drop a sub. Subs get to skip the ads, but for everybody else, we'll be right back. And if you're still here, guess what? You're awesome. We like you.
We really are.
The AFDL.
We like you a lot.
You guys are the best, all right? Of all of the chat, we love you the most.
Oh, yes. You know
I
what?
don't know if I can say
the people who aren't here,
we
they will never know you said that. Unless they check the VODs. Ooh.
Oh, you know what? If they check the VODs and come at me for it, I'll take it. I'll take it. That means they checked the VODs.
And you know what? That means that they are also your favorite kind of viewer, because
you know what I
they're
mean?
also
They
hearing
can redeem themselves into my favoritism.
And I do want to shout out one of those people who did subscribe, Ryan Moore. Thank you for your Prime subscription. Go Air Force. Yes, indeed. We're a little late for this shout out, but thank you for that subscription.
Yes, we love everyone in chat. You guys are all wonderful. Ukraine's getting ready to start another key. New Zealand taking a little bit longer. They did finish after the Ukrainian team, but looks like we gotta set some settings. I believe we were having an issue with their logs, which are important for verifying these runs and timers later on. Meanwhile, the French Air Force still just trucking, dodging the giant Chaos Orb, and moving their way back down. These are. I like how simple these dungeons are.
Yeah, I mean
Panasua.
I'm really a fan of all the bosses this season. There's definitely some trash packs that can get pretty problematic, but Dawnbreaker is, I think, aside from the bugginess of travel and sometimes the boats being a little hit or miss, the actual encounters are excellent. Really good for healers to get to flex. There's some unavoidable damage that you're just going to have to heal through. Ooh, we're playing very close here. I like it. I love watching this Shaman play from our French team. And we had this someone chatting about this in stream. There's actually, you can see this French player, this healer, this Shaman healer, is using Steady Flight instead of using Dragon Riding. I know our next caster, Sean, or Drex, Sean from Recruit a Friend, who's coming on here after us, is a big proponent in general of Steady Flying. Chad, if you hear this, you need to ask him about his opinions on dynamic flight because he's wrong. That's just a fact.
Ooh, is this a point of contention? Are we gonna have to bring this up?
I think we do. I think we need to make sure that Sean gets to hear exactly why he's wrong on dragon riding. But I do see the appeal of having steady flight in Dawnbreaker because it's a little easier to control as you travel between boats to get that precise landing, and it is also sped up in here, so you're actually moving much faster than just the 350%. 310, oh my goodness, 310 that you would have normally on a steady flight. You actually get around 600% flying here, I think. So you're not losing any time, but getting that extra precision. So could be worth checking out if you ever find yourself in a Dawnbreaker again.
All right, I'm going to risk it for a biscuit, Ease, and I'm going to tell you, the first time I logged back into my druid and went to bird form and had to dragon ride, I sort of lost my mind. I was very concerned for a while until I remembered that you could switch modes back to the default. But then you can't actually switch back to the default until you've completed, what is it? The basically the original, like, oh my god, what am I doing? Flight Master achievement equivalent.
Yeah.
And I used to love bird form as a druid specifically for my ability to, like, just kind of fly up and go perch on little stuff and get cool camera shots and be I appreciated that. And so I may have to be, I don't know if I'm a Boomer Flight as Biss girl. I do like dragon riding for, general travel, but Pathfinder, thank you. That is the word I was looking for. But as a druid with a bird form that's kind of weird, I don't know. It's tough.
I do love seeing Sean in here in chat, making sure we're all right. I love that he's calls it Boomer Flights and Zoomer Flight. I mean,
it's great.
Either way, I appreciate you in the chat, Sean. I'm excited to watch you cast right after us. And apparently 420 is the new baseline. Who would have thought? I haven't used it since Dragonflight came out, so I don't know what that says about me. We are having some issues here, it seems like, with our New Zealand team. Maybe it is with the logs, I think. Hopefully we'll see them back in here soon. For now, we're seeing Ukrainian WoW back in Arakara. They already have 4 deaths by the first boss. Not a huge issue yet. Actually, like you said, Morelia, because we're not running Salatath's Guile on any of these keys, there's still only a 5-second death penalty rather than the 15 when you start hitting that +7 keys, which can really save you quite a lot of keys. And we see here they're making pretty quick work of Avanox, this first spider boss in Arakara. They're on an 11, which means that things are starting to take a little bit longer. We have both Tyrannical and Fortified, which means that bosses won't die quite as quickly. And they're soaking all the orbs here expertly. Not a single... one orb seemed to have reached the boss, which increases the boss damage by 10%, which means you really need to soak these, especially as you get higher on Tyrannical. If a boss that has a tank buster gets, I don't know, even 3 or 4 stacks, it gets really dangerous for a tank, especially if you don't have any big CDs left. 1 stack is fine, especially on an 11. It seems like this team has decided here to just kind of CC the crawlers in the back here, and at 13% decided that, you know what, we can finish this boss before the ads reach the boss. See a in-cap totem there, and they're just sending this boss to oblivion, if we would like to use some void speak here.
Lovely. I appreciate that. I wish that I could speak the wonderful Eldritch language that all of our void spawn in World of Warcraft have historically spoken, but I can't. That would be fun. That would be fun.
Just play the BIS class, Shadow Priest, like me, and you can just pop Void Form and start speaking. It's great.
True. That's cool. That's very cool. New Zealand does look like they are getting back in the game. It was some continued issues with their logs, but looks like those may now be resolved. So they're getting back into their key in the background.
Good
while Ukraine
news.
continues to progress.
Yes. Always good thing for our French team. Anytime the other teams are spending on fixing issues means that they have more time to catch up. But Ukrainian team here is working their way through the trash between first and second boss. These blood guards that they're pulling here, the big old spiders, Anubarak looking mobs, are kind of, they can be tricky as they actually decrease the damage taken by all other adds, but because they have so much more health, by the time you've finished the big blood guard, the other adds usually are dead. You see here that it actually looks like the other adds die quite a lot quicker than this blood guard, but it is good to know that if you are not main targeting the blood guard, a lot of your damage is being wasted. Cleave is always good, obviously, but if you're main targeting another, maybe the caster, which you would think should die quick, these assistants here, or web mages, when one of those blood guards are up, you're wasting a lot of damage that could be that is mitigated by these mobs. I love that we have the actual Ukrainian WoW Twitch channel in here chatting. Indeed, go, our UA WoW poggers, let's go. And Kaboom is a little sad because he can't give pep talks or fireworks. They can't see them since Kaboom is on NA servers and all the teams are either on EU or Oceanic. At least we can see the fireworks, Kaboom, and we appreciate them. Thank you for your service.
That is why we have the Kaboom Cam this weekend, okay? I wanted to make sure that the love of fireworks could be shared amongst everybody.
Exactly. And really, if you don't appreciate lovely color bursting in the air, then why are you playing WoW? It's all about color splashes and that dopamine of clickety-clacks. That's really why we all play this game, isn't it?
The dopamine of clickety-clacks. That's a great phrase. I don't know why, but I love that.
And I'm
just
not talking about the
pressing satisfaction.
Exactly, and seeing lights flash up. I'm not talking about the clickety-clacks of these spiders as they walk along or use their pincers. I'm talking about the mechanical keyboards, or any keyboard really. You don't have to be mechanical, but the clickety-clacks. Love that dopamine. Keeps me going.
These teams have a while to keep going themselves. There is now how long left in regulation play? We still have a good amount of time on the clock. We're almost, oh no, we are now past the first half hour. So 4.5 remain in regulation time today. Everybody's making good progress. The scoreboard does need an update, but you can see teams have done really well. Now, I will say one thing to consider is the fact that the French Army of Air and Space only +2'd their Dawnbreaker, whereas NZDF and UAWW both +3'd their 5s. So that's what they're running now. That single key difference can make a huge impact when it comes to the end of the day. For those of you who are not familiar, when you get to the end of regulation time, your dungeon can be finished. Oh, hang on. I'm being corrected. It seems that the French team may have actually +3'd their key.
I was going to say, it looks like they're currently running an 8. I don't see them not +3ing a 5, as they look like they're currently +3ing an 8. I would be very surprised if that was indeed the case.
We're going to paranoid check that because it's a good point. I'm just going off of the information that I've got, so let's double check that.
I'm getting a confirmation here in our little server chat, and it looks like we do indeed have a +3. There was a log error.
All right. All right. You know what? That's what happens when it's day one and teams are just getting connected. Logs, man. Logs are the worst part of running a Mythic Plus tournament, I gotta say.
That's right. But you know what? It's worth it. We want to make sure that these competitions are being run fairly, that there's no inconsistencies going on between teams. So that's why we keep doing it. We do indeed see, like you were mentioning here, the New Zealand team is back in Arakara, again on that 11, same as Ukrainian WoW, engaging the first boss. And they're a little behind as far as where they're at in the dungeon, but I think time-wise, they look like they're making pretty good time. Only 4 minutes into the dungeon and already engaging this first boss. That's a good... they've made good time, I have to say. So I'm excited to see how far we get with the New Zealand team. I don't think I saw the New Zealand team last time I casted, which means I have a soft spot for Oceanic in general. I have good friends down there. I spent some time, and I love seeing some different nationalities represented in this tournament. So I'm excited to see how far they go. They look like they are not having any issues with this 11 as they're using CCs on these ads and just really taking it really chill on this boss, it looks like. No issues with soaking the orb so far either. Or I spoke too soon. 1 orb going in, 2 orbs? Are we getting 3 orbs on this boss? Or are they able to, with a cute little kite, the boss managed to get 3 stacks still. So we'll probably see a little bit of damage going out on this tank here. Not an issue though. Yeah. We were having to see... we don't have a healing meter from this tank POV, which, I mean, standard tank, why would they care? But I would have loved to see how much that healer had to heal with 30% damage increase on a tyrannical 11 when that AoE damage came out. It's already kind of dangerous just by itself. So having 3 stacks of 30% damage increase is always a little scary. So it looks like we changed perspective here.
I'm trying to see if we have a healing meter on any of these. For a team that has many meters up, are any of them healers? Is a good question that I'm going to try and answer.
This Retri, Artonius, it looks like HPS there on the left-hand side. That's the healer meter, I think.
There it is. There it is.
Yep. Just a cute 16 million HPS. That seems... Although, no, my bad. That's it. I was like, there's no way. Just set up differently. 1 million HPS and just total 35. That makes much more sense.
You know what? Like I said, logs are the worst part. There's too much math involved.
Too much math. Ain't that the truth? I'm loving all this team pride in the chat. Charlotte, the Kiwi, unsurprisingly cheering on for our New Zealand team, our wonderful New Zealand Defense Force. Thank you for being here and supporting. And our AAE right behind, making sure that they are supportive as well. I feel like I'm really intrigued to see when we start seeing some Mists of Turnus Scythe keys, as we are having that Ascendant affix there, which we did see a brief preview on for the French team, but that's all about CCing the orbs, which is always an interesting setup if that also just kind of becomes a healer affix, or if people actually decide to help out.
I enjoy Mists of Turnus Scythe, and teams are allowed to use maze-solving weak auras, so we will probably see a lot of nice, speedy runs in that dungeon. Definitely one of my favorite from Shadowlands, and as you said earlier, it is absolutely stunning.
It really is. I mean, there's all the Shadowlands dungeons in my opinion, are pretty top tier. I have a soft spot for the other side myself, so I can't wait to see that in future seasons. But Mists is it's good. I enjoy Mists, so I can't wait to see some teams in there making sure that the Mace gets done and that they can play again, because it's so much fun. Let's do it again.
There's so much to be aware of with all of these ads and all of the orbs flying around. It's not as close corridors as some sections of the Dawnbreaker, like you mentioned earlier, where your camera can just get stuck through a wall because everything is so closed in. There's definitely a lot more space in the City of Echoes, but the hallways themselves are still pretty narrow. Like, you can butt pull things without really realizing quite easily.
And as the New Zealand team is getting closer to this second boss, there can be a pretty nasty overlap if you have to, during the intermission, when the boss basically makes the entire room uninhabitable aside from a circle that moves around the boss. If you at that time get the wonderful orbs of Oblivion to spawn towards the boss, if they are out in the no-no zone, you're kind of screwed. Either you have to pop a defensive.
If you don't have a way to pick those up, then it's not going to be going well for you.
No, your tank can try and do a little bit of a kiting of getting the boss inside the circle. Can be risky with the frontal, but it is possible. And this team does both have a paladin and a hunter that definitely could pop a little defensive, a immunity, and just run through the storm. It is dangerous because it applies a dot that gets, if you have more than 2 or 3 stacks, it really chunks you. So I'm intrigued to see here. We just had one of the affixes go off, so we have a little bit while left until we actually get another one, but there's no guarantee that it won't happen in this intermission. If you haven't done Arakara before, this second boss is dangerous in a few different ways. This burrow charge right here, we actually see a death. We see 2 deaths.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how this UI works. 2 deaths. Both the tank and the hunter died with a nice quick double CR from this paladin. The tank came back up, but the hunter accepted the CR in this no-no zone and, like you saw, died quickly again. On an 11, I think they're still fine to complete, but they will be losing a fair amount of time on this boss. That is not what we want to see, Mariella.
No, that is not where you want to be if you're trying to keep good time and accepting a res in, as you say, the no-no zone. Not great. Not great. Definitely something you want to hold on to for more opportune moments. Whether one of those moments was actually going to arrive, I'm not sure, but they are going to have to 4-man the rest of this fight. The boss is sitting at just over 50% health, so as long as nobody else has a catastrophic mistake, it should be doable, but it's going to take them longer than they anticipated.
Yeah, and we saw both those deaths were due to a charge, a burrowing charge, that if you don't have a defensive up, you will die, especially on Tyrannical. And some classes, like a Warlock or a Mage that has a Blink or Teleport, you're able to sidestep and be fine. Other classes just going to have to take it to the face. And I think what happened there is they were both a little bit too close to the wall and got double tapped by the charge and then again when they hit the wall. So either way, they are starting to clean this up. That is a good theory. I mean, it's happened to me. I've died on this boss a little too many times to that charge. So I'm just assuming they did what I accidentally did. Thankfully, they have pretty mobile classes here with all these swirlies going around these infestations. If you stand in them for too long, you start racking up those stacks, and you'll take a lot of damage. So with mobile classes like a Hunter and Death Knight and Paladin, you'll be good just being able to continue to move around. But they seem to, without a DPS, they're still good. They're finishing this boss strong.
Yeah, boss 2 goes down without an issue, other than their one dead teammate, who I'm sure they will res promptly before moving on. There it is, finally, the actual completion noise that we all know and love. Hunter is back, and the team is ready to keep going. I did not see at the beginning of this run, have we noticed who their tailor is? Oh, wow. That answered my question instantly.
It sure did. Very useful here, as a tailor can, around the dungeon there are these corpses that you can interact with, and you see this extra action button that actually stuns a mob for 10 seconds. Very powerful, especially on this Overseer here, as we mentioned earlier. It can be very dangerous when all these swirlies start coming out. These drones here also slow the tank, so unless you have a freedom, which we have from both the tank and the retribution here, it can be kind of sketchy if you're at 70% decreased movement speed and these swirlies come out. So you gotta be play it a little bit defensive to make sure you don't get caught in these webs. But they don't seem to have any issues at all.
I didn't get to see on the Ukrainian team either whether they were taking advantage of the tailoring buff, so it's definitely something we'll want to go back and look at. When we get back to the quad after this dungeon, let's see where they're going. I love these just little pulls, right? You just want to get everything, cleave it down, keep moving, stutter step forward ever so slowly. Lots of numbers.
Sure
they make for great clips.
They really do. I do love that the clip that we have during the countdown is from previous AFDLs, and I think someone mentioned in chat before we came on, Mariella, that one of the clips in that loop is someone dying. And they got called out for it.
Yes. I can also say that we have just had our wonderful partner, Raider.io. They've managed to get us up on the front page. So we're going to be there all weekend trying to bring in some more Mythic Plus viewers who enjoy content and want something to do. Our partners at Raider.io are always fantastic. They're amazing. We thank them so much. And if they're here lurking in chat, hello, hello.
We thank you very much. Love being on the front page. And if somehow you're in chat and you don't know what Raider.io is, it's the go-to PvE platform for Mythic Plus players. It's really that easy. You can track, they actually track millions of hours of Mythic Plus runs, and they support community events, working hand-in-hand with Blizzard for the MDI, and Raider.io has become a household name for Warcraft players. So welcome if you haven't heard of them. So go to Raider.io and join their incredible community. They're very helpful if you're trying to improve your gameplay, as you can check other people's runs, see what they're running, their comps, their talents, their gear. Very useful.
Yeah, really good set of tools in order to take your stuff to the next level. Teams still progressing very slowly. I will say, one of the things that I've noticed in the dungeons for the War Within, for the most part, again, this isn't like a blanket statement, but the trash between bosses and mini-bosses is very subdued, I think, compared to what we got in a lot of the Dragonflight dungeons.
Yeah, in what way do you mean that they're just not as flashy? Or when you say subdued, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I think it's a combination of, like, not as flashy, but also just, they're very, like, okay, do some trash, keep moving on. It feels like they're there for you to progress, whereas, in a way, a lot of the Dragonflight trash felt like set dressing, or felt like sort of, I don't know, like they were designed to give more context to the dungeons and the characters that were inside them. They were more, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for, like present. You know, they were more part of the lore building experience of running through a dungeon. They had voice lines, they had all kinds of stuff. And there was also weird, I mean, the mini bosses were just great. I think they were just I don't know. I feel like there's a different vibe to dungeons in the War Within than there was in Dragonflight, and I don't know. I don't know how to articulate that.
No, I think you're right. Even the ones that are meaningful as far as the dungeon run, how it actually practically runs and how it is to play. Like in Dawnbreaker, for example, we have those mini bosses. They don't really mean anything, right? They're there and they do a lot of damage.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
They're there, you fight them, but like, I don't remember their names. I don't know, what relation they have to the big bosses, right? Whereas you think of like Ruby Life Pools and the mini bosses in that dungeon.
Yeah.
I remember those interactions more. I don't know. It's just something different.
Absolutely. No, I think you're right. I don't know if it's... in many ways, I feel like the shift has gone to the last bosses in many ways. For example, Arakara, the only really meaningful boss in here is this final one that talks all about, this is where the ascension process comes from. This is where the black blood comes to make sure that more Nerubians can become ascended. And I feel like for a lot of the War Within dungeons, it's really more about the last boss and their impact on the run as a whole. It's an interesting take. I never thought about that. Either way, we see here
some dungeon philosophy for everybody on this fun Friday.
Exactly. We see here as our New Zealand Defence Force finish up their Arakara 11. I think a +2. I couldn't really see in this UI. No, I didn't see. This one UI didn't really show anything. It looks like a +2 on that other UI, so they might be moving into a 13. Who knows? We still see our French Army of Air and Space still in Dawnbreaker on an 11. And, shocker, we also have the Ukrainian WoW team now moving into Dawnbreaker on their +5, taking a bit of a break from those +11s.
Deciding to kind of table Tierna Scythe for a little bit, which, makes sense. Tierna Scythe is just a good pick-me-up dungeon later, I think. So getting these two that are more familiar to everybody, right, their current content makes a lot of sense. That being said, the Ukrainian team has been enjoying some spicy pulls in the background here.
Yeah, I mean, on a 5, you can really just afford to pull as much as you want, right? And so... I don't know that I saw a Shadow Priest previously. Maybe I just blanked that out, but it looks like they are now switched in a Shadow Priest. Were they that the whole time? Maybe I'm just blanking on my memory.
We can double check. I think the priest was there. I think Ukraine has been running a priest. Or were they running 2 paladins? See, now you've got me paranoid thinking about it. No, we have the shaman, we have the rogue, we have the paladin. I think the priest was there. I'm going to place a vote. Anyone who's in chat and has a clip that proves me wrong, you get 5 brownie points. But I think the priest was there. Oh, they switched the hunter! They switched the hunter! This is why, chat, congratulations, 5 brownie points to Tacarino. You get added to my favorites list for the day.
Either way, on that note, it'd actually be worth noting that these teams are allowed to have a larger roster than just 5, and so not only can players switch classes, but you're actually allowed to switch freely compared to previous AFDLs, as now it's only a 1-day, a 5-hour journey. If you need to switch players, you are allowed to, as much as you want. I think that's correct, Morelia? Yep.
That's correct. In previous AFDLs, because we've had a full weekend of play, even though teams were allowed to submit a 10-man roster, they could only actually activate 7 players on any good day. They would show up and they'd say, hey, here's my 7 who are playing today, the 5 main, the 2 subs. But because we've condensed this down to a single day of play, being able to activate your 10-man roster is a big strategic change, and I'll be curious to see if any of the teams take advantage of that this weekend or not. Some teams choose to only register their main 5, and they say, no, we've got our core team. Come hell or high water, we're going to be there to play. we're going to run. And other teams are like, nope, we've got our, we want to be able to have some flexibility. Oh, so-and-so's not feeling great today, so we're going to bring someone else in to help pump the meters a little bit. It's a different choice for every team. And, oh,
yes.
Oh, I have something to show you. We are going to get to see a Tierna Scythe.
Really? Look at that. New Zealand decided that, you know what, that plus 11, that's all we need. We're now heading into a plus 5. We're moving into Tierna Scythe. And I just want to, before we start talking about that, I just want to shout out Dr. Jones, who just gifted 5 Tier 1 subs. If you got one of those subs gifted to you, give him a thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jones, for all that you do for the AFDL. That is so generous of you. So we now have, like you said, we have seen 2 plus 2 11s. Ukrainian WoW plus 2'd their Arakara 11, just as our New Zealand team did. They both decided to, you know what, plus 11 is enough. We're going into plus 5s, but 2 different keys. So we're having Dawnbreaker, and then we have Mr. Tierna Scythe, while our French team is continuing on their plus 11 Dawnbreaker, finishing the last boss here, getting into the last phase where you can actually, after you cross the bridge, you can just fly to the last path, the last little pad. You don't have to follow the boss. It looks like, they're currently on the right track to plus 2, they're 11. So I'm excited to see if they're all following the same path of plus 2ing and 11. That means all teams would be on equal foot ground. That's not a thing. Either way.
Equal foot ground. Yes, equal foot ground. We're sticking with it.
We're sticking with it. I want to see a lust here. I don't see a debuff on. Yeah, there it is. I love seeing that. And this French team is going to make quick work of Rashanan here. It looks like they still have 5 minutes until they're missing plus 2. So no issues here at all finishing a plus 2. So let's have a look at our New Zealand team moving into Mists here. What do you think? How are they gonna maneuver through the maze? Are we gonna see a lot of extra pulls through the walls?
Oh, that's a good question. The what do we want to call it? The invisible wall strat right there, where you can just snap everything to you. That would be very fun. That would be thoroughly enjoyable. I don't know whether that's still actually possible on. Is it still possible? I know they patched some things.
Mm-hmm. If certain classes can still pull through the walls to get some extra packs, not all classes can do that. I know for a fact warlocks and druids can do it. I'm not. I think hunters are also able to do it actually. So we could see some hunter action from the New Zealand here as they step into that. But on a 5, I don't know that it's worth it. It might be quicker to just get through the maze. Just get through the maze, and then in the last section of the dungeon, just pull a bunch of worms. I think that might be a better call.
Yeah, at the low key level, it you might want to save that. Oh, I have secret tech for that. Chat seems to have some extra thoughts. We'll have to see what happens here. We will have to see what happens. But you can take a look at the Ukrainian team and the French team having just finished their Dawnbreakers respectively. I imagine Ukraine will go back in.
You think so?
Ukraine for sure. They've only done a 5. They'll go back. But the French team, they've just done their 11. Do they choose to go for Arakara? Or Mists, I suppose. They still haven't done that dungeon either.
It looks... it's in French as well, so it doesn't help at all. Even if I could read it, I realize I won't be able to know what dungeon they're doing. So we'll just have to wait and see. We're not currently seeing any extra wall pulls here. This is usually the pack where a hunter in the Mists of Eternal Scythe would pull in an extra pack, just because you're only fighting 2 mobs. It's definitely worth getting more uptime on mobs if you can just cleave them down. It looks like they're just going for a very straightforward run here, and that's all right. You know what? That's fine. I am also intrigued by both Panoswa and Happy King says that they have some secret tech. I assume for Mists. I would love to hear. Yeah, we're getting a request here for the plus or plus on the scoreboard. That is not currently a possibility. I think maybe our production team can do some magic here, but we do have it. The scoreboard is not currently up to date. We have a couple +5s or a +5, I should say, for our Ukrainian WoW team. They just +5'd a Dawnbreaker. We need that updated, and pretty soon we'll see a +5 for Mists of Eternal Scythe as well.
I'm working on getting you those special key completion marks.
Look at you. Marielia is doing everything today. The real MVP today, I would say. That'd be it. At this point, you're in chat. They're saying it doesn't matter for score. In the end, it might matter for score if it's a tiebreaker. It also just helps. It's an easy overview to see where teams are at. Right now, they've all done a +2, which they're all currently on the same level. We're actually seeing the French army of air and space going into our first 13 of the competition. I am wondering here, Marielia, I don't know if this is intended. They are currently having both Fortified and Tyrannical. I don't see Salatat's Bargain. Do we need to tell them?
That is correct.
Do we need to?
Hang on.
Is that not possible to put on keys above 12, perhaps?
You might be right. We need to check the affixes of this key. The Mists of Eternal Scythe, Fortified, Tyrannical. I'm looking at the French team as well. Fortified and Tyrannical, no bargain.
If I've understood correctly, I don't know that it's actually possible to put a Salatat's Bargain on +12s. I haven't been on Tournament Realms. On live servers, that would never exist. But I don't know if on Tournament Realms it is possible to send that on there. If it is, we're going to have to ask the French team to restart their key again and add Salatat's Bargain back on that key. We are doing some...
It should definitely be possible. We did test this before the tournament started, so this looks like it could just be a missed key from both teams. Today is the day. Today is the day for cursed keys, man.
Are we seeing another team as well having the wrong?
Team. Yeah, the New Zealand team is only showing... Oh, no, but they're only in a +5. They're only in a +5, so they're okay. So it's just the French team that's missing theirs.
We need to reach out to them. They seem to have been... Yep, that's very unfortunate. Hope maybe a miscommunication that they thought that because on live, on +12s, that doesn't exist. They just assumed that wouldn't be present on +12s in this tournament.
It's also a matter of habit, right? Like, we know we've created a crazy rule set. For those of you who have just tuned in, we've got special rules going for this weekend. You get a single affix, a single bargain, as well as Fortified and Tyrannical. That's where you start at Keystone level 5. When you hit level 10, you add the opposite of Fortified or Tyrannical, and then keys stay the same from that point on. There is no Challenger's Peril. There is no Zalatath's Guile. So, definitely unfortunate for the French team to have it happen to them twice. I am certain that teams are going to absolutely be paranoid checking their keys before they trigger the Font of Power going forward.
And this is still the first 13 we see with both Tyrannical and Fortified. it won't be more difficult for them. It looks like they got the message. They are hearthing out, and they will be restarting this key. We hate to see it, but it is what it is. OG Nightfall, thank you for your subscription with Prime. We appreciate the support, and now you don't have to watch any ads. So you get to hang around with us when we start getting to that point. We are currently past the first hour of regulation time. We got 3 hours, 50 minutes left on the clock. Each team, if you're joining us, gets 5 hours to push 3 keys as high as possible, starting at +5s. Currently, the highest keys we have seen are +11s. All 3 teams have done a +2 on an 11, with Ukrainian WoW and New Zealand Defense Force both +2ing an 11 Arakara, with the French Army of Air and Space +2ing an 11 Dawnbreaker. We are currently in the process of updating our scoreboard here. The little asterisks shows how many pluses they did. Like you see, we just see that Ukrainian WoW +3, they're 5 Dawnbreaker, they're currently in a +8 Dawnbreaker. And wow, we are getting so many subs. Dad Gamer New Zealand, thank you for the 10 tier 1 sub gifted to the community. That is amazing. Give a shout out to Dad Gamer New Zealand for that if you got a sub from him. We also see Yoku
as well.
Yes, thank you for the sub. 6 months in advance. Hang on.
Whoa! Hold on. Hold on.
Is that a 6-month sub?
Absolute legends you guys are. For everyone who does not know, the AFDL is run entirely by a team of volunteers, and we subsist on the donations that you guys are able to provide. They go towards the operating costs for the league and to our charitable incentives. Of course, right now we are running a charity incentive for children's cancer research at Vanderbilt. So thank you so much. We really appreciate all of you. I hope you are entertained by the action that we have for you this weekend. Don't forget, it goes on all day tomorrow and all day Sunday. This is only 3 of our 10 teams.
That's accurate. We have 4 more teams on Saturday and 3 more teams on Sunday, I think. Or the other way around. Either way, 7 more teams coming up. And if you're intrigued and you've always kind of been interested in esports and Mythic Plus, maybe specifically Mythic Plus, but the AFDL also runs other tournaments like Rocket League and League of Legends tournaments. If you're interested, we are operated by an incredible team of volunteers. So if you are interested in getting involved, you can type !volunteer in the chat and follow that link and register. We're always looking for new team members to help us grow. And so we would love to work with you. We now see the French Army of Air and Space back in a 13. They are not deterred. They're just going straight back into it now with both Tyrannical Fortified and Salatath's Bargain Void Bound. They are about to finish up this first big pack here and about to start flying between the boats. No death so far. These are pretty dangerous packs here, and 13s, even without Salatath's Guile, is no joke. These keys really start adding up as you get up there. So they are pushing through. I'm excited. Just seeing the first 13 is exciting. You know, I'm really intrigued to see how high we're going to go this weekend.
Like we said, because the key doesn't change past a 10, it really lets teams, start to, what's the word that I'm looking for? Start to kind of zone in on tiny little inefficiencies that they may have in their runs and just tighten it up every time, get a little bit better. Of course, teams are not required to max their keys out. So, for example, if you're stuck on, a key plus 10 or A plus 10. Yeah, let's just go with plus 10. It's a good number. And you don't think that your team is going to be able to handle the plus 12, you can technically wait out the timer a little bit to guarantee that you only one chest the key. Then you can go into the 11 and do it again. So an interesting potential strategy for later on in the afternoon when teams start running into that time crunch. But for those of you in chat who are saying, well, why does whether they plus 2 or plus 3 matter? That's why it matters. Teams are not able to go back and rerun a key. They are not able to downsize their key. They have to run with what they've got. And we have seen decisions made that destroy a team right at the end when they could have completed the 14, but they're stuck on a 15. It's rough.
And we are getting to that point right here, right now, with a 13. Going from a 13 to a 15, that could be a key killer right there, depending on how much preparation they've had in the past. It looks right now that this 13 is not giving our French team any issues at all, as they're just blasting through this first boss. They're getting closer to that first 50% at the intermission when they have to fly away. No issues with the tank buster on these beams. Everyone's dodging well, baiting the swirlies. That's a lot of movement right now, but they seem to be doing just fine. Tank is making sure to get out of those pools. I am intrigued to see at what point damage starts becoming an issue rather than survival. In previous AFDL seasons, at least as far as Dragonflight dungeons go, the main issue was really surviving the keys, right? If
just being able to live long enough.
That's right. And this season is less. There's still that, of course, and especially some bosses and some dungeons have a pretty strict healer requirement. But as long as you can survive, there might be an issue where you simply don't have enough damage to time the keys. And so I'm excited to see when and if we run into that issue, or if it's just going to be that there's going to be wipe fests when we start getting into those 15, 16 keys. I'm excited. It's going to be fun.
I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, neither you nor I will be on the desk at that point in the afternoon. We will be doing a caster swap for the second half, but, it's going to be good. That's why we chose this rule set, because we want to see keys that you wouldn't see otherwise. Of course, you've got the French team currently dodging the lasers, keeping it simple, spin to win. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian team is working on Roshan. I like that this is a phased boss in a dungeon. You don't get a lot of those. You get, in raids where it's, okay, here's phase 1, then you go to the intermission, then you come back. But no. They gave you a nice little intermission where you have to fly to the next section. I think that's really cool, personally, for this boss design in Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword where on hierarchies, it does give you a little bit of a breather as you kind of reset. It gives a chance for healers to regain their healing cooldowns and DPS, of course, but it can also be quite tantalizing and almost taunt you if you know that you're close to timing the key and you just have to stand there and wait for the boss to arrive, and you just see those seconds ticking down. So it's definitely a double-edged sword for sure. I have a little bit of PTSD from not Dawnbreaker, the Dawn of the Infinites, where there's so much RP and travel time where you just kind of had to wait. So this isn't too bad. I do like the fights themselves, that's for sure.
Super in chat. How about +11 instead of +11 ***? How about no? How about I could have done that, but I didn't, and I'm not changing it now.
The stars take
I love when
up
players
less
come
space.
hang out in chat. No, they definitely do not. But well, it depends. If you have the ++ and then the number, then yes, because a ++ is less than a +***. But the 2 stars is less than 2 pluses. And also, it's math. The plus is there for the adding, because that's how you get scores. So it makes total sense. My scuffed scoreboard adjustments for today are going to stand. That is the official admin decision of this moment.
I am not going to critique you at all. To your face. Can't promise. No. We
Instantly
are seeing.
starts seeing the typing chat message in the caster chat here.
Exactly. We are seeing the fact that Ukrainian WoW just completed their +8 Dawnbreaker. I wasn't quite able to see if it was a +3. I would assume by their track record that it is. It was lovely. So they're going straight into a +11 Dawnbreaker, it looks like. So we're getting double Dawnies right now, while our New Zealand team is continuing their Miss of Turnus Scythe journey. They did an easy +3 earlier and are currently in their +8. We didn't talk too much about that just because I was a little enraptured by the French team and their key mishap affixes, and now I just love watching this +13. But I am excited that we're getting some key diversity. I'm very happy about that.
Some key diversity, huh? That's a good double pun right there.
I don't get the pun. I'm not sure.
Because it's like diversity of the keys, but it's also key as in important.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's the one.
That's the one. That's the one.
I'm gonna blame ESL on this one. So,
Rianmore, thank you. You understood. You understood exactly what I was going for. I'm so proud. We need to get a quick check because I think it's censoring Raider.io in Twitch chat.
I think so too. I think it's censoring Rio, which
is an interesting choice.
Maybe there is some sort of rude word. Rio. Apparently, capital letters is fine.
Capitals works.
But maybe unclear. I was wondering earlier. Oh no, Dr. Jones is fine. I saw some
maybe
earlier.
It's because he's a mod.
It could be because he's a mod. I'm not. I'm just gonna chat in here. No, I can write it. Unclear.
What did Ryan write? That's the question. Now I have a need to know.
It has to be Rio. I don't know what else it would be. I'm
interesting. Thank you, Twitch.
Oh yeah, he can write Rio. So what did Ryan purposefully? Did you put in the asterisk specifically? Sean, you can't write Rio. Is that true? Did you just write Rio, Sean? What's happening? I'm so confused.
Raider.io.
Oh, because it's a link.
Because it's a link.
And we're not allowing
Thank
links
you.
in
See?
Here. That makes sense.
We have the best chat. Can I just say? Chat?
Yeah.
You know, you go to a lot of Twitch streams, and chat is just special. But here at the AFDL, chat is special in a good way. Chat is special in like a wholesome, look at us problem solving as a group way. I appreciate that.
It's good. We're getting a call out here that actually apparently on Rio, which we love. It's our partner. We love them. It's you could check them out and see all the benefits of logging directly to the premier platform for PvE players. Just saying. There's just numbers and the stars, so not the pluses. But you know what, Mariella? Like I said, I'm not going to critique you to your face.
I know it doesn't have the pluses, but the pluses are actually a format object in the graphic that it would take more effort for me to delete than I'm willing to put in right now. And so, they're staying. That is the lore of the AFDL plus symbol.
I love that. Either way, when we've seen all this, I was actually just about to talk about this, Ryan. You bring up a very interesting fact in chat that we see no discipline priests, which I am surprised by. We have 3 resto shamans healing for all these teams, while currently Discipline Priest is reigning supreme in high keys. We haven't quite gotten there, and I think Discipline Priests are extremely strong when you know how to play it. It does play quite differently than almost every other healer, in at least in my experience. And so, personally, I'm a Shadow Priest main. I have some choice thoughts on Discipline Priest. I won't utter those on this stream. If you're ever interested, come check out my stream, and you can hear my thoughts on Discipline Priest.
There you go. Drop the plug.
You gotta drop it. I'm not very good at it, but Gaming with Ease, come check it out. Oh, there will be a Discipline Priest tomorrow.
Oh, exciting, exciting. I enjoy that we get so much variation. Fun fact, in the rules of the AFDL, as far as rosters go, you are not allowed to spec stack. And that is the only limitation. You are allowed to class stack, you are allowed to role stack. So if you wanted to rock up with 5 tanks, you can, as long as 2 of them are not blood DKs. We allow quite a bit of freedom to our players as far as making the compositions the way they want to. And every team brings a different strategy, which is one of my absolute favorite things to watch, even though no one is running a druid today and it depresses me. You know, just we get to see every class be viable in events like this. Yeah.
I am actually a little surprised that we're having the exact tank and healer combo in all teams today, both Prot Paladin and Resto Shaman. I guess I shouldn't be surprised because they're both in very good spots. But like you said, we get a pretty good spread in these competitions. But maybe we'll see some diversity tomorrow and on Sunday. I do want to call out a little bit on our New Zealand team here. They're doing a 8 Mists, and pretty soon we'll get to hear the classic voice line about how fun it was and how Mistcaller just wants to do it again. And I have a special place in my heart for this Fae creature right here. I'm not going to say it's a fond place in my heart, but it's definitely a special place in my heart for her.
There we go. Now you've got the appropriate Misatirna Scythe sounds from our New Zealand point of view. We will be able to hear the voice line. I really liked this fight. Actually, as a player who prefers to play without add-ons, though I understand that they are now relatively ubiquitous, I like the idea of these mechanics where you have to pay attention to what's happening around you in a wider field of view than just what's under my feet. You know what I mean? I like the mix and match, okay, can I solve it? And actually making your brain do some problem solving and not just being like, oh, click the one that glows. I like those mechanics, even if I'm alone.
No, I think that's absolutely true. I just need to actually fact check myself. I'm realizing it's not a protection paladin for New Zealand. It's a protection warrior. I just saw the paladin pink and just assumed, which we all know about assuming. You shouldn't. And so, so I'm excited to see a protection warrior. In my team, we have a protection warrior, and I do love playing the protection warrior. It gives me a lot of extra defensives, so I like that. I love seeing this pull as well, getting a big double pack here. Can't wait to see this pack that New Zealand is doing on higher keys, where there's a lot of damage going out and a lot of damage that has to be put out to make sure everything dies. On a +8, it doesn't look like New Zealand is having too many issues. It's going down so quick. There no healing, no shields for these big Gorms. Kind of close for both the Paladin and Death Knight as they get closer to the end of the pack, but they're just fine. Yeah, I've definitely had a couple mishaps in here myself. Not that I would ever be knocked off the platform. That would never happen. But
No,
I'm sure
never.
other people had that happen.
I thoroughly appreciate just being able to moose form and leap back It has probably saved my life more times than I could articulate. But, we play with the abilities that we have. And if you have the ability to save yourself, is getting knocked back even actually a mistake? I would argue perhaps not. The New Zealand teams, of course, making their way down to Ternova, the last boss of the dungeon. We are going to be jumping in to look at the French team complete this plus 13, since it is the first of today when they get to Rashanan. So, interested to see if New Zealand beats Ternova faster than the French team can get to phase 3 of their boss.
The New Zealand still has, it looks like 3 minutes on the clock. They just popped Lust to get a +3 on this 8, whereas the French team have 5 minutes to +2 this 13. The question is, will they want to go from a 13 to a 15, knowing that they will not be able to go down to a 14? We're seeing two keys here. I don't think we'll have any issues from New Zealand on this 8. They have been proving that they can +2 11s without any issues.
Yeah, Ternova's health is already sitting below 50%. Ads incoming that need to be dealt with. This health bar is just melting.
Even with the shield, the shield goes down so fast. I do think we will see Ternova going down before we enter the second phase of Rashanan. First phase of Rashanan is pretty chill, all things considered. Just make sure you don't catch your fellow teammates in this wave of goo, of poison, and make sure you grab the bombs. They're throwing the third bomb. We're actually entering intermission here on the French team almost exactly as Ternova goes down. So I'm excited to see if we can get a closer look as the French team here finishes the first +13 of the AFDL 2024 WinterClash. I'm excited. Are we going to get a +2, +1? Like you said, this is your favorite part, right, Morelia? Just the hanging out.
This is my favorite moment. If you're sitting there with no buffs, you get a moment to be like, oh crap, hey guys, rebuff please. And, just settle yourself, have a moment of peace and quiet. And then Rashanan eventually lands. And then you're good to go. It's amazing. It really looks, they've only had 3 deaths in this +13, which even without the Guile is impressive. While we're not running Guile, South has Guile, which does indeed mean that they are getting, instead of a 15-second death penalty, they're only getting a 5-second death penalty. And they're not... Challenger's Peril.
Challenger's Peril, my bad. Guile is the 10% damage increase. Either way, with that, all things considered, a 13 is still very impressive. It looks like they are going to be +2ing this 13 without any issues at all. So as long as nobody messes up and stands in something, I think we're going to see our first +13 timed.
Look at that, 62% health with 2 minutes left on the clock for the +2. But again, as you mentioned, do they really want to +2 this? 3 deaths on a +13 and still making it within the timer? I feel like a jump to a 15 without the affix shift is a reasonable expectation for this team to complete. At the same time, strategically, we're about a third of the way through playtime today. They could say, all right, everyone's probably going to get a 13 in this. Do we then want to just save a 14 in our back pocket and try pushing something else a little bit harder? And then if no one else does the 14, 15, they can just come eke out an extra point right at the end. There's a lot of strategy and metagaming that needs to happen in these teams' minds if they want to be using their time optimally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that at this point, they've had 4 deaths now, I don't think surviving the plus 15 will be too much of an issue. But with only 50 seconds on the clock, they might actually be looking at a tight timer on a 15.
Right, but a tight timer is still doable. I mean, it's a tough call. They're not going to make the plus 2 regardless, but there it goes.
They did.
34 seconds. I was convinced they were going to hold it, but they didn't.
I think either way, having a plus 13 in the bag, the French team has not left Dawnbreaker so far in this competition. So if they decide to now start stepping into Arakara and Mists, then that would give them a pretty solid, like you were talking about, having a plus 2 in the 13 can be very helpful if other teams run out of time and end up having 13s in one key and just don't have the time to get a 14 run, then it could definitely be worthwhile. And I think we have a bit of a mistype there on New Zealand 13. They are still at a plus 11, if I understand correctly, in Arakara, and a plus 8 triple plus in Mists of Turna Scythe. Either
New Zealand's
way,
score has not yet been updated.
It is currently saying plus 13 plus 2 in Arakara, which I don't think is correct. It just changed. I think it might have been intended to be the French team on Dawnbreaker.
It was.
Either way, I do think that a plus 15 is doable for this French team. They've been pushing it pretty hard. I am intrigued to see what they end up doing. We actually are back now in the plus 11s here for both Ukrainian WoW and New Zealand. The New Zealand Defense Force are pushing their 11 mists, the first high mists we've seen this competition, and they're closing in on the first boss, while the Ukrainian WoW are finishing up to get ready to pull Rashanan. They are not stopping for anything. They're going straight into the last boss of Dawnbreaker here on an 11, wanting to get that plus 2. It looks like they actually still have 2 minutes on the clock to get a plus 3 with the intermission and the flying time. I don't think there is time for Ukrainian WoW to get that plus 3, but plus 2 on this 11 Dawnbreaker should be no issues at all. It is interesting to see here now that after this key, Ukrainian WoW will already be at 2 plus 11s, whereas the French team will only have score in 1 key, albeit a 13, which is higher than anything else. And we do see them here now taking a break from the higher keys and going into Arakara plus 5.
Yeah, because of how the scoring works, having this key already sets Ukraine in first place, followed by the New Zealand. So even though the French Army of Air and Space has that plus 13, technically they are the team in third place right now. The scoreboards for how this format work will mess you up if you do not pay attention. But that does provide a little bit of a mental edge to the French Air Force, because they could then turn around and be like, well, the second we get something else done, we instantly win. You can't count them out just because they've only done one dungeon. The moment they complete this Arakara, they'll be in first place again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Actually, no, they'll have to complete a plus 8 to be in first place again.
I'm going to let you do the math. Either way, it looks like we have one of their teams, Sorgron, I assume, they are in the French team coming in and saying they did the +2. Doesn't seem entirely convinced with an afterwards if that was the right play or not. But at least we know that they have it in their back pocket, and if they decide to push themselves, then they'll be ready for that. But now we see them getting ready for this a little bit more chiller +5 Arakara.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Ukrainian team working on their +11. I want to see this timer because, again, they need the +2 in order to have a chance of tying up the French Air Force. At 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, should be imminently doable.
With only 1% left on the boss, it's a little tricky to know how fast it's going to go, since the boss is over at 60%, and the percentages move very slowly. We're at 61.4% damage, slowly moving down. 5 minutes is not going to be an issue at all for this team, and we have 1% left on this boss, and they're going to be just fine, I think.
6. I could probably count it down. 5.
You sound like
4.
the DPM voice.
Oh, everybody stopped doing damage for a second, so delayed the 3 count. Watching a boss health bar move so slowly that it's not even moving at all, and yet knowing you're making progress, it's rough.
It's deterring, and I always forget to look at the point, like 60.2 percentages. I often just look at the health bar, which doesn't have the decimal percentages, and so it just takes a really long time for me to. It just feels very slow. But the Ukrainian WoW team were able to +2 that 11. The question is, are they going to move into their third dungeon, move into Mist of Eternal Scythe to get a triple 11, or are they going to decide to do a little bit of pushing with either Arakara or Dawnbreaker 13?
I don't know. They could be feeling the pressure from the French team and decide to go back to the 13. Just to even it out so that they don't get too comfortable.
Yeah, they are switching in a balanced druid, and looks like they are deciding to go back into Dawnbreaker. Definitely a good choice with how balanced druid is currently working, how good they are in Season 1. As you get into these high keys, it's very good for balanced druids. The damage profile is extremely good when you can pull big and the mobs live for a long time. First druid we're seeing. Are you excited?
I'm excited. I love a druid. Druids are in a weird place right now. Resto druids are a little weird. But any druid is a good druid. Unless it's Cataclysm, then 50-50 shot. Depends on what raid you're in.
I was they looked like they were quite
Firelands lore
ready.
joke. Sorry, I'm good. I had to get it. I don't know why, but for those who know the lore and have been playing for a long time, they will understand my reference. For everyone else, I sound weird, and you know what? I'm okay with that.
You gotta get that Druid of the Flame in there, you know?
I do. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been playing this game for too long. That's a fact. We're seeing New Zealand making pretty good time here in this +11 Mists. They are still 8 minutes away from a +3 with only 2 bosses left. It is hard to know what stage of the maze they're at, but my wager would be that they're going to continue their trajectory of continuing the +2s of their 11s. I am excited to see this second +13 in Dawnbreaker that we're seeing from Ukrainian WoW. They're catching up on the French team as they want to make sure that they're not falling behind with the 13s. very exciting to see two teams. Are we sure that they have the correct affixes?
Let's paranoid check. It's got Void Bound, Tyrannical Fortified. Yes, they are good. Looking at Arakara, they've only got 2. They're in a +5. Looking at Mists, they've got all 3. We are happy. And you've got Kaboom, of course, lagging everything out down at the respawn point while everyone chills on the North American TR over there. Yeah, I don't know if I can do anything about that frame rate. I think it's just going to be what it's going to be.
Look, they're great fireworks, and we love to see it. What can I say?
Kaboom from the Coast Guard right over there. Always bringing the love.
Oh, yes. We love to hear it. And
guess what, Ease?
Oh, tell me.
We're in an ad break, which means all the cool people get to hang out together right now.
Oh, that's so lovely. Hello, everybody.
Only the best of chat is present. Wow.
I'm just love seeing all the chatting that we're getting here today.
Yeah, the interaction has been wonderful.
It's definitely my favorite part of the AFDL is just seeing the community come together, just around something that people have in common, right? And that's really what the AFDL is all about. If you are tuning in, I realize right now I shouldn't be reading this right now because subscribers are here, and all the subscribers know what we're doing.
Look, all you have to do, man, is stall for 28 more seconds. Then the ads will end, and then you can deliver the AFDL mission ad, and it'll just be a synchronous return. So 20 more seconds. We can stall. We can do this.
We can pretend that we're actually talking about something when in reality, right now,
10
we
seconds.
are not talking about anything at all. And that's quite impressive if you ask me. I think at this point, we are getting
And I think, Ease, that was probably the most philosophical and important thing I've ever heard anyone say in my entire life. Thank you for sharing that.
Of course. And, if you just came back from ad break and you really want to know what I said, or maybe you're just new here and you would love to know what we're even doing here, then I would love to tell you that this is the WinterClash, the 2024 WinterClash for the AFDL. And the AFDL is an organization that provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate the commonalities of service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. And if you're intrigued and want to know more, then you can actually write !volunteer, and you can get involved. You can help out in making this competition and so many others happen a reality. So come and hang out. We can see that someone in chat is not happy about having to watch ads. We appreciate you sticking around either way, Wind. Thank you for being here. If you stick around
Wind
for long
is a
enough,
true believer for still being here.
Yeah, we've had a good chunk of gifted subs. So if you stick around for a little bit longer, you might just grab a gifted sub. Some real generosity today. Let's talk about dungeons. We've been philosophically talking about nothing for long enough. What are we looking at, Marielia?
We are looking at the New Zealand Defence Force, a combined arms team from the New Zealand military. Surprise, surprise. I bet you couldn't guess what country they were from just from the name, so I had to specify it. But they are working on Mistcaller down in the Mists of Tyr na Scythe. Mistcaller is, of course, the second boss of the dungeon that requires teams to pay attention to ads as they spawn, where each of them has a different symbol above their head, one of which is particularly unique and does not match the others. When you identify what the object is that's different, that's the one you kill. So in this particular example, you'll notice that the other three had symbols that were not fully colored in above their heads. Some had circles, some did not. But this one was the only one that had a full color symbol, making it the unique one, and that's therefore your target. Teams, of course, are allowed to use add-ons in this event that help them identify the shall we say, imposter more quickly rather than having to actually logic it through themselves. But still, for those who've never seen this dungeon, that's how it goes.
And there's actually very infuriatingly at 10%, of course, because why not? Miss Collar decides to do this whole thing again. It's always at 10%. That's right. We're looking here at the circle one. I think we had someone get hit by a patty cake. Or not a patty cake, by a dodgeball. But Death Knights are always fine. They don't die. They're good. And then after you finish this third and final imposter, all you have left is a few measly percentages to take down this second boss. They still have a good chunk of time to get that +2. +3 is out of reach, which is understandable for a +11. Things start having a lot of health with both Fortified and Tyrannical up. So it's good to see that if the New Zealand team is continuing on this trajectory, they will be ready to go into a +13 mists later if they so choose. We currently have another 13 being played here by the by the Ukrainian WoW team. They look like they are doing
they went
pretty well.
Straight back in. So choosing to catch up with the French Air Force as they handle the first boss. Hang on. Yeah, this is the first boss, right? Now they're moving on to the mini boss. Okay, great. I had a moment of, wait, they're on a boat. It must be the third boss. And then my brain kicked in. And I remembered that there are multiple boats in this dungeon.
It is the boat dungeon, after all. Literally named after a boat. And
which is appropriate, because the Chill Wookiee is here for Navy support.
Oh, yes. We don't have it. That's very good.
Sorry.
Look at you. That was a great little callback. I'm loving that.
Not sorry.
But yeah, I am loving this second 13 we're seeing. They're continuing to pull big. They are not pulling back. They are not going to chill on here. And we see some big damage from both the Rogue and Druid in the Ukrainian WoW team. They're really trying to make sure we get some action in this key. It looks like they actually did the mini-boss as well. No, my bad. I misread the nameplate. They're going to pull a couple more ads, however, into this mini-boss. And it's always fun to see how differently people decide to play this. This part, which part of the church they're going to enter, what packs they're going to pull, and this is a very intriguing POV we have right now, just straight into the corner. Oh, there we go. They decided to give us a little bit more view. This is a great way for the tank to give the melee players a lot of space when it's time to get that fear circle around the tank that the DPS doesn't have to move very far. And the tank can just chill. So here we see the Rogue stepping out quickly and then stepping right back in. Very easy way to play this pack if you don't want the tank moving too much. It is taking a while, and it looks like with, I don't know if they accidentally left the emissary up for a little bit too long. Oh no, I'm just misreading this UI completely. I thought the ad was buffed, but it's the tank that has the bargain buff up. I love seeing really the diversity here. The tacticians can be pretty scary, but this tank is having no fears at all.
I enjoy a tank POV. I always think they provide a unique perspective to what is going on. Especially when it comes to movement, like how the boss actually behaves, where you want to stand in order to... Because the range can kind of stand anywhere that isn't where you are. So I find that the movement is much more deliberate with tanks, especially melee classes too, but tanks particularly, just because they have to be in so much control. I always think they're fun. And the straight top-down that is this POV is chef's kiss.
Just amazing. And it's really. Oh no, we see a death there, unfortunately, from the Retribution Paladin. But it looks like they're not going to have any issues at all. Most of the pack was already dead. Pulling this much trash up here is going to save them to have to pull more trash down in this square over here. I am wondering if they are they going to be skipping a mini boss? I didn't see them pull the second boss, or maybe they decided to go here first to do a bit of a...
Maybe it's a routing change?
Could be. I'm just surprised that they... Because this is closer to the boss, this just means that they're going to have to fly again later. The Retribution Paladin died again. They got to call those things out.
I'm watching here.
I am fairly sure that they have not killed the second mini-boss yet, so maybe they are deciding to go back for it in a minute. I'm sure they didn't forget. That is not something that you forget easily. I am wondering if it could just be to save some CDs or get some better CD uptime for that pack that does hurt quite a bit. There's a lot of AoE damage going out on that second mini-boss, so I wonder if maybe the healer wanted Link back or something like that. I guess we'll see. Or maybe they're going super crazy and deciding to go pull boss with one mini boss up. We just saw New Zealand plus 2ing their Mists of Terna Scythe.
So teams kind of sitting at 11s right now. The Ukrainians working on their first 13. The French have a 13. I would expect New Zealand to just run this one again, unless they've decided that 11 is kind of their safety threshold, right? I think if we see them move to Dawnbreaker, that tells us a lot about how the New Zealand Defence Force feels about their team comp and their strategies. I wonder what Keystone they're about to buy. Oh, they bought a few of everything.
I can definitely see just the just having the safety of knowing that, okay, we have 11s across the board. Now we can start pushing in the keys that actually matter. We're not even halfway through the regulation time. We're about to come up on the 2-hour mark, which means they have 3 more hours. Having everything at a base level 11 means that you can actually start truly focusing to make sure you make the most out of the time that you have. At some point, all teams are really just chunking through these keys pretty quickly. We're already up to a couple 13s, almost 11s across the board, and I am wondering if we're not going to get to the point where it's not so much about rushing the keys and more about making sure that you can play it calculatedly enough to actually time the keys, which is always fun.
We sort of touched on it a little bit earlier, but you were absolutely right when you said that the feeling of how these dungeons are difficult is different than what we experienced in Dragonflight, right? There was a lot of, you either live long enough to do the damage or you reset the key. Now it's very much a optimize your damage, optimize your positioning, and you'll be fine. Without the Guile dealing that massive, punishment, shall we say, to the entire group, it really changes the dynamic, and I'm curious to see if that's a reason why we're sealing the healer spec comps that we are. It's not like we've seen a lot of switching. In the past, some dungeons, it's been like, no, we only use a shaman to heal this dungeon. We only use a priest to heal this dungeon, just because of the damage patterns and how their abilities work. Whereas team comps have been relatively static for most of today.
Yeah, I think the only team we've actually seen make changes are the Ukrainian team that have gone from Hunter to Shadow Priest now to Balance Druid. And it looks to be working out quite well for them. The Shadow Priest probably were able to give that extra PI needed, and now we have the Balance Druid to really help out with those big AoE packs in Dawnbreaker. They are on. It looks like they're on course to probably get a +2 in this 13 Dawnbreaker. They still have about 9 minutes, if I'm reading this correctly, which means that they could be on par right there with a +2 with the French team. If they decide to actually get the +2, like we talked about, you cannot lower a key once you got it. So if they +2 this 13, they're going to have to do a 15 the next time they enter Dawnbreaker. So we could still see a little bit of a break, them waiting out that timer. We haven't seen that happen yet, but maybe they just had to play safe, or maybe they decide to just, you know what, we're going to crank out as much as we possibly can. We're not playing safe. We're not playing small. We're going for the win.
I can appreciate that mentality if it is indeed what's happening.
Yeah. And like we were talking about, it looks like we're seeing the New Zealand team decide to even out the 11s in all the keys. They're going into Dawnbreaker, which means that they're going from a +11 to a +5. They're back to chilling again. I don't see a fortified on that key.
Uh-oh. Once the bags close.
It looks like it's just Voidbound and no fortified.
It looks like it. You're right. The +5 is missing a fortified for the New Zealand team.
At least time we caught it right as they started. We're gonna have our production team double check that to make sure that is correct. On a +5, I don't think practically it's going to make a big difference for these teams, but it is definitely, they are running back out. They realized their mistake, and we are moving on. A quick reset. They didn't lose too much time, maybe a couple minutes, not too bad. Chill Wookie with a lovely little subscription. Thank you. You won't have to watch any ads for the rest of this tournament. Thank you for your support.
Woohoo! Adless viewing is the peak Twitch experience. You can watch without ads too. All you have to do is subscribe. And also, that gives you access to the VODs right after they're done. Our VODs are for subscribers on Twitch. They do eventually go up on YouTube when I get around to editing them. But subscribing gets you lots of good stuff, as well as supporting the AFDL so that we can run more events just like this one. And we appreciate every single thing that you guys help us out with, whether it be subs, whether it be donations to our charity incentives, whether it be, you know, just coming out to hang out and say hi and support your fellow teams. It's a good day.
Yeah. Yeah. And we aren't just collecting money to collect money, by the way. We're not here to make ourselves rich, or even these teams. I think it's important to point out that these teams are not here competing for prize money. They are here competing for glory, but more so to help raise money for the charity right now. The AFDL has implemented a special charity incentive for the remainder of 2024. So the donations, in addition to supporting what the AFDL does, it will also support the pediatric cancer program at Monroe Corral Junior Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. So your subscriptions, your donations, which you can donate through that link in the chat that's up there, very appreciated. Thank you for making a difference in your communities and through the AFDL. Thank you for supporting us. We've got
the Ukrainians doing their waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting exactly. for Rashinon to finally appear.
We keep getting back to this exact moment. Just your favorite moment, Marielia, every time. It's perfect.
It is. You know, if the league had sponsors, I would absolutely have arranged a sponsor section just for that dungeon. You know, like a Kit Kat break. Like if Kit Kat was a sponsor, that would be the moment. Every time a team gets to that platform, Kit Kat break. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Have a break, have a Kit Kat. Not sponsored, but hey. You know.
If you want to, hit us up.
If, you know, one of our 180 viewers happens to work for Kit Kat.
Yeah,
that's just an idea.
You never know.
You never know.
we're looking at this second plus 13 of the tournament. The second plus 13 Dawnbreaker, actually. This seems to be the dungeon to be doing. The Ukrainian WoW team is 1.4% away from finishing this boss, with still 4.5 minutes on the +2 timer, which means that they're actually making better time than the French team was. Although, yeah, no, they have about the same amount of deaths. The French team, I think, ended up with 4 deaths, whereas the Ukrainian currently is sitting at 2. As quickly making quick work of this boss, I suppose, to not be very articulate. But we are going to see a +2, which means that the next time the Ukrainian team enters Dawnbreaker, it is going to be a +15.
Now, something to point out, this 13 has been achieved with only 2 deaths and in a faster time than the French Army of Air and Space managed to complete theirs. So just looking at this, there's still 3 minutes and 37 seconds left, and yet Rashnan is sitting at 1% and 0. So that's the boss down with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to spare, whereas the French team had 37 seconds on the timer. So that doesn't bode well if you're AAE going into the +15.
And that being said, it could be that the French team was still working out some kinks, making sure they know which route to do. Definitely not counting them out, but it was interesting to see that our Ukrainian team did do a different route than the French team, which could have been the deciding factor between those 2 minutes. For sure, with just a little bit more aggressive, larger pulls, being able to pump out as much damage as you can, definitely will save you that time that you desperately need when you start reaching these higher keys.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. There we go. The scoreboard now reflects the 13 Dawn. They did 2-chest it on par with the French Army of Air and Space. Of course, the 11s on the board in Arakara. They're working on catching up there. Meanwhile, New Zealand is the only team with a Tierna Scythe score on the board, now making their way through Dawnbreaker. Like we said, they've chosen for that sort of benchmark strategy. Ooh. A death?
Yeah.
In a +8? What happened there? The res does go out.
We have seen, I want to point out that the Ukrainian team also saw a death on a +8, but when it's still so close to a +3, it could just be a quick little miss is not too much of an issue, and still getting that +3, but they were very far out, so I really don't know what happened there. If they accidentally
it was just a strange position to die.
I think what happened is that they got pulled into this right here, the singularity, and then simply got knocked out, which is exactly what happened to the Ukrainian team. Maybe if you disrespect the one-shots on these lower keys, you might still get killed. But they're still got lots of time for that +3 on this +8, which means that they are quickly catching back up with these other teams. I think. No, we're still good. But yeah, like you said, we're seeing the New Zealand Defense Force being the first team to pretty soon here have score in all 3 dungeons, whereas it looks like we're seeing Ukrainian WoW getting ready for the first +15 of this competition. I am sad that our time on the deck is running out as they're getting into this 15. I would have loved to cast it. I'm going to watch it no matter what, but I would love to have been here to just enjoy it in a different way.
Here's the thing. If they start it fast enough, I have an excuse to delay the break. You know, this is the thing about having ultimate power ease, is I can do what I like with it. And if we want to cast this 15, we can cast this 15. Well, I mean, depends. It depends on how quick they start the timer. But if they just keep sitting there, then it won't happen. Oh, they're on a break.
They're on a 1-minute break. Well, you know what? We've casted over 5s before. There's only one key currently running.
There
Yeah,
is, but that's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, it's actually, this is a great time. Since you were talking about ultimate power, Marielia, I think it's worth pointing out that we have a production partner that I would say is pretty close to unlimited power, and that is Chaos Creative, and they deliver immersive and inspiring experiences online, in person, or hybrid. So no matter what your event looks like, their incredible team can help. So head over to chaoscreative.gg and discuss bringing your big ideas to life.
I enjoy these underbridge fights. It makes a lot of sense with the big orb ability that they have and the positioning that's required when you get to the mini boss. I don't know if we're going to get to see it here. That's just the big frontal. They just die
right
so
there.
quickly on these low levels. There it is. I was concerned that he would die faster than he could cast that ability.
I think it's always that's the interesting part about watching these lower keys, is that it's really hard to talk about anything because everything dies so quickly, which is why it's so great that we now have a plus 15 on the board. Just cresting that 2-hour mark, getting closer to halfway in this competition for these three teams. We see the first plus 15 of the competition. We see Ukrainian WoW beginning the descent into madness, or possibly the ascent into the victory. We will see.
And you know what, Ease? This is a good moment because we technically were supposed to swap in 5 minutes. So if they can get through the first chunk of this dungeon nice and quick, we'll be able to see how it goes.
That's very exciting. I mean, it already looks pretty promising. They are continuing to pull big. This double pack can be quite dangerous, but they just popped Lust because they know that they will need it. The healer is pumping out quite a good chunk of healing right here, while also being able to DPS in between the damage spikes. But we see here when a few different casts go off, they do have to get ready to heal. But not a single death on, I would say, one of the more dangerous packs in this dungeon, aside from the mini bosses. The mini bosses are a class of their own, but it doesn't look like they're having any issues here. I think this might be a bit of a misplay here, as the pack was pulled before everyone was on the boat. Very unfortunate indeed. I think what happened there is that they were waiting to see if the affix spawned on the other boat. Someone decided to fly back to deal with it. They're hearthing out. They're like, you know what? This is already a cursed run. Let's restart.
Yeah, at this point, once you start getting into these more challenging keys, you are better off just resetting. Now, that does sadly mean that you and I are not going to get to cast it, because we're going to come back, we're going to say our goodbyes, and then, of course, we will bring in some replacement casters to take everybody through the rest of the afternoon. I have so far been enjoying these keys. Have you?
Oh yeah, it's been a blast. It's really fun to see how differently these teams go about these dungeons. Specifically, we've seen 2 plus 13 Dawnbreakers, and the teams do approach the pulls and the packs quite differently. So I love seeing that. I love that none of these teams are backing down. They're not pulling their punches. They're saying, if we can +2 this key, we're going to do it, even if it means we're going to have to go into a 15. I'm all about that. Go big or go home, right? That's what we're all about here. So
I want to take a quick look at the scoreboard because, like I said earlier, the math gets messy. So for everybody who is just tuning in, we are about to do a caster swap. We are going to info drop everything you want to know that you may have missed at the start of the stream. All right. Right now, keys are sitting at that 11 and 13 mark. The New Zealand Defense Force is the only team to have entered each dungeon. They are just about to complete their +5 Dawnbreaker. Their scores will then update. That will put them in first place right now. Then they are followed by the French Army of Air and Space with the +13 and +8. Actually, that's a lie because Ukraine has the +11. So Ukraine in second place, and then the French team. As these teams complete keys on higher and higher levels, their score increases. Tomorrow, a whole new set of teams will play. These teams are setting the benchmark for what everyone else will be expected to beat in the coming days over the rest of the weekend. So it's going to be spicy. It's going to be interesting. There's still more than 2.5 hours left on regulation time.
There's so much that can still happen with these keys, with these teams. I just want to shout out to Ross Boss. Thank you. It's been a long time since anybody mentioned how much I look like Draco Malfoy. I am well aware. I appreciate it. That's all I wanted to say. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Mariella. I am excited to watch the rest of today's games and tomorrow's and Sundays as well. Don't go anywhere. We are going to take a quick break when our two wonderful casters, Sean and Barndor, are going to come up here and take care of you for the rest of the day. Thank you so much, Mariella. It's been a true pleasure to cast with you today.
It's been a pleasure. We will see you guys all on the other side.
On October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss, the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
And we are back. Guys, welcome in. We are back with the 2025 seeding for the WinterClash here at the AFDL. My name is Barndor. I am joined right here with Sean. Sean, how's it going today, man?
Good. It is a pleasure to be here on the AFDL and with you, Barndor. Can I call you BD? Barndor is such a mouthful.
Typically I go by either just Barn or Barndor.
Okay, Barn works. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Sean, have you been checking the action so far today?
Yeah, I've been watching along all day long so far with Ease and Marielia. Really impressed with the Ukrainian team and the French team and the New Zealand team. There's only 3 teams. But they're all impressive.
I mean, no, they're doing great for sure. I'm actually the fact that we're already into a plus 15 key right now. I'm a little shocked that I thought some of the teams were gonna go like different strategies. You know, maybe they'll do this one to a plus 13 or this one to this and then work on something else. But the fact that they just jumped right into it already today, I mean, if we take a look at our map pool for today, we've got the Arakara, we've got Dawnbreaker, and we've got Mist. When I look at that map pool, when I look at it, I think, okay, this is, I know we don't really have push weeks anymore because of the way that the New Mythic Plus season works, but this looks like the push dungeons to me. I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're definitely right. These are the 3 probably favorite dungeons of the season. I know Necrotic Wake is also one that's getting some pretty high keys timed in it. But as far as like the season goes, these are the 3 dungeons with the highest timed keys across the board. And I know for myself personally, ripping out those vaulties, those weekly 10s, it's I'm hitting that filter. These are the 3 dungeons going in, and I'm running one of them, guaranteed.
Yeah, me and the weekly vault have a love-hate relationship. Still hasn't given me my Mythic Scardens yet, so you know that's where we are.
Won't tell you the luck I've had on my DK then.
But alas, luckily our teams here, they don't have to wait on the vault. They're on the tournament realm, so they're able to, you know, gear their characters to have stuff like that Mythic Scardens and be able to have like the Mythic Kadros and everything that they need to be able to push as high as they possibly can, which actually gives us a great show. Now we can see exactly how high some of these teams are able to push. What is your maybe not for the whole show, but for today, right? What's your prediction? Are we going to see more than just this time 15, or what do you think?
I think because of the adjustments to the rules that we have, where we're still getting the Xalatath bargains in those higher keys, which is something you don't get on live. I think we'll probably see somewhere in the range of a 17 timed, I think is my guess. I don't think.
Oh, you think we're going to get a time 17? Okay.
I do. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot. So on live, we're getting 19s. We've actually had our first timed world 19. And 15 to 17 is somewhere in the range of like what the top teams are pushing right now. And that's with Xalatath's Guile, which adds 10% damage and health to the mob. So we're not including that. But we are including the bargains, which always give a buff to the players. But I think they should be able to hit that plus 17 range with that extra, that boost. And then also not having Challenger's Peril, which means a death is only 5 seconds versus the extremely punishing 15 that it is on live.
Yeah, that's actually one thing that a lot of people have said this season has been a little deaths are more punished this season than they ever have been in Mythic Plus history. I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think that's a good change? Do you think that's something they should keep in? I kind of like it because it does limit, like, we're not seeing plus 30s timed right now. And I know they did the little squish. They do stuff like that very often. But I do think it's a good thing. It makes it so, yes, deaths are a little bit more punishing, but they should be. I mean, a death for all intensive purposes is, unless it's like a death skip or something like that, it's a mistake, right?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I'm not going to make any friends with this, I don't imagine, but I'm a fan of the Challenger's Peril plus 15-second timer coming off on a death. And I like that when they made a change, they heard the outcry, people were upset about it, so they said, okay, you know what, we're going to make a change, and now we're going to give you a free minute and a half on the timer when you hit Keystone level 7 and above. So that's,
I think that was a good change.
Seconds, yeah, that's a good change, and it's 6 free deaths. You basically get a full free wipe before those Challengers Perils start kicking in. Obviously, that's ignoring the time lost because of the death, lower DPS. Yeah, but I think deaths should be punishing, and I also don't think there's anything wrong with not timing a key. I think it's okay to run a key and not time it. We only improve through struggle, and that's I like.
Well, they call those homework keys, I think, right?
That's right, homework keys. Yeah, we gotta have those homework keys.
Yeah, of course. Speaking of homework, I've done a lot of homework this season on Arakara right now, because that's one of the really good push teams. I want to look up here in our top left-hand corner and talk about now Arakara for our dungeon. There are a couple sticking points. There's a couple points to where, like right here with the observers, you don't want to get rooted with the black blood while you have those AoEs going out at the same time. But really, for the most part, a lot of people think Arakara is kind of a free timer, depending on what key level, of course, you get to. But a lot of people, always do struggle with that final boss, right? What's your opinion on, like the final boss of Arakara? Do you think this is going to be the sticking point to where, hey, if this team can get the final boss down solid, they'll be able to go up in keys? Or do you think it's something else in that dungeon?
No, that final boss is definitely, it requires a lot of coordination. Our teams, I assume, have been playing together for quite a while. But that last boss comes down to coordination. If we're looking at the French army team here, the French, I want to get their name right. We have a beautiful doc.
The French Army of Air and Space.
Of Air and Space, yeah.
Yep.
They're running 2 Paladins and a Resto Shaman, who I assume is running Poison Cleansing Totem. They're going to get to this last boss, and it's like those poison sprays aren't even going to exist. So I think they're going to have an easier time than some of the other groups. Poison Cleansing Totem is a blessing and a curse, because it'll clear everybody
yes.
For every other step, but you don't know what order it's going to do it in. So yeah, I think that last boss will be the...
Sorry, Sean, do you think it's going to be mandatory to run a shaman for any of these higher Arakaras, or do you think it's going to be possible without poison cleansing totem?
It's definitely possible without, but it's easier with. And I'm a big fan of, if it's going to make my life easier, why wouldn't I do it? As opposed to, yeah, sure, I can do it, but it'll just be a little bit harder. Well, in a tournament, especially where you're fighting for those points with every second, you want to make it as easy as possible. I think running a Resto Shaman here, especially with how good the Resto Shaman is for a lot of the Xalatath bargains, which we, as we said, are seeing later in. Their cap totem is really good for dealing with Ascendant, and yeah, they're just. I think their toolkit is just so good.
Yeah, a lot of people are either re-rolling or playing Shaman as an alt. I know I'm a Demon Hunter main myself, so the third Demon Hunter spec is Enhancement Shaman this season, right? So I actually did re-roll, not re-roll, but I have an Enhancement Shaman, and so I will say Poison Cleansing Totem, when you say it's a curse and it's a blessing. I've had plenty of keys plenty of Arakars that have been timed because it makes it that convenient, and I definitely died once or twice because it just randomly dispelled it right, like at the wrong moment. So it just, it just depends. But there's a lot of other interactions like that, right, Sean? On different dungeons, it's not just Arakara. Looking over at something like Dawnbreaker, you've got that poison cleanse from Rashinon as well at the end, and there's a couple different spots throughout a couple different dungeons. Would you say Shaman is probably like one of the most utility kind of, like, you almost have to have this for, right? Maybe not you have to have it, but it's one of the best utilities you can bring right now.
Yeah, you don't have to have it, but if you don't, I'm going to ask why you don't. And speaking of Dawnbreaker, we are about to pull the lieutenant boss just before Rashinon in our first 15. I don't know if we can big screen that. It is going to be extremely close to whether or not we time this. It's coming right down to the wire. They actually needed to get some extra percent after killing the second boss, which I think may have really put them in danger of missing the timer on this 15. But they will definitely be able to fix that in their next run.
So, speaking of Dawn, and we're talking about that second lieutenant, what have you seen has been some of the sticking points? Because at least for myself, right, when I take a look at Dawn, I think, okay, there's really 2 to 3 sticking points. I think that the second lieutenant, right, when you go down, the one that's in front of, like, the church, I think that's a sticking point. I also think that the second boss, being able to just have enough DPS and CC for the ads that spawn during that is kind of another sticking point, although that's got a little easier with, better gear. And then this third sticking point is just being able to, the timer, being able to live, being able to have enough damage throughout the entire time to kill Rashinon with enough time.
Yeah, those are all really good things. I know with some groups, like, change their routing on which of the 3 lieutenants they do second so that they can use Lust on it. And that has been helpful. I know a lot of teams will go down to the inn and Lust that lieutenant and then go back up to, it's actually General Steel Strike's house for the second lieutenant that does the big AoE with the 2 tacticians on it. That is a tough point. And something we notice here, because so many teams now are running prop paladins, they're having to fight the second boss with their back either against the fountain in the middle of the court or against that lamp post right where the boss starts at. But what that means is when the fear cast goes off, your melee groups have to pull off the boss. So you lose melee uptime because of that. Whereas teams that are running a warrior, and one of our teams today is running a warrior in Dawnbreaker, that warrior can actually pull off for those fear casts and then charge back in when they get knocked, allowing them the melee to keep that uptime on there. That's just a little interaction to watch that I think could be the difference maker when it comes down to the top key we see time in Dawnbreaker is that comp choice. And we haven't really seen our teams change their comps up too much. And I'm wondering if they will as they get into the higher keys.
I mean, everybody, hates to say, you gotta play the meta, but to get past certain keys, you almost do, right? And now there's some classes that maybe are a little off meta that you could bring, right? But there's some classes that you kind of can't. But real quick, I mean, this 15, this is going to be our first 15 of the day. If they can time this, 3 minutes and 52 seconds, that should be enough time. They definitely, as long as there's no mistakes, right? They have the damage from what I see, like on the meters and everything. They have the damage and they have the time to be able to get this done. What did he just trade? I was kind of looking at that.
He traded them some candied nectar to get a cheeky little drink in there. It looks like. I don't know what the rules are on caster cursing here at the AFDL, so I'm not going to do it. I wouldn't dare say that I think they have this locked up and there's no worries here. But that might be something I would say on other broadcasts, is that I think they have this locked up. We're going to be looking at
we didn't say it. You said it, right? So
that's right. Yeah, we didn't say it. I said it. It's pretty exciting to jump on the desk, first key cast, and be staring down the barrel of the first 15 timed, potentially, in this WinterClash. Exciting stuff. This Rashinon fight it's so daunting for the boss to have as much health as it does, and knowing it's a raid boss, that's why it does. And you see the bar move very little, but it still just feels terrible to watch it sort of creep down as you're fighting it.
I'm gonna be honest. I actually never, as I'm fighting this fight, I never know, other than the fact of seeing 61, 62, and 63%, right? I never know how close we are to killing it. I just hope that I just do my as max DPS and hope we have time, right? I never actually know, hey, we're at 10%. Hey, we're at 20%. I just have no way. There's got to be some way of tracking it, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
If you actually look at the actual health or the small little percentages, but you got to do that with your UI or something.
Yeah, this is you can. I mean, most UIs you check their actual target frame, and that usually will have it. But we're coming up to an erosive spray here. The healer has Ascendance left, and they have just sent Ascendance to get through this healing spray, but they're out of SLT. They don't have Ascendance anymore. 60%. They're not tracking healing tide totem, so I can't tell if they have it. It's 60.6%, and they have to get.
They have a full minute and a half left.
Yeah, but it's a question of whether or not they can survive the next set of erosive sprays, because there will be so much damage coming out from it. And the healer doesn't look to have any cooldowns left. He may have healing tide totem. I don't know if it'll be enough to carry through. It is 0.2% and 3 seconds till this erosive spray comes up. This is like a race against the cast. Here's the erosive spray. Oh, he
just heals through it.
Okay. Yeah,
just heals through it like a boss.
I'm locking in that plus 17 prediction I made. We're definitely going to see a 17 here.
Hey, I mean, but here's the thing. They didn't two-chest it, right? So it's not going to go right into the 17. It'll go into the 16. But, I mean, if they're able to... that looked kind of clean. I didn't catch... I didn't catch... Were you able to see how many deaths they had for that run?
I think they had a minute 15 in deaths. It looked like. I would have to double check. So they clean that up. They sort out the pull count so that they don't have to pull trash after the second boss. And they're going to be able to do all of that. The question is, are they going to do that before they move into the next key? You really have to, in this style of tournament, you have to strategize, where do I go next? Because we have the New Zealand Defense Force, who has run dungeons across the board, all three of them, and are sitting on a score of 30, but they've stopped at 11 each time. So that puts them at an early lead, but having that 15 in the bank, maybe now you can go to some of the lower keys that you haven't timed yet and push your score up overall, because you really want to make sure you finish before your time runs out for the day with good scores in all of those. It's an interesting strategy that the teams will come through, and I guess we'll just see what they decide to do here.
Oh, we have a hunter going down here. I can't tell if he actually went down or if that was just a feigned death. No, he did get down. He's flying back from the ship right now. Looks like he either stood in one of the frontals or maybe he got clipped by that first orb that came out. I don't know,
Yeah,
but I mean this is an 11, so I would imagine that 11 isn't too intensive on some of these players. I mean, they're looking to push, into that 15, into that 17. So might have just been one of those, hey, kind of underestimating the key a little bit. Like, hey, this is 11, it's easy, and then he's still taking a ton of damage right now. The
it
moment
looks like
he
he's
comes
clipping
back,
the orb every time, I think.
which
That
is
dot
a
is
big
just-
no-no.
Yeah.
That's a 13, that's a 15. You're instantly dead.
Yeah, and then there's also the dot that Kentak puts out that does a lot of damage. You really got to send defenses for that. Yeah, Lucas Maximus, that's the hunter. He's sitting on turtle. It looks like, so should be able to pop one of those next time it comes up. And it does look like the Ukrainian WoW team has gone into Arikara, City of Echoes for a 13 there.
We've got a
bump that
5
score
mist
up.
over here as well.
Oh yes. That's the
So,
New Zealand
I
team.
mean-
Oh, sorry. Where am I? Oh,
Yeah, no, you're good.
French.
You're good.
French Army
Different
Sports is in
teams
the
doing
5
different
mist.
strategies, right?
Yeah.
So that's part of what happens when you have different teams trying to attack this at different angles. Is some teams, like the one we just saw, decide to go, okay, let's push this up to a 15, right? And then some teams like, okay, well, we're going to push this to an 11, then that to an 11, then that to an 11, and then go back to this, right? So really, it's just different ways to peel an onion. But at the end of the day, that might be the difference between somebody coming, in first, second, or third. Is, hey, we didn't have enough time to finish our mist run because we had to push it all the way from the 5 all the way up, try to, a 5 to a 15 key or to a 16 key. That's a lot of keys in between that you have to do. And one mistake, right? I like to think that once you get to the level of, 11's a little forgiving, but I really think like once you get 12 and above, that's where the difficulty really ramps up to where, these players, of course, have the ability to, go well beyond 12s. But I do think that 12s is where it stops being, free, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, no, definitely. That does make that tracks. And I think the Ukrainian WoW team is doing it right. I think the strategy of push one key as high as we can and then reset and go next on the next dungeon, because it's not easy to jump dungeon to dungeon. Like if you plus 3 and 11 in mists, and then you jump into Arikara, and then plus 3 and 11 there, and you jump. When you go back to do that 14 mists, you're in a tighter spot because your memory's not as fresh on the dungeon. You don't like, okay, what worked last time, what didn't work last time. And I feel like pushing that one key as high as you can, like the Ukrainian team can now basically take Dawnbreaker and just flush it. That's off our list. We got a 15 locked in there, the highest on the board. Let's do the same for Arikara. They're running a 13 Arikara now. If they get that time 2 chests, then time a 15 in that, they can lock that in, and then they can really take the last hour of the day, last hour and a half of the day to push mists as high as they can, as opposed to jumping across key to key. They're taking the long-term approach to looking for first place, as opposed to, hey, what gets us there fastest? I think that will be the strategy that works the best.
Yeah. So I do just want to touch on this for anybody who's either tuning in now or kind of been in and out a little bit. Just this is kind of the great push style format. So what happens is these teams, right, their job is to try to push these keys up as high as they can, right? And so every single, plus 10, plus 11, plus 12, plus 13, it gives you more points. And of course, the team with the highest total combined points at the end are the ones that are going to walk away. But it's not unlimited time, right? You don't have an unlimited attempts to push these keys. So, of course, they do need to make decisions on, okay, how high do we really think we can push this key? Because, for example, right, so Ukraine, they just timed the 15, right? Let's say they go into the 16, get all the way to the final boss, and then brick the key on the final boss, right? That is a good chunk of wasted time and not wasted points, but wasted time and lost points, to where if they would have then took that time and went to, say, Arakara or, say, Mist, and just spent the time pushing that key up, that would have been, a better use of their time. So that's where the strategies come in. I know a lot of people are familiar with the Great Push style format, but yes, so this is, for today, we have the dungeon pools of Mist, Dawnbreaker, Arakara. We're looking at Ascendant, Voidbound, and Oblivion as far as the affixes, but most people do know that as far as like the Tyrannical and Fortified, once you get plus 10, you kind of have both, right? So there's no more, that's kind of the new part to this season, is once you get past a plus 10, there's no more, oh, this is a Tyrannical week or a Fortified week. It's, oh, this is Tyrannical and Fortified above this difficulty.
I think that has been the biggest adjustment on retail, on live, for people to make, is wrapping their head around the fact that, oh, hey, this is Fortified and Tyrannical. So this double Guardian pack that we're about to pull in Mist of Tyrannosaith is just as dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the Mistcaller fight that's coming up afterwards. Maybe I should send my cooldowns here instead of sitting on them while my tank gets his face beat in by this pack.
So I don't know about yourself, right? I've been pushing a lot of keys this season on both my Shaman and my Demon Hunter, right? And one key in particular that has given me some trouble, even though Mist is really easy, in a sense of like maybe the timer, Mist has a lot of points, especially once you get to the higher keys. Because at a 10 or 11, it's not that bad, but once you start getting above like a 12, 13, 15, you really start noticing kind of some of the balancing. Like, for example, you need significant burst damage on, let's say, the first boss, right, Ingra. Otherwise, that fight's gonna end up lasting 4, 5, 6 minutes, right? And if you can't at least two-phase Ingra, then you're almost bricking the key right there. And then the same thing for the double Guardian pack, which is, if you can't figure out how to have a cooldown, whether it's an external or whether it's something for the tank, for that double Guardian pack, which it's part of trash, it's before a boss, you're trying to conserve cooldowns, it kind of comes out of nowhere. But if you don't know it, and you don't know that, hey, this Guardian pack is deadly, you absolutely, I've seen plenty of tanks get 100 0'd at every level of difficulty of key. Right, so Mist has definitely been something that's given me some trouble, right? What about yourself?
That double Guardian pack is, and Ingra, those two things are it. Like, it's, if you get there, and especially if you have had an accidental death prior to Ingra, and you've lost your 40 stacks Buymasters, just zone out and redo it. That key is done. Those are the points. Those two right there for sure. And we're just watching here. The New Zealand team is about to finish up this plus 11 Dawnbreaker. They're on Ration on making easy work of this for a smooth 2-chest, rolling into what we hope will be the 13. I would love to see another team put a 15 on the board. I know it's the Ukrainian Armed Forces.
Is that a 2-chest or is that a 3-chest?
That was a 2-chest, it looks like. I believe the 3-chest was over by 36 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at this right now, right? So, by the way, if you're in the chat right now, guys, I want to know, who are you rooting for? Who's your team? If you're in the chat right now, whether you're part of a team, whether you got somebody, who is your favorite to win? Are you going for New Zealand? Are you going for Ukrainian? Are you going for, Air Force? Who is your team? I want to see the either the emojis or the names, right? I see a Marine Corps Gaming, New Zealand, USAE, right? I'm a little particular towards Marine Corps Gaming, being a Marine Corps veteran myself, right? No bias at all. But what about you, Sean? Who do you predict takes it home?
I'm gonna, like I said, it's the Ukrainian Armed Forces Day today, and we're watching the Ukrainian WoW team crush it in a 15. So I'm gonna give it to them. In this moment, the team I'm hoping for is the Ukrainian WoW team. Tomorrow could be a different answer. Who knows? But that's what we're hoping for today, right now, I think. Although it's tough. You asked me that, right? But it's like the New Zealand team has this cute little kiwi. Their logo is this little kiwi with his butt sticking out. Like, how do you cheer against that? I don't know. This is tough. Tough.
Yeah, well, luckily, we've got plenty of good teams and we have plenty of action. Make sure that, you tune in for the rest of the adventure today. Plus, we have tomorrow as well, right? Tune in same time tomorrow. And then we also have our Championship Sunday as well. So we got plenty of time for these teams to push these keys as high as they can go. And speaking of pushing these keys as high as we can go, Sean, you said you think we're looking at 17s, right? I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. I think most of the keys 17 might be like maybe some of them 16 will be a really rough part. I think that we're gonna see an 18 timed. It might be a bold prediction. It might only be one, but I'm gonna say one of these dungeons, somebody might be able to get up to an 18. We'll see, though. We'll see.
That's hashtag bold prediction right there. That's crazy. That's trying to put the horse back in the barn after the doors are. I don't know how that quote goes. I obviously butchered that quote. But it's a barn door reference there. Somebody will piece that together.
Okay, you left the barn door wide open for that one.
That's what I did. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I love it.
You left the barn door wide open for it. Hey, wild predictions, but at the same time, I mean, you got to remember, every single member of these teams, this is the tournament realm, they can choose, they're full myth, right? So they get to have some of the things that we don't get on retail, which is, hey, if you want a Mythic Gardens, hey, with this, with avoidance or something, right? You go get your Mythic Gardens, right? You just go to the vendor. I really wish there was a vendor for my Mythic Gardens, but having a full team at that item level, I think some of these teams have the skill to be able to do it.
Yeah, and they've been like these. We talk about it too, right? These aren't just teams that rolled in off the street. We didn't just, run over to the base and say, "Hey, you five, come on, you're playing." Wow, they've been playing together for a while. They're practiced. They're skilled. They know what they're doing. I don't personally think we're going to see an 18. I think that's a little bit nutty, but I hope we do. That would be crazy exciting if we got to see an 18. Yeah,
absolutely. And these guys were not voluntold. Although that's always we can go tell them they need to do an 18. See how that works.
Yeah, walk into the mess and ask who likes ice cream. Okay. Little navy trick. Don't ever tell them you like ice cream, folks. Don't ever tell them. We're in this mist. I just want to talk about mists for 1 second because I just noticed that the French team was doing something here that I actually see a lot of pugs do that sort of drives me a little bit nuts. They're not stacked on the tank. If you just stack on the tank that whole fight, the room has like
for
4
Tridova?
puddles in it. For Tridova, yeah. The room is so clean. The ads all come to one spot. You could spread out for the white circles when he's doing his intermission, his 2-phase intermission there. But any other time, no matter who you are, range, whatever, just still stack on top of the tank, and everybody take one step to the left every time, and that room stays so clean, so clean.
Yeah, I think we need to take it upon ourselves to spread some awareness on. I think some people just don't know, right? Yeah. And when I say some people that don't know, I specifically mean every single person who ever pugs in my groups don't know, and always just runs in a million different directions when they get it. Just so you guys know, anybody who does not know, when you do the Tridova, the last fight in Mist, you are supposed to stack on the tank and all kind of move together right before those poisons go out. So that way you have the most minimal amount of poisons you can possibly get. If you're all over the place and you just run with the poisons, especially once you get to higher keys where Tridova takes a little bit longer, you start running out of real estate, right? There's only so much room to run, right? And then you don't want to have to jump through a puddle or over a puddle because especially on a 15 or a 16, right? Jumping over a puddle, it probably kills you.
Yeah. I have a friend who I adore. He's a very close friend, very dear to me. But every time we run this, I'll say, "Hey, make sure you stack on me on the last boss." And he stands directly to my left every time. I'm like, Like, no, just stand on me. Hey, I got it. Like, no, you don't got it. Stand on me.
Well, there's a lot of things, right? And some of the keys we've seen this season have been extremely difficult for pugs to do. Some of them a little easier. Luckily, today we have three of more of the pug friendly. We have Arakara, Dawnbreaker, and Mist. And as there's sticking points here, just like there is any other, I will say these dungeons, as opposed to kind of anything else, are a little bit more pug friendly.
Yeah, the Ukrainian team just pulled the hauler to go down the middle trail here on in Arakara, and they're about to pull these observers in as well. This is kind of a wild pull. This hauler stuns the group every like
this is on a 13
seconds.
as well. Yeah, this is a bold, because there are some times where you can get a really bad overlap where you're going to get stunned as you get these erupting webs to come out. So this is like, you really need to be careful with these erupting webs and the stun. They have got to just focus down this hauler. But this is not like, I have seen this pull before, right? This is something that it's one of those risk versus rewards. It does save you a lot of time, but it's very risky, as we see right there. Luckily, it was the tank who kind of got stuck in that erupting web and not like the healer, one of the DPS. But he got stunned and couldn't get out of the double stack of erupting web right there. And if he was anybody other than a prop Pally tank, he was dead.
Yeah, that is wild. Listen, I'm locking in. I'm solidified now. Team Ukraine is my team today. That was a bold strategy, and I can't believe they pulled that off. I for sure would have gone sideways in that.
So speaking of that, just talking about this boss a little bit, right? You've got a couple different points at which this boss can be rough, right? You've got the Cosmic Singularity. The first couple, like the first one or two Cosmic Singularities, always tends to get some people because you don't have enough pools down. Sometimes you don't have immunities or you can't get to it, right? Other times something happens and somebody takes your pool. I can't tell you how many times I've died to running right at a pool like on my shaman, and then somebody just takes it right before I can get there. But also these poisons will one-shot you if you get hit by them, and they have to be cleansed off. Now, you want to kind of cleanse them off at you can either let them all go off at the same time, or you can cleanse them off at certain points, right? And now there's some things like, for example, Dwarf Racial, you can get them off. Poison Cleansing Totem, you can get them off, right? So other things like Bubble and different immunities as well will help. But the poisons and the Cosmic Singularity is where we really see a lot of people go down. But I mean, this team's doing really good here. They're looking solid at the verge of not cursing them.
Yeah, this they're a melee heavy group, and melee heavy groups can oftentimes have a lot of problems with this boss. But it looks like they're employing the strategy of having everybody pre-positioned in a box around her, and that can help you a lot because it sort of minimizes the chance that you're overlapped and stacked on top of each other. And they're doing really, really well here. The only concern they might have is that this Cosmic Singularity is going off. That puddle in the corner, they did use it. Is it going to be too close?
No,
they were fine.
He couldn't get to the blood in time. Their healer did go down. Is it going to be... they have a battle res? I don't see an icon on here. I mean, they have plenty of time left. It's not a time issue. It's more or less just a healing issue. It looks like it's on cooldown for a little bit of time. 17% left. It looks like they shouldn't have any issue as long as they play correctly with the rest of this boss. However, these poisons are going to be rough. These poisons are going to... The dot that goes out is going to be really rough with no healer.
Yeah, so what they'll have to do, the tank will have to cleanse somebody other than themselves. They had been cleansing themselves. They're going to have to send their cleanse on to the rogue. The druid should be able to cleanse themselves, I believe. I think that's something that balance takes. I know.
Yeah, well, there
Guardian
you go.
has
Who
it,
needs
so.
a healer, right? You know,
Yeah, healers are overrated anyway. We don't. These are
you don't
done.
need them.
For all the healers listening up there,
Yeah,
that's not the truth. For legal reasons, we're joking.
we're just kidding. We love you.
Yeah. Please don't abandon us. We're back in a mist here. It's a +8, and it's another. Is this a? No, it's a single Guardian pack. I thought we were jumping right into a double Guardian pack, trying to give us some sort of shock to our system. So, Sarah, we don't want those packs. Yeah, this is the French team coming in here, and they're about to pull a mob that I call George Goulet, but it's Gorge Gullet, I believe, is the actual spelling of it.
Wait, hold on. What is the Gonfly? So it's. I'm looking at the UI right here, and I've never seen the mob named Gonfly Gosser.
It's French.
How would you pronounce
it's the French
that?
name. The
That's because it's
the French
French
version. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Or George Goulet.
Oh, George. Okay, we're going. I like George. Let's just stick with George.
Yeah.
Right. George is definitely. I don't like George because George tends to like turn last minute sometimes before he does his frontal and lick me, and we don't like that.
He's got the fastest tongue west of the Alamo, George does, and you want to be careful because it does do a lot of damage. If you're the tank, you can sort of survive it, but if you're not a tank, it hurts really bad. And we can see here, this is a double Guardian pack. Now, it's a +8, so we expect that this isn't going to cause them any kind of issue. But a higher key, these double Guardian packs really do a lot of damage on the tank. As we mentioned, this was like sort of the pain point for this. And you can get really unlucky and get 2 double Guardian packs in the maze, which hopefully none of our teams run into this week. But it is something that can happen.
Yeah, a lot of people have actually seen some grief and missed because of the maze, just because of how RNG it can be, especially like when you're trying to do something of this nature, right? Like the Great Push format here. And, let's say, okay, you only have one chance at this 15 or the 16 or even the 17, and you end up getting a bad maze path where you have, and I've seen it before, you can have double mini boss, right? Mm-hmm. And it just takes forever. And maybe you don't even, your team comp is built around more of an AoE and, you don't have the best single target. Although, with the current meta today, it's pretty good. But at the same time, say that's something you're weak on. Now you just may have bricked the key or had been really close to it just because you got a bad pathing, right? And a lot of people have complained a little bit about that. Personally, I like Mist, but I do understand that, sometimes the pathing just doesn't go your way. You get double Guardian, you get 2 of those packs, or you get double mini boss. But either way, right now we're looking at an 8 Mist, so I don't think they're really going to struggle with this too much, right? But it is one of those, in order to conserve time, they really need to make sure they play clean, even on something like an 8, where you would think it'd be, okay, well, it's an 8, it's pretty free, just sit back, relax, whatever. Well, the 3 chest timer for an 8 Mist, you still need to make sure that you 3 chest it, because 2 chesting it means you may have to do an extra dungeon, lose that time, and that could be something that, hey, you only got up to a 14, but somebody else got up to a 15.
Yeah, exactly. Being aware of the time is so key in this tournament and any tournaments like this. I do want to ask, and I'm certain I'm going to get an answer immediately from our production staff. In the MDI and the TGP, they lock in the maze pathing for all teams, so it's the same for all teams across the board. Do we have that same function in our WinterClash, or is it a randomized maze for us?
If this is on the TR, I would imagine that. Okay, so then it should be locked, right? So as far as what I was saying earlier, that only accounts for retail, right? So retail, getting a bad path, kind of, it is what it is. But on here, they all, the pathing's locked. So luckily, they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah,
which is great.
I wonder if we'll see them skip this pack. A lot of teams skip this pack, and it looks like they're going. No, they're pulling it. This is
what's their percentage at right now?
So they're at 50, just shy of 52%.
Yeah, they need this pack.
It is low coming into here. It's just not a very high value pack to pull. sort of, I guess if you're getting cooldowns back maybe from the boss. But we've got Breath of Syndragosa up. This is going to be a double pull here almost certainly with the pack to the right and the pack to the left. This DK is going to pop Breath of Syndragosa on this, and they are going to eliminate this double pull here in an 8. It's going to be gross, I imagine.
Yeah,
Or
speaking of gross, all this poison, I will tell you my one pet peeve I have is a tank that sits there and just, luckily, I mean, these tanks know what they're doing, so they're kind of pulling the pack a little bit as it goes. That's one thing you have to do, because these packs are going to keep dropping that poison, and they're going to keep dropping that poison. And especially with, I mean, looking at a team like this is all melee, right? Looking at Rep Pally, DK, Rogue. If that tank doesn't keep pulling the mobs out of that poison, that's going to be some DPS loss right there. So there's just little things that tanks can do, which also brings me to my next point. This season specifically, I think, is the most tank dependent season that we've seen in I can't even remember a time where it was this tank dependent. Like, timing a key or not timing a key has a lot to do with the performance of the tank. It really does.
Yeah, I would say Shadowlands Season 1 with Prideful, because your pathing had to be so exact to make the most out of your Prideful spawns until you got to the key level where it was more beneficial to drop Pridefuls and not fight them. But that would be, I think, the only comparable time when the tank had so much agency over whether or not a key was pass or fail. And that's good or bad, I guess, depending on your point of view as a tank. I know some think that it's too much for one role to have that much pressure on them, whereas the other teams just basically, the other characters just show up and press their buttons. It is a lot.
Yeah, well, while we are watching Trodova get absolutely melted here on this +8, I do just want to take a second and give a short little shout out to Chaos Creative and Raider.io, our event partners, right? Chaos Creative, they've partnered with AFDL for a long time now, right? They're great at delivering immersive and inspiring experiences, right? Both online, in person, hybrid, all of that, right? Whether your event looks like this or like that, right? They have a really incredible team over at Chaos Creative that helps out a lot of different people, and they always bring their best to the table, which is awesome. And then also wanted to shout out Raider.io, another long partner of ours, and actually they are featuring our stream on the front page of Raider.io today, which is awesome. So very thank you for that. And of course, their primary push is the PvE, the Mythic Plus players, the rating, that sort of stuff. And they always have their app that lets you be able to log. That's one thing that I really find useful is instead of having to turn on the WoW logs or the logger that helps you, Raider.io, the app automatically does it, which is a really good convenience. So if you don't have that, I recommend downloading it for sure. But yeah, just a quick shout out to both of our partners, because of course we appreciate everything they do to help the AFDL.
Yeah, they're both of those are amazing. Chaos Creative and Raider.io, huge additions to the WoW space. Both partners. We're lucky to have them.
For sure. Speaking of chaos and creative, I think some of these teams are going to need to get creative on managing the chaos of this Trodova fight once it gets to, say, the 15 level.
Yeah, right? This is an all melee group, but they're still not stacking.
I know, that's why I had to point it out, because we were talking about it earlier. It's an all melee group, but maybe it's just because it's a +8. They don't have that much time. I'm gonna say hopefully that once they get to the higher key levels, it'll be a little bit more disciplined there. But again, we'll see. Taking a look, are we seeing a +15 Arakara right here? Is that? Am I seeing this correctly?
Yeah, and we are on the first spot. We just killed Avanex. And it is Ukrainian WoW team again going in for another 15. They are going for the jugular. They've said, listen, we are taking this title down. They still haven't gone into a Mists of Tyrannus Scythe yet. If they lock down another 15 before going into Mists, they'll have somewhere in the range of an hour and 20 minutes to run as many Mists as they can. I think they easily hit at least an 11 timed in that amount of time. Is this the team to beat?
I think so. I think they're the ones who just just held down the W key from the start, and they're kind of attacking this so far. And honestly, if I'm any other team right now, especially going into maybe like reviewing footage, for tomorrow or for Sunday, I'm kind of looking at their strategy like, okay, well, do we have the right strategy? Should we try to do something like this? Because, taking the strategy of, hey, trying to get, 11s and everything, and then do 13s and everything, and then kind of work your way up might not be, there's our fireworks. Oh, you love to see it.
Boom. Boom.
But yeah, the strategy is definitely something that might make or break, who ends up winning. Because, I mean, yes, like a 15 is definitely something that, a lot of these teams are capable of. But let's say, one of the teams ends up bricking the 15 when they went on, or they end up bricking like the 13. That's just a lot of wasted time. I feel like I keep saying it, but with the amount of time that these teams have, I mean, look, we have an hour and 45 minutes left. Some of these keys are going to take 30 minutes, right? And, some of them are a little bit quicker, of course, right? Dawnbreaker is one of the quicker keys, and so is Arakara, so that's nice. But Mist can definitely take over 30 minutes depending on what key level you have.
Yeah, I think we're going to start soon running into the case of, hey, we pushed keys up across the board early, get in first place, and then suddenly find ourselves in third place. The New Zealand Defence Force are in a 13 right now. They need to, and especially the French team as well. I think they need to get a 15 on the board. They can't go into this without one, because as the way it looks now, the Ukraine team is going to be walking away with a 15 Arakara here. Hopefully, fingers crossed. And then heading into, I suspect they'll head straight into Mists and look to do the same there.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm really interested to see this New Zealand team take on not this lieutenant, but the second lieutenant. But as I say that, we have a death coming out on the side of the New Zealand Defense Force, and it looks like he's just going to immediately take the res, go back. No, that's two deaths, right? There's two. Oh, the question is that going to turn into a full wipe, or is it just are they going to be able to contain it at 2 deaths? I mean, these lieutenants are not something to scoff at. These are some of the hardest parts of that dungeon.
And here's the thing: they need to 2-chest that key.
Oh, they did
need
full
it
wipe
to turn
it.
into
Look.
a 15. Oh, full wipe. At this point, do you just pull the trigger and say, "Hey, go again"? They need to 2-chest this so they have a shot at a 15. They don't have the time left in the day to 1-chest this, 1-chest the 14, and then 1-chest the 15.
I mean, I guess that's kind of up to their strategy. Because if they don't, well, think about it, right? Let's say they just say, okay, we got to go next, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if they brick that one too, right? They need to have something at least completed at a decent key level, right? Let's say that they, drop this down to a 12 and, can't do that, right? And I think they can, but at the same time, even finishing it in 1-chesting and then going into the 14 might end up getting them more points in the long run. I don't know. It just depends on what they think they're capable of. Dawn is kind of a forgiving timer as well, so 1 wipe, they might still be able to 2-chest it, but it's definitely going to be tight here. They need to lock in.
Yeah, they definitely do. I guess the question comes down to, are they playing to win, or are they playing just not to get eliminated? If they're just playing to not get eliminated, you can take the 13 here and then maybe take a 14 if you don't 2-chest it. But that's not the strategy to win, I don't think. You got to be the best, which is currently right now, as it stands.
Just like 5 different packs get deleted in 10 seconds. I was just like looking at the damage and seeing how high it spikes up to. seeing,
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
like a 12 mil, 13 mil, anything like that.
Yeah, that first, especially once the little jumpers start to die, because they put that damage amp on the mobs as well as players that stand in their swirls. That really spike those meters, and it feels pretty good to have that happen. And we're focusing in here on the New Zealand team in this 13 Dawnbreaker. I think this is the story. This key is like, this is vital that they I don't think there's any way around it. I think you have to two chest this to stay competitive against the Ukrainian team, because they've already got they're about to have a 15 on the board for Eric Hara, and then nobody has better than an 11 mists done.
I'm really the fact that they had that issue with this lieutenant. I really and production, if we could just stay on this team for like a minute or so, I really want to see the next lieutenant, right? Where do they go after this? Because that arguably is the most difficult part of this dungeon is that next lieutenant by the church, right? So
yeah.
I really want to see. Also, big shout out to this warrior rocking the WAD 2K Elite set, best warrior transmog in the game. Factual, not arguably at all. And then we have a death coming out here. Shaman, I think he onked. Definitely looking shaky. Like, that's just, maybe they can still pull it together. They have 9 deaths so far. They're looking shaky at this 13 Dawnbreaker, and that worries me a little bit for, like I said, for this next lieutenant coming up, because if they're looking shaky so far, they're about to come up on the hardest part of this dungeon.
Yeah, this is I don't know. We've seen this team play well. I think this isn't their best. Obviously, it's not 9 deaths. I don't know. I think you get into that sunk cost fallacy, right? Where you're like, well, we've been in here for this long. We have to get something out of it. But I think you got to, at some point, just say, no, we need to just rip this off and go again. We need a 2 chest here.
Okay, so they don't have Lust for this, right? It looks like Lust is on a 9-minute cooldown, which tells me they lusted the last lieutenant. I mean, this lieutenant's melting pretty good, but this is one you really have to be careful of the frontals, and especially when you have both a hunter and a DK. You know how easy it is to pull one of these surrounding mobs with a hunter or a DK, right? Those black arrows or just those icicles that go shooting out. It's super and then pulling an extra set of mobs on this lieutenant is almost like guaranteed death unless, you have some sort of miracle.
Yeah, and you can see that, like, the DK has to position so that when he uses Pillar of Frost, it doesn't send his Frostworm down into those spiders. And he was not positioned that way. You could see his Obliterate casts cutting right in the direction of where that spider was patrolling. Luckily, they managed to get down.
It makes me a little nervous there.
It looks like. So, yeah, that would have been no bueno. That would have been very, very poor. But we're okay. We got through it. We survived. I think this pack is just as dangerous, though. The orb, right? Yeah. It does a ton of damage, and if you accidentally clip that dot, and we saw Lucas Maximus have trouble on this pull in the 11.
Yep, and speaking of that, it looks like we have our 15 Aura that is still plugging and chugging. They have the second boss down right here. Doing pretty good. Looks like, we'll see. The hardest part, I never want to say an Arakara is like guaranteed or an Arakara is easy. Because that last boss, right? I feel like the whole dungeon all comes down to just playing cleanly on that last boss. Now, we've seen them elect to take the center pathway down. I'm sure that's probably the same route that they will do on the 15 that they did on, the previous keys that they did. But, we'll see exactly which way they go down. I really want to see, are they going to pull that Howler into the 2 Overseers right before the boss? Even on a 15 level, because that gets a little bit more scary.
Yeah, that if they do that and pull that off, that'll be very, very impressive. Not as impressive as this Boomkin, this close-up of this Boomkin is absolutely blasting here. That was a great transition. Whoever is in production for that needs to get a raise. That was fantastic. Oh no!
I mean, you got to be able to check the transmog, you know?
We just lost the tank. The tank is down, and they're releasing. We don't have a
Oh,
battle
it's
rest
the
for them.
tank. Oh, on the
Those
15.
drones
I don't
aren't
see
super
anybody else
dangerous.
going down. I don't know. Are they trying to kite it out? I'm trying to look and see.
If they had an Ursul's Vortex available, they could have dropped Ursul's on the pack. They are kiting them out. The carriers are coming towards them. The Boomkin refusing to go into bear form, though. He's saying, it's 100% damage reduction on the next attack from a dead mob. I'm staying Moonkin form.
I mean, with as low as the health is, yeah. I mean, it's always better to just try to kite it out, like depending on where you are in the dungeon, of course, but trying to kite it out and like as punishing as deaths, where we were talking about this earlier, as punishing as deaths are right now, you want 1 death as opposed to 5 deaths, right? So, when a tank goes down, it gets scary, but I mean, hats off to you, Ukrainian. Wow, they really, kind of recovered from that well.
Yeah, that was extremely well done. That Boomkin balanced. I think their name is Balanced, which I guess is fitting because they're playing Balance right now. They really did well there. That was impressive. Impressive kiting. We saw them the last time they fought this boss. They did it without a healer for the last 17%. We hope that they don't have to do the same thing this time. And we're kiting again. Did Happy die again?
It looks like it. Yeah. Wait, no. Is he immediately rezzing or?
Yeah, he definitely did. He just flew back. He's coming back in. He's got the square on his head. He died.
No.
Again.
It looks like he got battle res. It looks like he got battle res.
No, he flew. He definitely flew in. They wouldn't be out here otherwise. He came from where the bird drops him off.
Definitely looking shaky on. I mean, 11 deaths. They still have 10 minutes though. I mean, like realistically, this is a 15. I know they may want to 2-chest it, right? But the bottom line is you got to time the key, right? Like you definitely don't want to waste time in a key that you're not going to time. And so as far as do they have enough time to for sure time it? Yes, as long as they can make it past that final boss.
This exact situation sort of speaks to why I think I'm such a big fan of Challenger's Peril. I don't think you should be able to have 11 deaths and still time a 15.
Well, I mean that's the argument, right? Is how many deaths is acceptable for a dungeon, right? A lot of people agree, like, okay, 3 deaths, 4 deaths, 2 deaths. Like, hey, you should definitely be able to have 2 or 3 deaths and still time the key, right? But should you be able to have 12 deaths and still time the key, right? That's the question. And I mean, honestly, the answer is right in front of us. It looks like, it might be yes. We'll see.
Yeah. And you know what? Everybody likes different things. Some people, they just, I don't know. Just for me, it feels like if I had made this many mistakes, I wouldn't feel like I deserved the key. And they are missing percent as well. Oh my goodness. They're down
99. No. They're finishing off a mob right now. They're finishing off the carrier. That'll put them.
Warp Deplete accounts for mobs you've already pulled. So that carrier is already counted in the 99.59. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that, so.
I use it. That's the only reason I know.
So they're going to have to go get some percentage after this. I mean, they have time, though. We'll see. But one thing, as we go through and we pull this boss, I'm seeing that we are just a few followers away from 900. So I'd ask if if you guys are enjoying the content, you like Keystones, you want to throw your support, whether it's for the AFDL or for any of these teams that you're choosing. Make sure you guys smash that follow button. We definitely appreciate it. Helps us with everything. But Sean, this boss, every time I watch it, it's just. I think this is one of the sketchiest final bosses of the entire dungeon pool for this season.
Yeah, I'm not even playing this right now, and I'm getting heart palpitations watching the stuff spewing over the sides of the players, watching the green go across there. I'm just like, oh man, just dodge left. Yeah, this boss is nuts.
That's the name of my pre-workout, by the way. Heart palpitations.
Heart palpitation. You should probably consider getting a different pre-workout. I don't think that's healthy.
Oh no, it's great. It really gives you that edge,
I love it. And not only is this boss have a ton of stuff going on. You've got the blood workers running. You've got the puddles you don't want to step in too early. You've got the bloods once you do step in them. The tank has to pick them up. We've got the cosmic eruptions happening that are pulling you in. And then on top of that, we've got Salatan's bargain with the orbs coming. And if you're locked in place while those orbs are coming in, now all of a sudden the boss has all these stacks of these orbs. And on top of all of that, their name is hard to pronounce. Kikatal the Harvester.
Well, that was so close. I'm watching this shaman, probably like an inch from death right there. Had to get away from that poison, but had to pop his own poison at the same time as well. I mean, and that's the thing is, right, you can have a poison coming right at you, right as your poison is about to explode. But if you go left or right, you're going to run into your own poison the moment it spawns and die. And it's like there's so many different ways you can just instantly die, and it's almost it's kind of your fault, but it's kind of not your fault, right? But it looks like
the poison
5 minutes left. Boss is at 34%, but they do need percentage after this. Now, I think it's not a matter of like, do they have time to finish this? They absolutely do. It's more of a if they can play cleanly. It's, they need to, like, right now, if I'm in this key, I'm talking to everybody, and I'm like, it's okay. Take a breath. Do the mechanics. Don't worry about the boss percentage. We've got plenty of time, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this is a boss. You're holding your breath for a minute.
Yeah, it is great. You're never... Oh, no, there's no puddle for that paladin? Oh, wow, okay, they got into that one. You never feel comfortable. There's no point. We did see a death balance. The boomkin went down, but we have a battle res on them. They're up right away again. And that is, it's like the roulette you play with the poison cleansing totem, right? Is he going to look at him threading the needle?
Oh,
Garrus the shaman. Oh my goodness. This fight is nuts. We're coming down here. Do you think that they'll pull the two observers and kill one for the last percent? Or will they run up the side and just blow up a drone?
I think they run up the side because the drones are just they die a lot quicker. I don't think because the observer will take a minute.
Oh no!
But
he did exactly what we talked about.
It's okay. He can onk as soon as he's good. He's waiting until after the singularity comes back up. But we've got 2 dead right now. Oh, no. But the boss is at like 1%. But this is the entire time. This is taking away every single death is ticking away the time right now. 3 minutes left. But I mean, they only need 1 boss, so that could have got a less scary. They still need percentage here. So the key is still going. The key is definitely still going. They've got to get a res out on these players, and they've got to make sure they can finish this up. But they have 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to kill, I think, one of these drones.
Yeah, and that shouldn't take too long. The only risk here is if the tank doesn't freedom themselves in this exact moment when they have the slow on them and the circles, but they did. So they should be able to make quick work of this from this point. They're going to get some of these orbs, the mobs are, but not really anything you can do about it. Please cast Sky Fury.
So with that being time, Sean, what does that mean for our leaderboard? What does that mean for now they have 2 15s timed, right? They were the only team that had a 15 timed in general, right? And now they have 2 of them. Speaking of that, we have the New Zealand Defence Force that is now finishing up their Dawnbreaker, and it's not going to be a 2 chest. It's going to be a 1 chest on that 13.
Yeah, that's rough. So with the 2 15s timed, the Ukrainian WoW team is still in 3rd place with only 30 points, but they have 0 score in Mists of Tyranid Scythe. So every key that they do in Mists of Tyranid Scythe, that score is going to jump exponentially. They're gonna add 5, then they're gonna add the 8, then they're gonna add the 11. So they're gonna jump way up high. The New Zealand Defence Force is now at 36 they should be at once they lock that 13 in. So they'll be in 1st place for now, but the Ukrainian team's going to pass them after they run their 2nd Mist of Tyranid Scythe. They're probably 25 minutes away from being in 1st place, with the French team being in 2nd right now at 32 points, but they will drop to 3rd place, as I said, as soon as that Ukrainian team runs 2 Mists of Tyranid Scythe.
Yeah, can we possibly get a zoom in on the New Zealand Defence Force right here? I just want to see how close they are with this timer, because we were talking about this earlier. Okay, so 3 minutes, rationale, so 60%, right? So I believe the 2 chess timer on a 13, they honestly missed the timer by in a whole 3 minutes. But that's with only 11 deaths, right? And that's what we were talking about is, do you deserve to time it, with 11 deaths? If your DPS is that good, then absolutely. But now they have a decision to make. Do they go into the 14? Do they try to push a different key up higher? Because if they go into the 14, we take a look at the just the time spent having to do the 13, then the 14, then the 15, right? As opposed to Ukraine, they immediately were able to jump with the +2s and the +3s and get in and have those 2 +15s already done. So now they have all this time, an entire hour, almost hour and a half left to go into Mist or to potentially push one of these other keys to a +16 or something, right? What do you do if you're New Zealand right now?
Like I said, it comes down to, are we playing to win or are we playing to not be eliminated, basically? And I think this is a seeding tournament, so I don't know that any of the teams get eliminated. But you want to finish as high as you can. I think the 14 is not any good. That's not going to be good for them. They're going to have to run that, and then they would have to run that and play it cleaner than they played the 13, and then run a 15 to tie them. I think at this point, their best bet is they have a 13 Arakara that they can go to. I think their best bet is go to the 13 Arakara, try to 2 chess that, and then try to 15 the Arakara, and lock themselves in at second place, at least for today. I think that's got to be the play. I just don't think running the 14 is good use of time, because you then need to do another key to tie Ukraine, whereas you could just do 2 keys in Arakara and at least tie them in that dungeon and just concede the 1 point.
Well, we did catch a glimpse. It looks like they may be not going any further into Dawnbreaker for right now and going into Mist. And speaking of Mist, we have our French team that is on Tredova right now. Looks like this is the 40% Goran Shield, right? This is the 2 sticking points of this fight at 40% and at 70%. Tredova's gonna do this Goran Shield, which you have to DPS through as quickly as you possibly can. Oh, that is a bad poison spawn. Oh my goodness, that gets scared. That is why you stack. That's why you have to stack right there, because luckily nobody went down to it. But I mean, look at how spread out those poisons were. Tredova gets scary with these poisons. It really does.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's wild to me. You lose so much space in the room with it, and then you have to hope like everybody moved very little. If you had one person like that paladin who just was on their horse and just did like a big J hook, the next poison spray, that's gonna catch somebody.
well, that's the thing, and this is another piece of knowledge that maybe most people don't know, is that those poisons, if you use movement speed to get out of them, they will get quicker, right? Everybody's kind of seen like a crazy rogue poison that moves faster than all the other, but that's because, right, you use some sort of movement speed. I know, being a demon hunter myself, I actually have to be really careful not to fell rush, or especially not to like meta away from one of the poisons, because the next poison that's going to come out is going to be the like Speedy Gonzalez of poisons, and hunt somebody down, and will go faster than somebody can actually walk.
Yeah, it's it remembers whatever you did for the last one. It duplicates it. It just gets it can get really crazy. I've seen Warlocks gate out of it, and then it's just like, why are you like this?
Yeah. So one thing to note too is it looks like we're going to have a 2-chested 11 here from our French team. So that means that's going to put them up to a Mist 13. Now, are they going to go right into the Mist 13? I think that's probably their strategy. It looks like they're trying to push Mist up right now. But looking at the strategy of all 3 teams, right? The French team currently focusing on Mist, right? They just two-chested the 11. Most likely we'll see them go into that 13 next. New Zealand, of course, we saw them get the 13 Dawnbreaker. It looks like now they're on Mist. It looks like they're trying to at least get 13s done with every single key before they start trying the 15s. Now, Ukraine, they did kind of the opposite, which was, okay, we're going to push Arakara up to a 15. We're going to push Dawn up to a 15. And then we'll get Mist after that. But I'm looking and I see them. I think they didn't go to Mist. They're in an Arakara. They're doing an Arakara 16 right now.
Yeah, I think they know that they can three-chest a 5 and an 8 and an 11 in Mists in probably somewhere in the range of 45 minutes, 50 minutes maybe. So they're banking on, they have to bank on, the timer for this key is 30 minutes. They're banking on finishing this key in time and then using that remainder 45 minutes or so to just pump Erica or to bump Mists as high as they can. And that's got to be their play here. This 16 would put them out of reach in Arakara for the other teams.
Oh wait, do we have some New Zealand Defense Force is had 2 deaths right here on what appears to be the trash before Ingra right now on this 13, and that's is their tank going to go down here? Oh, if their tank goes down, this is scary. I'm trying to see it. Is this the 4-pack or are these the? Yeah, this is the 4-pack,
and yeah, they did the 4-pack and the double bashers. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
No, did they pull the pack?
Okay, so
that
the
you normally
tank stays live.
Oh, they did.
No. This is definitely the 4-pack, because look to the right there. That's the mushroom entrance right there.
Yeah, but there's a dead brute at the top of the screen. The pack that it's on the left now. The pack that you normally skip. Yeah, they pulled it. So most people will either Mind Soothe, Stealth, Warlock Gate to skip that pack. You can do it with a Hunter, but it's very tricky. The Hunter has to Frost Trap the closest Harvester. The Hunter has to go through. It
might have been a butt hole.
Yeah, well, they did the skip wrong. The Hunter will have to go through first, then the group follows, then the Hunter feigns death. If the Hunter uses camo, it doesn't work. If the Hunter doesn't go through first, it doesn't work. And if the Hunter feigns death before everyone else is through, it doesn't work. So it could have been any of those errors. It's a lot trickier to do it with a Hunter or a Mage than it is with any of the other classes that make it super easy. But that is a dangerous pack to pull.
Yeah, and we did see that they had some trouble in Dawn. So definitely they need to focus up on some of this. Speaking of focusing up, right? I would say out of everybody I'm seeing, our Ukrainian team is the most focused right now on this 16 Arakara. They're on the first boss right now. Eowyn is spiders down. The biggest, scariest part of this first boss, especially on a 16, is going to be that Shrill, right? The spiders are going to go down. They've got plenty of damage for that. The AoE's not a big deal. They should, the Gossamers should be pretty easy to take care of. The big thing is once you get into the higher keys is you have to have defensives for this Shrill because it hits like a truck. And speaking of hitting like a truck, if we take a look up at our French team that are also on the 13 Mist, it looks like they're maybe running out of the 13 Mist, maybe having to kind of redo it because they did the 4-pack with the two ads right before Ingra, and it looks like their tank went down and they had a full wipe. So instead of trying to redo it, looks like maybe they're going to drop it down to a 12 and try to 2-chest it.
Yeah, and that 4-pack in higher keys is very dangerous. It's super common to see teams hard CC one of those mobs and just fight 3. But nobody's. We have a
death on the side of Ukraine. They wiped on the first boss in the 16. So definitely
to
they're going to
leave.
run out after that, because if you die in that first boss there, you're probably going to break the 16. But the question is are they going to try to go back, because they've already timed a 15? I mean, if I'm the Ukraine team right now, I'm definitely going over to Mist.
Yeah, I don't think they can. So you needed the 30 minutes to time this. You needed the 50 minutes remaining to make sure you lock in those 3 Mists keys to the 5, the 8, and the 11. Without that time, you need to get those on the board. And I think they have to go to Mists at this point. But it looks like they're going back in to Arikara. I think this is a huge strategic misstep. Oh, no, they ported. Never mind. I take it back. They're brilliant.
Look, all I'm gonna say is, Sean, we got 3 words from the chat here that we need to stand by.
Oh.
Let them cook.
Let them cook.
So we're gonna let our team cook over here. Meanwhile, we have what appears to be our French team dropping Mist down to I'm guessing a 12 and running it back on the 12. Now, honestly. Oh wait, no, sorry. Yeah, you can't drop your key. So they're just running out to reset it. Sorry, that's my fault. Just so you guys know, you can't drop your key even if you brick the 13. You go back on the 13, right? So even though they died to that pack here, luckily it was at the start of the dungeon and they didn't lose that much time. Now, it's definitely a chunk of time they lost, but it wasn't like they wiped on the final boss and had to go through and restart the whole key right there. But they can't drop the key, right? They have the 13 miss, so they're committed to that. Speaking of committed, we have New Zealand Defense Force, who has a player committed to the ground right now, unfortunately, as they're trying to finish this first boss.
Yeah, that is rough. They do have a battle res available, but it looks like they're trying to save it because Ingra is at 5% and so close to death. They have about 30 seconds. Once you transition Ingra, there's about 30 seconds before they cast Embrace Darkness, which is what puts the shield on them that makes them take 80% less damage. And they were able to get through that in time without sending that battle res. So that is a good play. And yeah, so now they're moving forward into the Mist, and they're going to deal with that. I am shocked that Ukrainian team is in Arikara at this point.
So there might be a method to the madness. There might be a strategy, right? So part of it too, and just to give a little clarification, right? It'll be relevant here in a little bit. So the Ukrainian team met and talked with some of our admins as well, right? So 2 of the core members of their team are undergoing a planned power outage that overlaps with kind of our last hour here, right? So they do have 2 subs that are stepping in for that, right? So my thought is, because of they have to have the subs for the last hour because of the planned power outage in Ukraine. Are they trying to are they trying to just get this 16 done and then do the swap, right? So maybe my thought is they're trying to do something when it comes to that of hey, while we have our core members here, we really need to try to push the highest level keys that we possibly can with the 16s. Maybe it's, okay, they're 2 substitutes. They may be good, but maybe they're not as good as, right, the 2 that they have. So they need to that's why they're trying to get the high keys done ASAP. And then when it comes to Mist, they'll just try to, push it as high as they possibly can. But while they still have their 2 team members, that's kind of my thought that they might be having, right? But that's also something just to let you guys know as well, is because of that planned power outage, they have that 2 players that are swapping.
But if the power goes out right at the top of the hour, like if it's scheduled, they're not going to finish this in 12 minutes. Why you could potentially have 3 chested of Mists 5 in 12 minutes. You're not going to finish this 16 in 12 minutes. So I don't understand.
Potentially, but no. It depends, right? We don't know who those players are. Maybe it's the tank. Maybe it's the healer, right? Because even if it's like a +5 or a +8, right? In Mist, if your tank is you don't have a tank for the last fight, or something like that could be, so maybe it's kind of practice. But I don't know. We'll get some more info on that. Meanwhile, looking at this New Zealand Defence Force and our French team that are both in 13 missed right now. Okay, so this, if you take a look at the French team, it looks like they're electing to. Oh wait, did they just butt pull this? Oh, that's the same exact thing that happened to. Oh my goodness, that's the same exact thing that's happened to the New Zealand Defence Force. That's why they had to reset the key already.
Ukraine looking smarter and smarter for going Dawnbreaker and Eric Hara as the two they pushed high early. With all of the troubles we've been seeing people have here on Mists, this is
Mist is a hard key. People think it's easy, but it's a hard key.
Yeah, you really need to, especially early on. Those pulls, like the jumpers with the bleed, are really rough. That pull where you have to skip, if you don't do that skip right, that's going to be rough. I am curious, is Ukraine WoW's play like just get as far as we can and then we 3-man the rest of this?
Hey, maybe it's something like,
I'm here for it.
You know what? I'm here for it, right? I'm a viewer just like everybody else. So we're gonna sit, we're gonna watch it, we're gonna see what happens, right? So maybe it doesn't shut off exactly at the top of the hour. Maybe they got like an extra 15 minutes or something. I don't know. But this is where they died last time. The first boss on the 16. Of course, they are not allowed to drop their keys, so they have to go back on the same difficulty. That's 16. Right there, if you look, that alerting shrill, that's going to be one of the hardest parts of this fight. The fact that, honestly, I want to say this is almost harder than, or it is harder than retail, because in retail, you don't have to deal with those orbs, right? So there's no possibility that the boss could get these orbs, right? But right here, now you have the possibility of having to deal with all these other mechanics. Meanwhile, you have the orbs that are coming out. A level 16 boss with, 5, 6, 7 stacks of orbs, especially with that shrill, I mean, that's going to kill your team, right? So you have to, look at the Boomy going down to just 10% health for one shrill. I was saying it earlier, that is really the sticking point of this boss, is because those ads are going to die. They don't have that much health, but the shrill is going to truck this team.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be rough. That's the danger zone. I'm sort of hung up on this planned power outage. We saw something similar 2 weeks ago in the MDI. A Shine's power went out, and he fired up a generator, like mid key run, turned on a generator to continue the heads up. I wonder if our players here have generators ready to go. I am so. Listen, I came into this with no real team that I was rooting for. I am a Ukraine WoW convertee. I am all in on these guys. I want to see them succeed.
Look, all I'm saying is that's a great example of something that, somebody once told me something about improvise, adapt, and overcome, right? And so, hey, if it works, it works, right? It doesn't have to be pretty. You could have a noisy generator or something like that, but if it works, right? I am a little concerned about this team kiting with this shrill right next to these eggs right here. They got to throw out they got to move this boss. They got to get him away, because if one of those ads gets eaten up by this boss, that's going to be a wipe right here. But looks like their tank doing a great job, 17%. I am concerned about this next shrill because I don't see a lot of defensive cooldowns for it.
No, we don't have a lot going on. We have a couple of sacks we could send if we needed to. Paladins are pretty tanky overall. But yeah, there's no Ascendance is used. SLT is used. But, and here it goes. Let's see if they commit either of those sacks, and they're not, which is nice. It looks like Healing Tide Totem may have gone down there. But they got him down. Avanox is beaten.
Hey, there you go. Well, that's one of those moments when you're in a key and you're backed into a corner, boss is at like 0 health, and you just say, just commit or die, right? Either the boss dies or we do. But looks like they're doing a great job in this key versus last time, right? Last time, that's where they wiped. They weren't able to make it through that first boss. So right now, they've only got one death, right? So still on track when it comes to timing this 16. They're going to do the big pull. Luckily, this pull isn't too difficult. It only has one of these web mages, which does those cast, right? Everything else is just it's nothing that you need to interrupt other than just like some CC and AoE. You definitely need to make sure to stay out of this Blood Guard's frontal, but other than that, there's only one casting mob. But where it's going to get spicy, of course, is probably the next two pulls that they have after this. Again, it depends on how long the pools last, but they have to make sure they're coordinating their kicks and their CC, and especially with those shrills, Sean, you don't want to stun lock those shrills, because then there's almost no way this cast is going to get off.
No, exactly. These assistants are not dangerous to anybody other than the tank, but they have a stacking buff on themselves that makes them really dangerous for tanks if they get stacked up there high. I'm certain their balance druid is going to be soothing them basically on cooldown. But you can see now the two that are in this pack are both enraged. And they're going to be doing, like, the tank's health will start to look like a death knight. It'll yo-yo pretty hard here, especially as we get into the higher key. So that's something they want to be careful with.
Okay, so it looks like they're going to go the left side here, which the left side tends to be the what we see a lot of the really good teams do, because you have the ability to get a little bit more percentage when you go left as opposed to when you go right, just because you can pull some of the other mobs. It's like kind of fractionally, but it does have a little bit more of an advantage. So that's why you see his team going left. I don't know what he just kind of put on his bar or took off right there.
He was showing us that he has an ability. He was like, "Hey, listen, casters, I'm listening to you. I have this. Don't worry, we're covered here." That's what it felt like. Oh, is that lay on hands? Did he just put lay on hands on his bar?
Well, I mean, now that it is a 16, I guess now he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll put it on my bars now that we're doing a 16. Right? I didn't need it before, but now I guess we do.
That. I love that. Oh, it's
well. I mean, hey, this is tournament realm, right? So, like, one thing, of course, all the teams had plenty of prep time, right? But at the same time, you got to understand that this isn't your retail character that you're used to putting so much hours of time played. You have to make sure that maybe your keybind maybe your macro didn't copy over correctly, or your keybind is weird, or you didn't set up your bars right, or you forgot to put an enchant on this, right? There are a lot of things that could potentially like be an issue, and one of those things could be like, did you put your lay on hands on your bar, right? Why'd you die there? Oh, well, lay on hands wasn't on my bar, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I love it. And they didn't need it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a testament to the skill that they have.
Okay, looks like they're going to go for the double pull here, right? These assistants
did lose the druid, but they sent the battle res immediately.
So it looks like, if I'm checking the timer on the bottom left-hand corner, we're about 3 minutes to the hour. So I don't know if we've got 2 deaths coming out there. That's going to be very unfortunate, especially losing both the Boomy and the Rogue. It looks like we lost the Boomy, the Rogue, and the Paladin. So we just have a tank and a healer right here. I don't think these mobs are going to die anytime soon.
It looks like the Shaman ran back, maybe to drop a Windrush totem, and there's the tank. Hey, that full wipe, that has to hurt. I have to believe they go to Mists now. They're 2 minutes away from the power outage.
I mean, maybe they go for the swap now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, if I were them, I'd go for the swap now, of course. I mean, a very valiant effort, but also tells me that maybe my prediction of seeing an 18 might have been a little too overzealous, seeing as how we're struggling a little bit with some 16s.
Yeah. Yeah, we may have both been wrong. I think I said 17, so we'll hold maybe for the weekend. That's the weekend stretch goal.
Yep. I mean, we've got different teams that'll be on tomorrow as well. So guys, make sure you're here same time tomorrow. Again, same start time, same end time. So make sure you're here tomorrow to check out our other teams that we have as well. And again, I mean, this is our clash today. We've got today, we have tomorrow, and we have Sunday as well. So we've got 3 days full of nonstop action, a bunch of different teams all trying to do their best. And one thing that some of these teams were talking about before, right? Because, looking at the Discord and looking at some of the teams talking, it's about putting themselves in the best position. I mean, for some of these teams, of course, they might be trying to win, right? And they might be trying to, beat the teams they're up against. But other teams might be just, hey, it's about putting themselves in the best position to start the season with, right? And so that is another element of strategy, because this is one of our precursors. This is the kind of like the seeding for our 2025 season, right? So if you're in a good seed right now versus a bad seed right now, going into our next season, that could be the difference between, second place, third place, right? And it could be the difference between, a lot of different stuff, right? So, maybe teams like Ukrainian WoW maybe they're trying to push as high as they can. Maybe they're trying to beat everybody else, but maybe they're really just trying to make sure that they're seated in a great spot coming into the season.
Yeah, I guess there is some strategy there. Like, I don't know. I can't think of a situation where I'd want to be seated in the middle, going up against better teams. But maybe that's the play. Maybe they're slow playing it. I'm not sure. I feel like everybody wants to be seated high.
It looks like, taking a look in the top left-hand corner of my screen, taking a look at the French team, it looks like they, I don't know if it was on purpose or accident, but they went into the wrong one in the maze and ended up having to get themselves reset. And now going into this pack, they have what looks to be 2 deaths. They're really struggling on this 13 Mist. And Mist has just been a rough key for both our French and New Zealand teams. I mean, taking a look, is this the double Guardian pack? Double Guardian Defender? Is that what this one is, or is this double Defender?
I can't tell because the names are
I don't read French, so.
This
I want to say this is the double Defender. It looks like this is the double Defender with the Guardian.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. So I learned French. It's fine. It's double Defender, right? So, but it looks like they're able to kind of, but they're able to get through the pack. But again, they've been struggling a little bit on this. And looking at the timer, I don't think they're on track to two chest this. I think at most, they have to lock in and focus up if they're gonna one chest it.
Yeah,
18, that's right. Like, that is plenty of time. The ideal that you want to get to, Sean, is you want to get 2 Mist Caller with at very, very least like 14, 15 minutes left, right? So that way you have enough time to get your percentage after Tradova and get to Tradova with a good amount. Basically, if you're finishing up Mist Caller and there's 10 minutes left, you're super tight for the timer. If you're finishing up Mist Caller and there's less than 10 minutes left, you're at a really big danger of not timing that key. And speaking of danger of not timing that key, look at New Zealand. They've got 3 minutes, 50 seconds left, and they're finishing up percentage before the boss. If they take 4 minutes on this boss, which, sometimes does happen depending on how it goes, they might not time this key. And they are doing a trash pull into Tradova. This is going to be a spicy pull here.
Yeah, and the really good news is they're not going to be able to stack because of the trash pull in here, so the room will also be full of poison.
Well,
Tradova has a couple of stacks of the orbs, it looks like.
Oh, I think we have a death coming out on the side as well.
No.
Oh my! I was gonna say here at the AFDL, we heard you like poison, so we put poison on top of your poison, so you can poison while you poison. Yep, think about it.
Solid Pimp My Ride throwback there. We love it. We love it.
But it looks like they're gonna go down and. Well, unfortunately, there was just too much poison for them, and that's going to be a good amount. Like wiping on the final boss right there, that's a lot of wasted time. And of course, you can't drop your key, so they have a tough choice here. Do they go back? I feel like you have to just. I mean, 55 minutes left. Like, it depends on what their score is overall, right? What they have at 11, what they have at what they have, but. Honestly, I think they have to go back to Mist, right?
I felt like they should have gone to Arikara first because they could potentially two chest the 11 and then two chest the 13 to tie the Ukrainian WoW team. They went to Mists, which I feel like is a sneaky hard dungeon. Of these three, I think it might be the hardest. It looks like they're
I can agree with that.
Committing to Mists, but I really do think you can go to Arikara and you can handle that. My dog is losing her mind right now. I just need 1 second.
Well, honestly, if I'm the New Zealand Defense Force, I take a look and I kind of take a look and see, okay, I've got 2 11s and a 13, right? We have less than an hour left remaining. So I don't want to focus on Dawnbreaker because we have that 13 already timed, and at least that's a decent amount of points. I'm either doing Arakar or I'm doing Mist. They do have enough time if they play correctly, if they, lock in, if they go to the 13 Mist and they go to the 13 Arakar, they do have enough time to get everything timed on the 13. And I think that's what they want. But now we're kind of, before it was like, okay, you've got that plus some cushion. But right now, this is do or die, right? You've got to get the Mist done. You got to get it done in a good amount of time. You got to go right to that Arakara. You got to get that done in a good amount of time because, I mean, I don't know. I don't have the timers for both dungeons memorized off the top of my head as far as what the total timer is. But looking 30 minutes. Okay, so 30 minutes for both of those dungeons. I mean, they don't have 30 minutes to do both dungeons, right? Unless they can do the 13 on both dungeons and then somehow shave off, 5 minutes-ish from each dungeon on the 13. They don't have enough time to do both, although it's really, really close. So any deaths that happen right now on this Mist could be the difference between are they going to be able to get both the Mist and the Arakara done, or are they only being able to get the Mist? And meanwhile, on the side of our French team, if we take a look at them, they're kind of at the same, they have a 13 done at the Dawnbreaker. However, they do have enough time to where even if they just, barely time this 13, they still have a full half hour on the time remaining to go back into Arakara, granted that they do time that key, which is, we're granting that they, they're able to pull that out. But as far as the timer goes, New Zealand is definitely up against the timer for the remaining part of this hour for sure.
Yeah, and we also have to factor in too, because we're talking about this timer. There's 52 minutes left on the timer, but the key just has to be started in that time. If they could start a key at with a minute left to go, and then that key still counts, I can play that through to completion. So they could game it a little bit to give themselves a little bit more time to sneak one in. But they're gonna have to start timing these. We can't afford another wipe, especially wiping at the end of Mists. Missing the time at the very end, it's basically taking 30 minutes off your clock and just throwing it right in the bin.
Oh, we have a really interesting poll coming out from a Ukrainian team. Looks like they're the start of the Mist Maze, and they're pulling over two different packs over the over the little maze barrier thing, the wall. That's what I was trying to figure out. The wall. Definitely scary, but at the level that they're at, I think this is a +5. I mean, they could probably pull 5 or 6 packs at a 5 and not have to worry about it. But it is interesting to see that they know how to do that on the TR, and so it'll be interesting to see, do they elect to do that once they get to a 13, once they get to a 15, because that's when it gets a little spicier.
Yeah, and we can see they kept the same tank and healer. So Happy and Kroger both stayed on with the team from the swap, and it looks like the Ret Paladin as well. So we have the 2 new players are the Rogue and the Priest, it looks like. Although I thought, did they not have a Rogue before as well? Now I can't remember.
We can check out their roster before, but they definitely had the same tank and the same healer for sure. Yeah. I think they had a Rogue. I think the swap is they had a DK.
Okay.
Or
and then they swapped with the Balanced Druid is definitely swapped out for the Priest.
Or that's what it was. Yeah, sorry. The Druid on the Priest, which is actually a very interesting call because you don't see a lot of Priest in this meta. You really don't. Now, you do see a lot of healing Priest, but it looks like Shadow Priest, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a Shadow Priest, and that is unusual. They are, by no stretch of the imagination, meta this season, but they are still pretty good. In these lower keys, it might not be as apparent because mobs are going to die so fast. The Shadow Priest isn't really going to have a chance to ramp any damage, but it's bringing the PI, it's bringing Mind Soothe. Both of those things are very helpful, very advantageous to have. And then the fort, which as you get into the higher keys, that fort will help keep you alive.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at it, honestly, right now, I just have to point out the fact that we have three different teams all in Mist, and I think our conclusion that Mist is the hardest dungeon right now is, I think it's coming to fruition because everybody else wanted to get everything else out of the way and then just try to grind as hard as they could into Mist. I mean, what's your prediction here? Do you think that with only 49 minutes left, Ukraine is going to be able to push this +5 key? I mean, how high is this even going to go?
45 minutes. I think we get the +11 done and dusted easily in that amount of time. Maybe start a +13. The +5 and the +8 are going to go very fast. Yeah, so we might be able to start a +13, but I think they get the +11 done out of the way. But what we're going to see on the leaderboard, they're going to go for, and it's, like we said, it's a seeding board. Right now they're seeded 3rd place, but they are going to sky, like this key ties them for first with 35 points, and then it's just going to go up from there.
Oh, we got some deaths coming out on the side of the French team, and right now they were on track for the 2 chests for the 13, but they're losing some people here. I mean, the Rogue went down, their tank went down, but luckily they were able to save it. But they're only at 90% forces, and they have to take down Tredova. If they play cleanly, they definitely have time to 1 chest it, right? But I think 2 chests is off the table for them.
Yeah, I think so. But they get it checked off the board. It'll be the highest mists we have completed so far. That in and of itself is a win.
Yeah, and then speaking of highest miss, and that's kind of why I brought up the Ukraine, because 13 might be the highest missed we get, because I actually don't think Ukraine is going to have enough time. Now they're good, right? They've got the other 2 15s done. I don't think they're going to have enough time to be able to get this key over a 13 and go in, and time it, right? Now, they could, in theory, right? So let's say they 3 chests the 5. That's which they're definitely going to do. Hopefully they would do. That's going to put them into an 8. They 3 chests the 8. That's going to bring them up to an 11. But just to get up to an 11, I don't think they're going to have time to do a key after that. I mean, like they can definitely time the 11. I think there's enough time left. It just depends on how quickly they can make it through some of these. I mean, so like a 5 and an 8, depending on how big they pull and how fast they make it through. I just don't think the timer is their friend when it comes to, like, I don't think we're going to see a plus 13 by them.
If they're 3-chesting, just by the nature of 3-chesting, it's going to have to be like 15-minute runs. So they would be able to 3-chest this, do the 8, 3-chest that. That's 15 minutes off the clock. That puts them at 30 minutes to go. 3-chest an 11 or 2-chest an 11, and then they are still looking at about 5 to 10 minutes to start a 13. I think they could start a 13 if they consistently 3-chest up to that point.
Well, we'll have to see. Speaking of that, if we go down, we've got, looks like almost 2 teams on Tradova right now. We have the New Zealand, who are just finishing up their first boss right now on this 3rd attempt of their 13 missed. They've been struggling on this so far, Sean. I think missed is not their strong suit when it comes to the dungeons here, right? Some of the other dungeons they were looking a little stronger at, but on the flip side, it looks like the French they were looking a little rocky, right? If we remember around the first boss, the wipes and the deaths, they were looking a little rocky. But as I say that, we've got a death coming out on the side of our French team. This third, they don't have that much time left. They've got 4 minutes left. They have to kill Tradova and get another 10% forces. They're keeping this timer really tight.
Yeah, they really are. This is going to be close. They are going to be. It's going to be very tight for them to finish that. It's not a lot of time left, especially needing the 10% still. That's 2 packs. You can't pull them together because you can't double pull staghorns.
Oh.
So it has to be 2 packs killed separately, or you blow up one staghorn and pull the remainder into another pack. Yeah, this is. I don't know that they're going to get this.
Or is he gonna in-car? Or is he gonna onk? Or are they... Oh, that's gonna be a bricked key right there. That's so unfortunate. Because they have 3 minutes left. To get 10% forces and kill Tradova, you need more than... on a 13, you need more than 3 minutes. Right? That's gonna be a bricked key right there. It's gonna be very unfortunate. So I do want to take a second, Sean, for anybody who's just tuning in, anybody who has just discovered us, make sure you click that follow button. We are the Armed Forces Dungeon League. This is our WinterClash for the 2025 seeding for the season. Just so you know, our mission is to provide military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate with some of the service members and their family, regardless whether, as you can see, we've got multiple different branches. We've got different branches up here today. Plus, we have multiple different branches throughout, different teams tomorrow, different teams on Sunday. So, guys, if you're in the chat, if you're with one of our teams, make sure you throw some of that support up there. I see the Goats and Glory love up there, right? What team are you guys supporting? And then as well, I do just want to say that we've implemented a special charity incentive for the remaining of the 2024. So all donations, guys, an exclamation point charity in the chat. All donations will support the pediatric cancer program at the Monroe Junior Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. So again, make sure you type exclamation point charity in the chat. All of that generosity is very muchly appreciated, guys.
Yeah, and if we are running some custom. You may be wondering, hey, why am I looking at a 15 here or 16 and I'm seeing Xalatath orbs? If you are, because we're running some custom affixes in the dungeon pool. And so the way it works is we have 3 dungeons in the pool: Mr. Scythe, Dawnbreaker, and City of Echoes. And then we're seeing at a 10 plus Tyrannical and Fortified together. Below 10, it rotates which one each has. Mists has Tyrannical, Dawnbreaker has Fortified. City of Echoes starts on Fortified as well. And then for Mists of Tyrannosaurus, we have Ascendant. For Dawnbreaker, we have Voidbound. And for City of Echoes, we have Oblivion. And those are carrying through regardless of Keystone level. Those are going to be in place. And what we don't have is Challenger's Peril and Xalatath's Guile. So we're not using either of those. We're using custom affixes for this. And it was just as a way to sort of spice up the season and see what it looks like with a little bit of changes from the way it is on live. So that's why you're seeing Xalatath orbs, for example, in these dungeons at high key levels.
Which it in some senses it helps, in some senses it hurts, right? Because there's some times where, we got the Xalatath orbs, we all get a little mastery buff, or we all get a little bit more damage, as where normally on retail we wouldn't have. That's cool. But then that's all fun and games until you're fighting, the first boss on Arakara, and you have to dodge the Gossamers, or you have to do mechanics, and you can't stop the orbs from hitting the boss. And then now you've got a plus 13 or a plus 15 boss that now has orbs that, you never would have seen before on retail. And it just adds a whole nother mechanic to, hey, how do you manage this? Do you let the boss get the orbs? Do you risk dying? There's extra mechanics going out. So it's very fun. It's very interesting. It's definitely something you're not going to see anywhere else, right? And it's another reason why I love the AFDL, because we got to keep it, we got to keep it fresh, baby. We got to, throw a curveball every now and then. We can't have, just watching regular keys you can watch on retail, right? It's got to be something else there.
That's right. We're going to mix it up. It's we had a saying in the Canadian Navy: every time is like the first time, and that is it wasn't a nice saying when we said it, but it is nice here because it is like the first time you're seeing these dungeons at these keystone levels, and that's kind of fun. It's exciting to see a change from the norm. We're looking at head-to-head mists here, and I'm pretty sure that for the rest of the day we're only going to see mist keys as these teams try to be the team to claim the first plus 13. I got to tell you, my money's going to be on Team Ukraine. I think they're going to come from behind. It's going to be like one of those races where you're watching it and you're like, oh man, this is locked up. We got these two teams that are going to take this down, and you have that runner from the back, like just turn on the jets for the last stretch of the race. I think that's what's going to happen with Ukraine WoW here. I'm predicting that they get the first plus 13 mistimed. That's my wild prediction.
Your prediction might be as wild as the wild gods that govern Mist, but I'm going to have to disagree with you there because I do think that New Zealand Defence Force, they're on the 13 right now. They have very minimal deaths going into this maze, and as they have been struggling, just as much as I know, just as much as everybody knows, the more you do a dungeon on whatever difficulty, the better you get, the cleaner it gets, right? How many times have you run a key and, we didn't time it, but if we run it back right now, I know we could time it because we know what we messed up, right? They've got, I think this is their third attempt at this 13 missed. So they've got to have it clean by now. They know what they're messing up. Of course, the last one, they made it all the way to Tredova, right? So especially if you're going to do miss 3 times in a row, at some point you just get tired of it. And it's like, okay, stop making mistakes because I'm tired of this dungeon. Let's just finish it.
Stop making mistakes.
Okay. See, I'm a demon hunter, so I don't usually see things, but when I do, it's I saw what you did there, right?
Oh, I love it. I did just notice Ukrainian WoW got George Goulet as for the mini boss, but the New Zealand team had Night Blossom. The mazes are not locked in the same. They had 2 different mini bosses there. Yeah.
Maybe I'm not as crazy as people think.
Maybe. Crazy like a fox, Barn Door. Crazy like a fox.
Well, so, I mean, that's definitely something that we can double check and see kind of what was going on. It get some answers there. But as we're doing that, we have our French team that is coming up on the first boss, right, on Ingra. It looks like, they're plugging and chugging. Again, this is their second attempt at this 13, so definitely should be cleaner than their first. Although, as I say that, we do have a death that's coming out. Those furious thrashings are nothing to play with. If you're getting a furious thrashing from one of these mobs at the same time that you're standing in one of those bramble thorns, I mean, that's death right there, right? You really need to be careful. And another reason that this particular mob set is so hard is because it is right before Ingra, Sean. You want to hold cooldowns, right? And especially for Ingra, you need lust, and you need it depends on the key level, of course, but you need lust, and you need cooldowns, and you need your ascendants, and you need your wings. You need everything for that to try to two-phase that Ingra. And so you're sending no cooldowns whatsoever for those furious thrashings, and sometimes that bites you.
Yeah, it really does get tough. It comes down to, like, with Fortified and Tyrannical on at the same time, and basically all the time and everything above 10, you really start to plan out, okay, we can't all send CDs here, but who has 45 seconds or who has a minute and a half? And they are running a Rep Paladin. The Rep Paladin has cooldowns like every 30 seconds. So the Rep Paladin could send on that pack and hopefully carry that damage through. But you really need to start fine-tuning and planning who is going to send when as you get into these higher Mist skis. Mists is like the most of this group. I think it's the one that requires the most strategy ahead of time.
I mean, okay, so take a look at Dawnbreaker, right? How many different routes can you have on Dawnbreaker? Yeah, you can do some stuff with the Cathedral, right? You could definitely have different routes in front of there. You can do some different routes, in front of the second boss. But it is still a pretty linear dungeon with, you've got your first boss, you get your trash, you get your lieutenants, second boss, then you go right to the third. Right. Same thing with Arakara. You can go left or you can go right. Right around those alerting shrills. You can maybe do for the first boss. Before that, you can do big pull. You can do giga pull. You can do small pull. Right. But it's still pretty linear. Right. Mist, I think, is one of the ones where you do actually have some choice of, okay, do you pull the 4-pack before the first boss into the two big mobs, or do you not, right? That's a risky time-saving decision. You can do that. Also, it's okay, how much percentage do we want going into the second boss, into Mist? Do we pull over the wall and risk, extra guardians and extra defenders, or do we play it safe? Do we want to do trash before Tradova or after Tradova? There are a lot of different things. Like you were saying earlier, do you skip, like when you finish Mistcaller and you jump down, do you skip that first pack? Do you not skip that first pack? I think as far as our dungeon pool today, Mist is probably the one that has the most different pathings that high-end teams could take.
Yep. Great breakdown. That was a great amount. I could listen, Brian, I could listen to you all day. Is there somewhere I can find you? Can I just follow you somewhere? That was great.
Well, I mean, you can definitely go check out the Twitter at Barndoor11, or you can go check out the Twitch at Barndoor with 2 O's and 2 R's. I stream on there on occasion, not as much as I used to. Right.
Could I also see you on the AFDL VODs from previous seasons on YouTube?
Somebody pointed it out earlier. I didn't realize that I have been on, I think, every single AFDL Warcraft event that we've had. I can't remember if I missed one or I've been on every single one, but I was at the start. I was at the first event, which was all the way back in, I want to say 2023. I even got the little, they sent me a little challenge coin for it. It was awesome. Right. So try to collect one of the coins for every single year.
If this is your first AFDL and you want to get more Barn Door in you, go to the YouTube channel, check out the past broadcasts. This broadcast will be there. If you missed the beginning of this broadcast and you don't have a Twitch Prime available right now to throw a sub, to watch the VOD. You can catch this broadcast as well eventually there. Or fire that Twitch Prime sub and catch it here right on the channel. AFDL, all of the knowledge breakdown. Brian,
speaking of breakdown, do you want to break it down now and explain how they can find you if they want to catch some more Sean?
I'm going to be on the VOD for this stream on the YouTube. Eventually.
Well, and they can also go follow you over at the Twitter, right? It's linked over there in the chat for sure.
Follow the AFDL. You're not going to follow me. I'm boring. The AFDL is exciting. Yeah.
Speaking of exciting, looking at the Ukrainian team, this is their +8. You actually called it, Sean. You were talking about, maybe 15 minutes average for the +3 for this. Honestly, they're on Tredova and it's 12 minutes. You know what? Your prediction might have been right. They might have enough time to get into the 13. It really depends. They're definitely going to get this 11 key, and they're going to get into it with enough time to maybe 2-3 chest it, right? It really depends on they have to play that 11 key very clean, and there's 30 minutes left. Do they have enough time to finish it up and be able to put in the key for the next round?
Yeah, they have to 2-chest it. So the timer to 2-chest, I think, is 25 minutes in here. It might be 24 minutes. So they have, this boss is dead. They'll have 2 minutes to hearth out, set their key to the 11, get back in, and then run it, and then 2 minutes to do the same after they time it, if they 2-chest it. I believe in them. I'm Team Ukraine all the way.
Awesome. So, speaking of Team Ukraine, clock is ticking. They just finished up the 8. Looks like they 3-chested it with, if there was any noise that plays at the end of it, I think you got the flawless victory noise after that one. But now's the real test is how quickly can they finish this 11? They have 29 minutes left. I dare say that they can absolutely demolish this +11 in 29 minutes.
Mm-hmm. That 8, however, puts them in first place. They're in first place right now in the seeding with 38 points. The New Zealand Defense Force and the French Air and... Oh, man, I'm terrible at this. Air and Space. Air and... Oh, my God, please don't hate me. Army, Air, and Space. French Army, Air, and Space are tied for second with New Zealand right now in the seeding. As we know, it's a long weekend. There's going to be other teams that come up here. We're going to fill out all 10 spots. The seedings today aren't going to be where it ends up, but Ukraine, WoW, is looking really strong. Good strategy, good planning, and excellent execution. I will get that French team right first time the next time I say it, I promise.
Oh, we have a death coming out on the side of New. So I want to take a second and look at New Zealand. This is kind of do or die for them, right? This is their third attempt on this 13 missed. They're on Tredova. I think I'm a little zoomed out right now, but I think they've got all the forces done, and they only have 4 deaths, so they have plenty of time right now. It really is just about playing cleanly, although this Gordon Shield is going on for way too long. They need to DPS this down. This is the 70% shield. That gets scary, right? If you're running something like, for example, like a Mad Queen's Mandate, some melee will run that. You want to save that for those 70 and the 40% Gordon Shields, because you need burst, because that is the moment that's going to be the highest damage. A lot of times, as long as you can manage the poisons, right, and manage, these grips and everything, Tredova is really easy outside of the 70 and 40%. That's the difficulty of this boss, is the 70 and 40%. That's where people die, other than managing the poisons, right? If the poisons is down well, that's the only other time you can die.
Yeah, they have a lot of time left. As long as they don't make mistakes, they should be okay here, but I worry. I have fear in my heart because we've not seen them perform this fight exceptionally well today. That heroic leap should have broken all those mind links at once. We had one that was still attached, which isn't a deal breaker, but it's just a little bit of extra damage you don't want.
Well, you know what, Sean? It's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and drop my tremor totem for you, right, to get rid of that fear, because we just made it through the 40% shield. So now, no more shields. We've got only 4 deaths. As long as they can make it through these poisons, which their healer did not. But there's the immediate B-res. As long as they can play cleanly, they've got plenty of time left. I'm rooting for the New Zealand Defense Force right here. We'll see. We got Mindlink coming out. He's going to jump, but there is so much poison. Look at these poisons right now. This is there's like a big wall of poisons. How are they going to get through?
If only there was some way to control where the poison went in the room. That would.
I don't know what you're getting at here. I don't know what you're getting at here.
Quite stack my finger on it.
Okay, well, it looks like we've got Tredova at 10%, 11%.
Yeah, they got this lot.
5 deaths coming out, plenty of time left. It's all, again, this is if I'm in comms with my team, I'm just saying, hey, take a breath, do mechanics, time doesn't matter, we're fine, just don't die.
Just don't die. And they did it. Oh,
yeah, just don't die.
We got it.
There you go. Just don't die. That's a strategy. It's a bold strategy, you know. But it looks like they're going to get that 13 time, which is going to be great for them. It's also going to give them the option of now to go into a 13 Arakara, because they've got the 13 Dawn timed. They just finished the 13 Mist, and I will say, arguably, a 13 Arakara is definitely going to be way easier for them, I think, than a 13 Mist. But we'll see. Looks like we're having a slight composition change, though. We're hopping from the Warrior to the Prot Pally. Ideally for the Arakara, I think so.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Prot Paladin and Arakara, you've got the self-cleanse on the last boss for the poisons. You've got the freedoms for that hallway down to the last boss. The Paladin makes a lot of sense in Arakara. So that's definitely the right play, and I'm excited to see what they do here. They don't have a lot of. This is a key that, if it's not going well early on, they're gonna have to like abandon and just go again. They have 24 minutes left on the timer, so some room left for a reset.
Sorry, I was going to say I think Prot Paladin is a good pick no matter what dungeon you're in. If you're looking at the meta right now, Prot Paladin is probably the strongest tank. Not just because of its, survivability, and not just because of the interrupts, because it makes your as a DPS, as a melee DPS, trust me, a Prot Paladin makes my life a lot easier with all of the kicks and the shields and everything. But the big reason too is just because of the DPS. The DPS a gear Prot Paladin can do. It's like you're bringing 4 DPS, right? They can be over a mil to 1.5 overall. I mean, I've even seen some dungeons where I've seen Prot Paladins pulling close to 2 mil overall in something like a Necrotic Wake or a Stone Vault. So Prot Paladin is a really strong pick when it comes to this Arakara. Honestly, they have a really strong team. Looking at New Zealand, looking at Prot Pally, looking at what I'm guessing is a Survival Hunter, looking at their, having a DK, having a Resto Shaman Healer for that Poison Cleansing Totem as well. It's a really strong comp for this dungeon.
Mm-hmm. I think he's Beastmaster?
Is he? The screen's a little
It's hard
dark.
to tell. The icon looks like the Beastmaster icon. But I could be wrong. I can't disagree with anything you said about Paladin Baron, and the meta obviously doesn't disagree with you because everybody's running it. But as a card-carrying member of the Thane gang, don't sleep on Prot Warriors, okay? we hold our own. The Shield Bros are just as good as the Shield Throwers, I promise.
The Shield Bros, I like it. Well, speaking of Shield Bros, we're putting the Shield Bros on the bench to bring out the shield thrower for this 13 Arakara, and this this would give, they've got plenty of time, right? They put the key in with enough time, they're good to go. If they time this, that gives them a 13 timed in every single dungeon. Do you think that's good enough for second place here?
Yeah, I think so. 13s across the board for today. Now, what the rest of the weekend looks like, I'm not sure. I don't know what the other teams are coming in. I know that there are some heavy hitters lined up for Saturday and for Sunday. So, but for today, this will definitely lock them in. I'm pretty sure. I'm confident in saying that even if they don't get it, I think our standings are going to be locked in for today with Ukraine, then New Zealand, then French Army of Air and Space. Nailed it. Sorry.
So I just want to clear something up for the start of Arakara, right? So this is nowhere officially, right? But you heard it from here first, right? It's an AFDL, official approved slogan here. Okay, so when you go into Arakara, there's 3 ways you can do your first pull, right? You can do the small pull, right, as it's so named, which is just pulling, a couple packs and getting done with it, and then going across the platform and kind of doing this. You can do the big pull, right? So that's the small pull. The big pull is pulling everything up to the first mini boss, but not pulling the mini boss, right? So that's the big pull. Or you can do the giga pull. The giga pull is pulling everything up to the first mini boss, right? Now, of course, the giga pull is going to be the most dangerous. However, you're going to get the most damage right there. So depending on what key level you have, depending on how much you like your DPS, depending on how much you want your DK to pop off, depends on kind of which you do. My experience has been anything under a 13, like 13 and under, you can do a big pull or the giga pull, but when you get to something like a 15 or a 16, the giga pull there's too much to manage. There's too many kicks. Things get stun DR'd. They last too long. So you kind of have to do the smaller pull, because on a dungeon like Arakara, it's the timer is so forgiving. It's not about trying to make up so much time with your big pulls. It's just about playing cleanly and not dying. And if you want to, look at potential to die, doing the giga pull is the most potential for somebody to randomly die.
Yeah, it is.
That's the
DPS
names
likes
of
to go
them.
burr. But you're right. You nailed it. This key is you just got to not die. You could almost go pack by pack and time Arakara. So yeah, you're right. It's once you get over that 13 hump, it really just becomes, hey, we got to just do this efficiently and safely. Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing, and when it comes to deaths being punished as hard as they are, honestly, there's kind of been a swap up this season to where it's less about doing skips and trying to, just pull because I remember I go all the way back to Legion, and when it comes to Mythic Plus, and I think about Maw of Souls, right? And that's the Maw of Souls mentality is what I call it, right? And the mentality of pull everything and try to live, right? And that's how you time the dungeons. That's how you get higher and higher keystones, is if you can pull everything and live. But that's not the case anymore with as punishing as deaths are, with the way that we're looking, with the squish on the keys and everything. It's more, can you play perfect, right? Because the difference between timing one of the highest keys in the world right now is not they pulled 2 extra packs on top of this boss, or they pulled the whole room. No, it's they went through the whole dungeon and they didn't die once, right? So that's the difference between kind of like a good team and a great team right now is and that's just a little different than what we've seen from Mythic Plus. And I do think that's I like it, right? Because now as a demon hunter, as a melee DPS, yeah, I like seeing the big numbers and I want to go burr. But at the same time, as being a player who appreciates like skill, and I think it's more skilled to be able to go through an entire dungeon and have 0 deaths. I think that's more impactful than just doing these crazy big kind of Maw of Souls type pulls.
Yeah, it's boring, but it's safe. You never go broke making a profit, though. So take those wins, take those easy kills, and just stay alive. It makes, I don't know, there's a lot of orbs getting to Avanox right now. Oh! And it deleted the tank.
Oh, we got some battle reses, though. Wait, are they going to take
that's
it?
a wipe.
Oh, no, they have time. They're going to try to run it back.
Yeah, I would say they got to zone out. Don't go back in and pull this boss. Zone out, reset it. Or you know what? Go pull the boss. What do I know? I'm just the guy sitting here watching. You guys do it. You're the doers.
Well, here's the thing. Think about it, right? Because if they don't, if this is the last key they're going to go for, right? Think about it like this. Is 5 deaths, they do have enough time to one chest this, right? And so the whole reason why you would want to reset it is if the key is bricked, like not timeable whatsoever, or you were trying to 2-chest it, right? Well, they're not trying to 2-chest this, right? All they want is to have this key timed. So, I mean, look at the timer. They got plenty of time, right? Arakar is one of the most forgiving timers. There's honestly no reason they need to run out and try to, send it again unless they wipe it again. Now, if they wipe it again, maybe. But as far as right now, honestly, as long as they don't, we
just spent 5 minutes saying how forgiving this timer is. I guess, right away I was ready to abandon it. This is... Yeah. All right. No,
so
you're right,
you know what, Sean? You know what? Yeah, you're acting like the guys in the pugs, right? I can tell you've been pugging a lot because you had one wipe and you already want to run out of the key.
Yeah,
so
I had been pugging. I'm in my 3-day ban right now for leaving groups early, so I'm not pugging. I'm kidding. I would never do that.
Oh man.
Yeah, I was dooming. I was giving it the old doomer attitude. That was right. You're right. I gotta. Sometimes you can die.
One thing I'll talk about is why that wipe happened, right? For those who don't know, what led to that wipe happening, it was because the Shrill, right? So we're about to go through the Gossamer Onslaught, right? But after this Gossamer Onslaught, you'll see this boss does an AoE kind of pulse damage. It pulses, I think, 4 or 5 times, right? And it trucks, right? Especially on higher keys, it trucks. But what, right here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So 6 times. 6 pulses, it, even with defensives, it gets almost the entire team to 20% health. Well, what happened is these orbs went out at the exact wrong time. The boss ate like 4 or 5 orbs, and if the boss eats these orbs, it buffs their damage. So what happened is this Shrill that automatically is going to put the entire team at 20%, even with defensives, just got buffed like 5 times, and then just basically wiped the whole group. So that's a little breakdown of what happened there. So taking a look at this, Sean, tell me, I mean, plenty of time left, 20 minutes, this 13. Is there anything that our French team can do to try to take the second place for the day away from, to take it away from the New Zealand team, or is this kind of set in stone right here, whether they time this Arakar or not?
No, there's nothing. The French team needs to time 2 13s. And there's only 12 minutes left to start a key, and they're standing at the entrance to Mist. So, and I don't think they have just timed a 13. Let me refresh the scoreboard. It doesn't look like they've just timed a 13, so there's nothing they can do. And as soon as the Ukrainian team kills Tredova here and finishes their 3 chest on this 11, they will have locked themselves in. So the standings, the seedings as they are, for today, day one of the weekend of the WinterClash here at the AFDL. They're locked in. There's nothing that's going to change. Nothing any of these teams are going to do is going to change this. Ukraine WoW is going out first. New Zealand Defence Force second. The French Army of Air and Space third. Now, that's not to say that that's where they finish when the weekend ends. There are 7 other teams that have to play across Saturday and Sunday. So these teams will be spread across the top 10 for the seeding, somewhere in that range. But yeah, there's nothing that can happen today that's going to change the seeding at all for these 3 teams as it stands.
Yeah,
unless
to keep in mind,
Ukraine WoW jumps off a cliff here, then I guess that could change it. But that's not going to happen.
But one thing big to keep in mind here, Sean, is that Ukraine is not just competing against these 2, right? They're competing against all the other teams, right? So think about it like this: they've got 2 15s timed, but honestly, their foot should be on the gas. They should not let up whatsoever. They should be trying to get as high a miss as they can, because what happens when another team comes by tomorrow and times 16s, right? Or another team comes by tomorrow and they get the 15s timed, and it's going to come down to a missed. And so again, these aren't the only 3 teams competing, right? This is just the start. And the hard part is when you go first, you kind of show everybody your strategy, right? Real quick, they have 20 seconds left in order to 3 chest this 11.
3 chest the 11, yeah. They're not.
If they
they're not
3
going
chest
to.
it, we're not. Are they?
It takes more than 20 seconds to kill this pack.
4 seconds left. Yeah. So the 2 chest is coming out.
Yeah, which is exactly where we said they would be. They're going to 2 chest the 11. They're going to have 10 minutes to start the 13. And then that's more than enough time so they can take a breather, stretch their legs, do a little bit of chair Pilates before they get rocking and rolling, jump into the 13, and then rip that out. And then I think with the 2 15s and a 13, because all of the teams are limited to the same 5-hour window, I think 2 15s and a 13 is a really strong spot to go into the weekend knowing, hey, this is where we're at. I think they're setting the bar at a reasonably high spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're Ukrainian WoW right now, you're setting the bar as high as you can, and boom, just like that, you've got the 11 miss, 2 chest, right? We have Ukrainian WoW with enough time to go to get this 13, and that will tie them for the highest miss timed right now, and nobody else has these 15s that Ukrainian WoW has, so honestly, that puts them in a very, very dominant position going into tomorrow. We've got some really good teams left in here, so I'm never going to say that, hey, I'm counting anybody out. But I think that Ukrainian WoW has set the bar high, and I think that any of these teams that we have tomorrow or Sunday are going to have to bring their A game if they want to compete.
Yeah, this is so the exciting piece that's left for today is, can the Ukraine WoW team one-shot a plus 13 mists, which neither New Zealand nor French Army of Air and Space was able to do. That's what we're looking at now. Can the Ukraine team go in and one-shot a 13 mists, because they only have 8 minutes to start it, and if not one-shot it, can they get to a point where they reset it within that 8 minutes and go again? That's what I'm excited to see. I think they can. I think if any one team today can do that, it is that team. And their boomkin is back. Balanced is back. So the power outage is over. Oh, yeah. They lock it in. They're going to go in there and dump 13 mists.
Back again. Well, that's
right.
Awesome. Good to hear that. And their boomkin was one of the reasons they were able to get these 15s timed so efficiently. And I mean, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, Sean, is this opens up something that I was thinking about. Okay, so Mist has been timed on a 13, yes, by New Zealand Defence Force. But what it hasn't happened is it hasn't been 2-chested on a 13. So if there's any team that has a potential to 2-chest this 13, I mean, honestly, 2-chesting versus 1-chesting could be the difference between, maybe that's that 1 point you really needed to win. But regardless, Sean, we've got 7 minutes left to enter into a new key. So first of all, Ukrainian, wow, they got to put this key in. They're making me a little nervous here. They got to slam the key here.
Yeah, they got it. They're just, like I said, they're just stretching their legs. Their Pilates instructor told them to do a few little arm turns, get their wrists activated. You don't want to get carpal tunnel mid-key. That's not going to be any good. While we're waiting for them to start that key, we've got 2 other key teams that are in the middle of it. But we have, like you said, there's like 6 minutes 30 left to go. We are 11 subs away from 900 followers. So if 2 people follow a minute for the last 6.5 minutes, we hit that 900 sub goal, and we roll into tomorrow at an all-time high for AFDL followers on Twitch. That will be cool. If you're watching and enjoying, you've come over from Raider.io, welcome in. Click that follow button and join the Ukraine hype train that we're all on here as we get ready to watch them pump this Mists 13.
Yeah. Okay. So 2 follows a minute, 6 minutes. I got to check your math here. It's hold on.
It worked. It works.
Marines,
that's good math. I'm a math guy.
So. Hold on. You got 2 crayons in the box. You take 2 out every single. Okay, yeah, it seems to check out, right? So seems to check out for me. Or hear me out. You have 11 people just press that follow button right now at this very moment.
Would prefer
and
if 2 a minute.
So that could happen too.
But to be organized.
Either way, we appreciate you guys out there following. We appreciate you guys who are tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to the AFDL, our 2025 seeding. This is our WinterClash right here. We have some amazing teams that are all competing. We're coming up on the last 5 minutes to enter a key. So this could very well be the last keys that we see for the day. We have got a Mist 13 coming out from Ukraine. We have also a Mist 13 from our French team. And then we have everything is a 13 right now, which is easy. A 13 Arakara coming out from New Zealand Defense Force. So, wait, they're still on this first boss. Wait, did something happen I didn't see?
They restarted.
Oh, they reset. Okay, we were just talking about that because I see they're at 1 death now. So, anybody just tuning in or anybody kind of unfamiliar with the rule set, you see that 4-minute timer that's ticking down in the center, right? Once that hits 0, these teams can't restart a new key. Now, however, they can finish their old key, right? So anybody's familiar with the Great Push format, the whole point of this competition, of course, is to try to push up these dungeons as high as they can. We have 3 dungeons on today's pool. We have Arakar, we have Dawnbreaker, and we've got Mist. You can take a look at that leaderboard in your bottom right-hand corner. However, 3 minutes remain to restart a key, right? So, for example, let's say our top right-hand corner, New Zealand Defense Force, let's say they brick a key right now, right? Or they get a couple unnecessary deaths right now. They have the ability to go ahead and restart the key. They absolutely do. However, after this 3-minute timer is done, they're locked in, right? They cannot do it. If they brick the key's bricked, their score stands as it is. And speaking of that, we have Ukrainian WoW who actually just restarted their Mist. I don't think they wiped. I think they went to Mist and then something was wrong. They went back to Dorangal and just redid it. But big shout out to Dax313 over there and for the bits and the hype. Thank you guys so much for all of the follows and the subs and the bits and the hype. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Sean, coming down to the wire here. 2 minutes and 47 seconds left. What are we going to see?
Hopefully we're going to see Ukraine WoW properly. What they tried to do was open up the shortcut to the mushrooms and grab them before pulling that 4-pack, but Shroud had fallen off and they accidentally pulled that pack of mobs. The rogue needs to send a blind or a sap or something there to get that through. Hopefully we see that happen. I'd like to see, it looks like New Zealand is restarting their 13 Arakara with 2 minutes to go. I'd like to see all these teams finish their keys in time. we already know they're locked in for their seeding here, but we want to set them up for success in the weekend. And Ukraine WoW has captured my heart. It really has. And so my hope is that they are able to get this 13 timed and go into the weekend and finish with a nice high seeding after what was an incredible performance today, especially considering they had a blackout and lost to their boomkin for a good chunk of the day. It's exciting stuff. Also, Dax, go to bed.
Yep, for sure. Well, I mean, he's only got a little bit left, so he could stay up for a couple more minutes. Okay, you're not the curfew police here, right? But meanwhile, we have the first poll coming out on the side of Ukrainian WoW, right? And you've got, it looks like they're pulling the big 2-pack before Ingra into the 4-pack. So this is one poll that we saw both of the other teams wipe on. So this is something. It looks like they're able to get the 4-pack down. They got one more mob left. That furious thrashing though, it's so scary. I can't understate how scary it is because you can't use cooldowns, right? You can, but then you would really mess up your Ingra, your boss. You can't use cooldowns on this pack because it's right before the boss. So that's one of the reasons why this pack is so scary.
Yeah, it's a rough pack. And they lost their paladin, as you mentioned. It's just, I really wish it's one of those pulls where if you don't, somebody has to send cooldowns there. You can't go in no cooldowns at all. You just have to decide who it's going to be. The paladin makes the most sense because they're on such a short cooldown timer. They're getting through it. And I don't think 22 seconds left. There's not enough time to reset. So they're just going to have to go from here to see what happens. This is intensity in 10 cities. We are loving this. The AFDL is off to a great start.
I'm looking at this, and when I take a look at what's going on right here, we got 5 seconds left. No new keys are going to get timed. You know what comes to my mind right now, Sean? I look at this, and I see a TP and a wigwam. You know why I see those? Because it's too tense, right? It's just too tense right now. It's so intense. It might as well be camping.
I don't know if we have any more shifts together this weekend, but if we don't, I just want to thank you for this.
You should know I'm the king of dad jokes, right? I was declared the king of dad jokes. It was going to be a competition to see who had the best dad jokes, but they went ahead and gave it to me because it was so apparent.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Okay.
So back to the action here. So meanwhile, right, in the realm of the mist, we've got the 13 on the side of the French Defense Force here. Looks like, how many deaths do we have so far? It looks like they're doing decent, right? It looks like they're on track. They've made it through the first boss. That is one of the damage checks for sure. Right here, we're going to be coming up on Double Guardian here in a second. I really want to watch right here Mistcaller because this French team, and we've seen it, I think we've seen it twice now, have had deaths to dodgeball. Right. And whether it has to do with, X, Y, or Z, you just cannot have deaths to dodgeball on this because it's one of the most avoidable mechanics. One thing that maybe the tank doesn't know or does know, one thing that everybody should know who's pugging on retail, and my tanks never seem to know, if you pull Mistcaller over into where the water is, because you're looking at the same screen I am, you see the water. If you pull Mistcaller to the water, for some reason the arrows that show you the dodgeball, they'll go under the water, right? And so your entire team will all get sketched out because you can't see where the dodgeballs are coming if Mistcaller's sitting on the water. So as a tank, you really have to avoid, never let Mistcaller get near the water or sit on the water when dodgeball is going to come out because you're liable to have a couple deaths.
Yeah she's basically a gremlin. Don't feed her after midnight, don't get her wet, and she hates sunlight.
Well, I mean, there you
Right?
go.
Is that what-
Sounds about right. Meanwhile,
they're not all
we
winners,
have
folks. They're not all winners.
Meanwhile, we have over on the side of the New Zealand Defence Force, no new keys can be done. I feel like it's Groundhog's Day a little bit because they are back on the first boss. However, this time they have 0 deaths, right? So how did they get the 13 missed, right? They took them 3 attempts. They basically got super, super good. They got polished. Well, this is now their 3rd attempt at this Mist 13. Although they didn't make it all the way through the dungeon like they did on Mist when they had their second wipe to Tredova, they have seen this boss 3 times in the 13. They're at 0 deaths. They're looking polished. And honestly, the decision to reset the key, I think, was a really good one because you want every single second you can, especially if you're pushing a difficulty that you're maybe unfamiliar with. Maybe 13s are a little high for you, right? And you're just kind of hoping that, that you can get a 13, squeak it out. But at the same time, the one killer here that they really have to worry about, Sean, is you can't let this boss have the orbs right before about to do the shrill. That, if they can fix that, they're smooth sailing all the way to the last boss here, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's those orbs really can throw a wrench in it. It's just it ramps the damage up so much. We just need to avoid them. They are playing this boss so close to those spider eggs. It makes me nervous.
It does for me as well. Luckily, there are a lot of CC. The shaman. Well, we've got the root from the shaman. We've got knockups. It's just if the tank just accidentally stutter steps backwards like once, the whole team wipes, right? So it's a little nervous, but looks like they're going to be good. Shrill is going out. They've got some defensives for it. That's good. Looks like they're going to be A-okay. And this is the moment where they probably call, just CC the ads and funnel boss, right? There's no need to actually kill these ads right here. Just funnel the boss, CC the ads, the boss is going to die.
Yeah. But first, put the boss dangerously close to them. Then CC.
Well, yeah, of course.
It makes me so
it's
nervous.
Gotta be a show. It gotta be a show.
Nerves of steel. Yeah. I guess, yeah.
It's okay. Sean, we know you're afraid. It's okay. I've got Tremor Totem. I'll drop it for you because the boss is dead, so we don't need to worry about it. Right. Speaking of Tremor Totem, the one thing I always forget to spec into when we go into Mist, we've got 2 teams. One is currently on the maze, going into Mist Caller. That's going to be Ukrainian WoW. And then we also have our French team that is working their way towards Tredova. They're at 51%, so they're really behind. Not behind, but they've got a lot of trash to do. They've got a lot of percent to get. They are still on track. They're on track to maybe not 2-chested, but 1-chested at this point. But one thing I do want to bring up, Sean, and talk about this is this Ukrainian team, if they can 1-chest, or even especially if they can 2-chest this 13, that first of all, it's going to set the bar. We know that, but it could really affect the scoring for tomorrow because think about it. Think about we have a team that comes in tomorrow and they can hit the 15, right, on the Arakara. They can hit the 15 on the Dawnbreaker, and they only 1-chest, say, a 13, right? Then that means Ukraine's going to take it, right? So it is advantageous for them to give it their all to try to get the 2 chests or even the 3, although I think 3 chests might be a little bit out of the realm of possibility on a 13 key. But 2 chests, they need to focus up, right? This is still, a key that they are pushing all the way until the end for.
Yeah, this is a double Guardian pack. 2 chests would be really nice to see. This pack could make or break the run for them here. They really need a lot of players they'll want to sit on their cooldowns because Mist Caller is coming up. You have to send cooldowns into this pack, and you have to have defensive rotations for these Guardians because they do a ton of damage to the tank. When they hit 2 double Animus Slash, there's the first one. Here's the second one. If the tank is going to die, it's going to be now. He ran Divine Shield there.
Ooh.
So he ran Divine Shield to negate that double Anima Slash. So the next dangerous one is going to come up in now, and they just killed one of them. It's 100% damage reduction from the next attack on a dead mob. That's the strategy they went with. That's a great defensive to use. This Ukraine WoW team is really good.
Yeah, I'm a fan of 100% damage reduction. You know, I think that you know, if they could give that to Demon Hunters, it'd be nice, right? But as we look through, and that's what we were talking about, is this 100% damage reduction, why Prop Pally is so good. There's also some sort of interaction to where you can get your mastery up high enough as a Prop Pally as well, to where you could actually spell immune certain things. So, for example, you know, I've had it on live servers to where, for example, like I timed a 13 mist, right? But I had a Prop Pally tank. We actually didn't have to do one of the mechanics on Tradova, you know, where, you know, you get linked and everybody has to, you know, run away. Well, the Prop Pally can be spell immune from that. So that's one thing to also keep in mind is again, why, you know, shield throwers tend to be really good right now is there's certain mechanics you can almost avoid. And then if you can avoid, well, then now your poisons look that much better because you don't have to shuffle your feet for the boss and, you know, go this way or go that way when the tank's running out of Link because you didn't get Link because he was spell immune.
That's a good point. Still a part
So
where
we've got Tradova being pulled. We've got Tradova being pulled over here on the side of our French team. They're doing a good job of stacking up for those poisons, except for their tank, apparently, who's kind of off on the side. And this is, for the most part, it's not going to change their where they are as opposed to today. But this really, again, these teams aren't exactly playing for, you know, who's going to be the best today. They want the best seeding, right? So as, you know, them two-chesting this on a 13 or, you know, timing it on the 13 could be the difference between, you know, seeding one place higher or one place lower, depending on what some of the other teams do. So right here, we're taking a look. It looks like, I don't see a percentage on here, but getting really close to that 70% shield. A couple people getting hit by that acid right there. Hunter taking a little bit of damage. And oh no, this is a bad spot. This is a really bad spot to be in. Luckily, the shaman was able to get out of there. That spirit wolf in charge did wonders. That was a scary spot to be, Sean.
Yeah, that was. I thought for sure we were going to see some deaths there. We didn't somehow. Through sheer luck, I think maybe that was a really dangerous spot to be. And it's not. They made quick work of that shield, but it that also looked. I don't know. It just feels like this fight is frantic right now instead of controlled. And oh no, they've just lost one of the DPS.
So would you say it's pretty fair to say that this is, you know, creatively chaotic, right? Yeah, a little chaotic, because you know, if I have to get creative with it and say how chaotic this is, I would also have to just give out a shout out to one of our partners, which is Chaos Creative, which is of course been partnered with us for a long time, and of course both them and Raider.io help to make these events possible. So big shout out to the creative chaos that Tradova has put us in here, and Creative Chaos for helping us get through that. So thank you very much.
I can't help but feel partially responsible for that, but I don't know. I don't think no reasonable person could think that I should have foreseen that that's what you were going to say, right?
I mean, I did tell you about the dad jokes. You had been warned, right? The memo was there, right? You've been informed.
I have been informed. I have been. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. We are 7 followers away from 900. If we hit 900, Barn Door promises not to do that again.
No promises, actually?
No promises. No promises, actually. actually given.
I can promise that this is going to be a close match right here. I can promise that this is going to be a hype match right here. And I can promise that I had to sneeze. Thank you.
Gesundheit. And yeah, here we go. We are still rocking and rolling. We're on Mistcaller. Oh no! Is that it? Oh my god! I thought.
Wait,
it was
is that
a
a death or is that just a UI? Oh, he's playing with one of those cursed UIs that shows everything black.
No, that is. They're all dead. Yeah, he's using.
Oh my goodness!
Oh no, they just full wipe.
Ooh, this is tragedy on the side of Ukraine. Wow, them wiping right now. Look at the timer. They have 0 minutes left. They do not have the ability to go and run this back. If they can't somehow manage to time this, oh, what a disaster right there. And on the boss too. Mistcaller is the longest boss. If you, that's going to be rough here, Sean. I hope they have enough damage to make it through, but Mistcaller is the worst boss you want to wipe in this one.
I am dumbfounded right now. What happened? They lost all 3 DPS and the healer. Did the Vulpin get kited into the group? I don't understand that.
I didn't see a big kind of ice block. I think it were dodgeball deaths, honestly. I didn't exactly see it when the deaths happened, but I saw where Mistcaller was, and if you look in the top right hand corner of that little boss's room, you can see how in that top right hand corner the water kind of comes in right there. Well, if you stick the boss in that spot, exactly what I said earlier, like right there where that one mob is, if you stick the boss in the water in that spot, which tanks often sometimes accidentally do, the lines for dodgeball go underneath into the water and you can't see them, right? So that's my only thought is maybe something happened with somebody got hit by a dodgeball or something. They're going to be tight. Like, they are going to have to focus up. Speaking of focusing up, we have got our French team that focused up and timed their 13 missed. Not enough time for another one, so that's all we're going to see from them for today. But they did finish it up. The 13 missed has been timed. So big shout out to our French team coming in and showing up with great effort on that 13 missed, on the Arikara, the Dawnbreaker, and all the keys today for sure. Big shout out to them.
Yeah, that actually gives them 37 points, which is the same amount of points that the New Zealand Defence Force currently has. So New Zealand has to time this 13 Arikara to hold their current seeding of second place. They have
that's getting spicy here. We're getting close.
Yeah.
We're coming down to the wire. New Zealand needs this.
Yeah. They should. I don't want to say they should be able to do this because there's a lot of time left, but they're going down the middle. No, don't. It's a trap.
What's wrong with the middle? You don't like the middle?
The big guy, the hauler. I don't like the middle. The hauler, I feel it's just not.
It can be spicy, but there are some routes that go on the side. There's some routes that go through the center, right? But we'd be remiss if we didn't, mention that the amazing dance moves that our French team has after finishing their key, right? So you love to see it. The Taran kind of raising the roof over there. You love to see it. But meanwhile, while they're raising the roof right now, this hauler is trying to raise the roof on our team by stunning them during these casts, but it looks like they're electing not to pull the hauler with the overseers. Probably a smart idea at this point. The only way that they don't time this key is unnecessary deaths. They have the time advantage here. They definitely are not going to two-chest it, I don't think, with the amount of time they have remaining, but they have plenty of time left to make sure that they can cleanly do it. So it's all about playing clean, right? And you know that feeling of when, okay, we have the DPS, we're not up against the timer, as long as we play clean, it's good. that's when everybody takes a breath. It's like, okay, lock in.
Yeah, we're seeing Ukraine WoW skip that 3-pack. They're counting on no deaths from this point. We're going to get our double pull with these 2 packs here, and hopefully see some big damage. They have just under 8 minutes left to time this key, and fingers crossed. Are they double staghorning this? Oh, this is
that's
very
scary,
dangerous.
So one of the reasons you don't want to double staghorn, Sean, is because, yes, it's 2 casts that need to be interrupted, but it's the Acid Novas, right? Mm-hmm. Acid Novas are so punishing, especially on higher keys, because it's an AoE damage that you just can't avoid. And if, for example, you're like the Shaman who just this very second accidentally got 1 tick of that poison, if he had 1 tick of that poison, the moment double Acid Nova comes out, or 1 comes out, that's death right there.
Yeah, this is being played extremely cleanly, though. They are really doing a great job here, and they're controlling the mobs. They're not moving them too much. They're not getting hit by those circles. They did it, and they did it well. I am a stan. Where can I buy merch? Can I get Ukraine WoW team merch? I want a jersey. Yeah, these are my new favorite teams.
That's a good question. Maybe we can ask them as soon as the run is done if there's a spot to buy merch. All I know is that they definitely invested in some Windex and some Lysol, because that poll was clean. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I gotta go.
And speaking of clean, they pulled it into the boss. Yo, they did the double pull into the boss here, right? They heard you like poison, Sean, so they put poison on the poison so you can poison while you poison.
I don't know if this is insane or if this is brilliant, or maybe it's like 1 foot on the line of insane and 1 foot on the line of brilliant. But this is a crazy pull to be doing right now. You weren't going to 2-chest even with this pull. It almost feels needlessly dangerous to me. And they need another trash pack.
I'm trying to see what percent do they need still? Are they
at 94.83?
Is that 94%?
Yeah, 94.83. 1 pack, it might be 6.3. No, it's 8.3. 1 pack after this will do it. So the next pack on the hill, and they could actually tag that pack and pull it in while they're fighting this. If they wait for a mine link, the tank could run up the hill, tag that pack, bring them back in after breaking the mine link. And I bet you that's what they do, because they're wild.
I mean, that's the 70% consumption. I mean, we got some hype going on right now. I mean, we got the 70% shield. We got the ads being pulled into Tredova. Meanwhile, we have the final boss in Arakara also going out. We've got the Cosmic Singularity. Oh, we can't find the blood. Oh, that was a little scary. I'm not gonna lie, on the side of the New Zealand Defense Force. The New Zealand Defense Force, first of all, in your top left-hand corner of your screen, they need this timed. Otherwise they're gonna be behind, right, the French team, right? And so they really need to have the best seeding going on. So this is a must time for them. On the other side, it's also a must time on the side of Ukrainian WoW, because this is missed. They have everything else done on a 15, but this one they only have done on a +11. So if they want to put themselves in the best spot going into tomorrow, this is a 40% consumption shield. And we've got some big damage coming out. They got to be able to make it through the shield. It's lasting way too long. They pulled extra into the shield. They pulled extra at the same time they have the shield. What in the world is that play? Oh, my goodness.
They're at 100% now. They have enough mobs, the mob count pulled with what they're fighting on the boss. And it's just coming down to playing this clean, and clean is the name of the game in this room. It is covered in poison. There's poison everywhere, and they're just fighting to find places to stand where they can get a bit of safety. And we're going to see a mine link here. It's already been broken. This is coming right down. They have 3 minutes, 26 seconds left, which is plenty of time as long as they survive.
Oh, they have a death.
Get those descendant orbs.
Oh, it was the Acid Nova from the Staghorn. The 6% Staghorn did the Acid Nova that we were talking about earlier and killed 2 players at the same time. Oh, my goodness. They don't have enough time to reset this boss. They can't go again. They have to just play it with 3 players. Meanwhile, New Zealand is about to take down the boss. They're going to secure that 13 Arakara. But this is disaster on the side of Ukrainian WoW.
8%. 4%.
Do they do it? Do they have enough
acid
damage?
flying.
Do they have enough time?
They're
It
just
looks like
straight
it.
running at this point. I think there's enough time. 2 minutes 31 seconds, and it's 1%. They got it. They've got it locked in. All they have to do is stay alive. The tank could solo this last percent, and they did it. They nailed it.
Oh my
What an
goodness.
exciting end of the day.
What a final boss. What a final key for all of these teams. And that's a great end to our day one here at the AFDL for our 2025 winter seeding, right? Sean, that's a great ending to a great day. I mean, I want to say what are some of the highlights for you, but honestly, that's the highlight reel right there. That's absolutely.
Yeah, it's hard to beat that. Ukraine WoW across the board, everything they did, just the 15s were incredible. And then all of the trash that they pulled into that last boss, nothing tops that for me. That is definitely my highlight of the day.
That's so scary. Then pulling trash into the last boss, you got poison on poison. It gets rough, right? But Sean, we're coming to the end of day one, right? Tomorrow we're looking at Air Force Gaming, Coast Guard Gaming, and one of my favorite teams, the Marine Corps Gaming, coming up. Final thoughts. Do you think that the Ukrainian team put themselves in a leadership position coming for tomorrow? Or what do you think about our teams coming on that we have? Are they going to be able to overtake that?
I think Ukrainian WoW set a really good bar for the first day, and I do think it'll be tough to beat. The only thing that makes me wonder if a team can surpass them is they had that 30-minute window or so where they didn't have their best players in. If a team gets the full 5 hours and their skill level is on par with Ukrainian WoW, can they eke out a little bit more and maybe get 15s across the board? That's the only thing that I'm wondering, but they're in a really great spot, and I'm really excited to see tomorrow which of the 4 teams comes out on top. I secretly think that UK United XP might be the sneaky favorite tomorrow. Sorry.
Just United.
It's a play on. Yeah, I get it.
I get it, right? I see. I didn't have enough XP to figure that out, right? But I'm glad you did. But
right.
Honestly, we got some good teams, right? Coast Guard Gaming has been getting better and better every single time they come out for this event. Air Force always shows up with a dominant performance. So, and even our teams that we have on Sunday, I'm really looking forward to see. I don't think anybody's running away with it yet. I think we got plenty of time. I just think that the total skill of these players, I didn't expect this to go into 15 keys, right? 15 keys, 16 keys, right? So, Sean, right? It's been a pleasure casting with you. How do we get a hold of you? How do we see more Sean?
Right here tomorrow at the AFDL WinterClash. I'm on the desk in the second half, so I'll be back then if you want to see more of me. Definitely check out the first half, though. Those casters are way better, so be here from the beginning. 10 a.m. Pacific time.
Awesome. Well, I am Barndor. Of course, you can check me out over on Twitter, over at Twitch. And from all of us over at the AFDL, we want to thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for all the subs, the bits, the followers. Thank you guys for coming, and we hope to see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a good one.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.